Perfect. Good morning. Welcome to Good Morning Kenya. Karibu sana. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning and it's quite chilly in the city here. We are actually approaching the month of July. And you know how it usually goes in the month of July. Karibu sana. Some of us have to be here either way. Regina and Vivian. Yes. So it happened. My predictions didn't work. I said England was going to thrash Ghana. But it seems that the three stars were not getting their glitter. Finally, I think Ghana did a good job.
They did.
Yeah. Ghana did a good job. The game ended 0-0. But it was one of the best games. According to me, that was one of the best games of the tournament. If you look at the England squad, for example, England squad and Ghana, I can say they have a lot of similarities because most of the players are actually in foreign leagues, Premier League. Look at England, for example. You have got Pickford. Regina, do we have Manchester United here? We have got Madueke. We have Anderson.
Oh, really?
Right? Kane, actually, Harry Kane, who is the captain. We have got a good squad. Pickford, Declan Rice, Anderson, Spence. I mean, these are people who know themselves, you know, and they are, come to Ghana. Senaya, we have got Semenyo, we have got Pate, people who know each other pretty fine. So 0-0 wasn't bad. Yeah. Wasn't bad. It was yeah. So Arsenal was doing a very good job.
Well, in as far as that is concerned, on Group L where England is playing,
yes.
Right? England has 3 points. Ghana has 3 points.
Yes.
So some difference, 0, right?
Yeah.
3-3. So we're still at a draw. So whether Arsenal players played well or not, Ghana there held its own.
It
and
did.
I'm just looking at the third place ranking in as far as the World Cup is concerned. And I'm seeing the champions of Africa, who are Senegal, are at actually 12th position.
Yes.
With absolutely 0 points.
Yep.
Yeah.
Maybe they claimed Africa and they did not want to claim the world because we are not seeing them play as Senegal as we know it. I don't know what's going on with Senegal, but hey, it's a third place ranking. And
Senegal
when I
is not
look
getting,
at its
they're
group,
not getting their groove very well. I'm not so sure.
Yeah.
Either it could be because of the squad, the way it's... You know, this World Cup is giving a lot of the underdogs, quote unquote, the underdogs, a lot of, you know, limelight. There is this country called Curacao, which has almost a population of 150,000 people. Yeah, and they are at the World Cup. So, exactly.
and they have 1 point.
And they have
actually
yes.
ahead of Senegal.
Ahead of Senegal, just imagine. That also
Some surprises coming in with this year's or the World Cup this time round. But I mean, isn't that just how the game is? You can never really be sure on your predictions.
It cannot be. Even Japan.
Even Japan have been giving us a really good game, and
South Korea
Cape Verde as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. And South Korea are playing today. They're playing against South Africa. That game will actually be shown at 4 p.m. right here on KBC. So there's South Africa and South Korea.
Yeah.
I don't know what you or which team you're rooting for when it comes to the two. But yeah, they'll be playing at 4 p.m. And there's a game that is currently ongoing. Colombia, DRC. It's currently ongoing.
74th minute.
Yeah.
Batoto Bamungu and they're 0-0.
0-0.
Yeah. Akina Ronaldo walifanya ile kitu jana. And how do you beat people 5-1, 5-0?
Finally, we got, you know, we got to see Ronaldo scoring because for those of us who Ronaldo is the GOAT, we were having such a hard time online. We were having such a hard time after Messi scored all the goals that he's scored so far in the World Cup. So at least that was a good one for Portugal.
And that is it's a battle, Regina. It's a battle between Messi and Ronaldo, right? The top scorer.
You
Yeah.
see, I actually need to sit out this one out between CR7, that is Cristiano Ronaldo, and
Messi.
yes, Messi. However, a little girl somewhere who is on her midterms told me, Mom, you don't know, Ronaldo is a god. So I'm like, okay. Young lady, I support Gor Mahia. That's it. So whoever carries the day, well, let's wait and see. But I like that they're in top form, looking at the age. I think they're in top form. You do not expect all that from, such players who are what we consider already advanced in age, So I would say that they're in top form, and that is good for their careers. And I remember some years back, we had people, soccer players like Luis Figo. I mean, he always made my World Cup, the World Cup then, something to sing home about.
Yes.
Well, so on this one, Messi, Ronaldo, I sit one out. I watch and enjoy the game.
And I think the two of them, most, somebody like CR7, probably this is going to be his last World Cup.
I think so too.
Yeah,
Right?
probably.
Because the guy is 41, if I'm not wrong. So the pressure is on him to exit with a bit
on a high.
Exactly. So the pressure is on him, but Messi pia anasema, it's going to be there. Okay, so let's come back to the discussion. I love it the way we talk about it, because KBC, we do sports. All right, so tomorrow is protest. Regina, your paper says something about the protest. Mine also says the protest anxiety.
Actually, mine reads Gen Z protest divide.
Exactly. This one, the standard, protest anxiety. And the four gentlemen on the spot is President William Ruto, IG Kanja, we have got Interior CS Murkomen, and Deputy President Kithure Kindiki. But then that is going to be forming my part of discussion. Today I really want us to take a look on the other side. How can the Gen Z make use of this day to be a positive or a better day? We all remember Sabasaba, what happened way back in the day. Talk of the likes of Rubia, the Orengos of this world, Shikukus of this world. They stood for something on that day. But decades on, that day is yet, not gazetted nationally, but then there is something that normally happens on that Sabasaba day. So can the Gen Z get some groove on this day? That when it comes to 25th of June, it's not about running battles, tear gas, and killings and all that. But what can they do? Can they advocate for more governance? Can they advocate for more equality? Can they advocate for rights of those people who were killed during the 2024 demos? What can they do about it for them to live this? Because remember, in the next few years, they'll no longer be Gen Z. The Orengos of this world, remember they were called young turks way then. Right now, they're old people. So how can that day be a good day? Oscar Mondi, who's a political analyst, is also a university don, will be here. Ken Bosire is a training and consulting editor with a number of years in the newsroom, as well as Shadrach Wamboi, who's an advocate of the High Court. The gentlemen, I want us to unpack that. Today is going to be class 1-1, so that if you can pick something, pick it. If you can do it tomorrow, do it. We will be safe as a country.
To weigh in on your rhetoric question there, I think I would also want to hear, how are we adjusting to the times that we're finding ourselves in as far as youth representation? Because Victor, the generation that we are in right now is not the generation that we had 20 years back.
True.
So for them, it has to be done in real time and now. This is a team or a demographic that has demonstrated that they have already lost it all. So they are ready to lose more if there's something like that. So we also need to, I want to see how the powers that be, that is the authorities, also take note of the change in the demographic, how they think, how they operate. Because it also trickles down away from the streets in as far as demos is concerned. It's also trickling down to our learning institutions. We have seen what has happened in schools. Children want to be heard. Those who came from a different demographic, a different time, are saying that children are being treated like eggs. But is it? You see, we are different worlds apart. How do we find a nexus? I'll be waiting to hear that.
Perfect.
Vivian, what do you have in store for us before I bring you up to speed?
Today we will be looking at digital augmentation and safety. And you know, as you mentioned, we are living in a different kind of world. It's a world where the internet has taken over. There are things like advanced as the AI, and we're just trying to find a way in which we can ensure that our children have a safe space, even in this AI-driven world. So that will be my conversation later this morning, and then we'll also be talking to a woman who will be our woman at the forefront this morning. She is a special needs educator and a disability advocate, as well as an actress and model at the same time, and she'll be here just so that we can look at ways in which we can be defying odds and defying the stereotypes as women all together. So that is what we should look up to, or look forward for rather, on this morning, on this beautiful Wednesday morning. My name is Vivian Degwa, and of course, the show has started. It's already on the road. So, Regina, what's in the news?
Thank you very much. Now, let's bring you up to speed with those stories that have been making headlines. And we'll start off on matters economics and finance, where President William Ruto yesterday signed the Finance Bill 2026 into law at State House, Nairobi. This paves the way for implementation of new tax measures in the 2026-2027 budget. The 2026 Finance Bill focuses on broadening the tax base, sealing revenue leakages, and tightening compliance, rather than broad-based tax rate increases. President Ruto said the act will now help the country with a legal framework to finance and resources that it has prioritized under the bottom-up economic transformation agenda. The president also clarified that the law is not aimed at raising taxes on ordinary Kenyans, but it improves fairness and closing loopholes on wayward business entities and tax evaders. Last week, the National Assembly passed the Finance Bill 2026 into its third reading with 122 votes in favor, while 40 voted against it. The vote is among efforts by the government to fund the 4.8 trillion shillings budget for the 2026-2027 fiscal year.
Defended the amendments to the Finance Act, which have sparked intense national debate over taxation, fairness and development. He stressed that extensive public participation preceded the enactment of the bill, with Parliament receiving submissions from more than 170 organizations and over 100,000 individual citizens, alongside digital platforms that allowed Kenyans to share their views.
This budget invests in people, productivity, and prosperity.
He took issue with what he called a wave of propaganda, misinformation, disinformation and fake news surrounding the act.
There was no proposal to introduce taxes on freehold land, or any land for that matter. There was no proposal to introduce taxes on second-hand clothing or mitumba. There was no change to the rental income tax.
Key measures include higher import duty on sugar to protect local factories and farmers, a 6-month tax amnesty, expanded mortgage relief to microfinance borrowers, and increased duty-free allowances for travelers. On education, 784 billion shillings has been allocated, with more teachers hired, expanded health funding, and increased support for schools, TVETs and CBC infrastructure.
We will recruit a further 24,000 teachers, bringing the total number of teachers hired under this administration to 124,000 teachers.
Healthcare funding has been raised to 175.5 billion shillings, with the president assuring free outpatient services at public and accredited facilities.
Absolutely clear to any facility in the Republic of Kenya that charges any citizen when they go for outpatient service, that we will shortly make it criminal for anybody to charge any citizen. All a hospital needs to do, if a citizen is not registered, they should register them and treat them for free. We will pay for the costs.
Trevor Ngendo for KBC Channel 1.
There's a lot of debate around the Finance Bill 2026, and we'll continue keeping tabs on that. What does it mean for Wanjiku now that we have that particular framework? Now, the High Court has issued a stern warning to Cabinet Secretary in charge of Health, Aden Duale, for non-compliance with court orders. Duale was facing a civil jail term over the disputed Ebola quarantine facility located at the Laikipia Air Base. On Tuesday, Duale appeared before the Justice Patricia Nyaundi, seeking to have the contempt expunged and exonerate himself, stating that he had issued orders to the contractors to stop the construction of the facility pending the hearing and determination of the case.
Tuesday at exactly 11:30 a.m., Aden Bare Duale walked into the courtroom to honor Monday's summons for contempt.
They would have been on that side, but seeing as it is that the media is occupying that side, with your permission.
Taking to the witness box, Duale in a sworn affidavit confirmed the suspension of the Kenya-USA quarantine deal.
The ministry understanding of the conservative order was that the court had suspended the implementation of the proposed collaboration between the government of Kenya and the United States government in relation to the Laikipia Air Base facility.
Duale was in contempt of court orders issued on May 28 this year and reaffirmed on June 2nd this year, tendered an apology saying he was committed to the rule of law.
It was never the intention of the ministry or myself as the Cabinet Secretary to disregard, undermine, or act in defiance of the orders of this honorable court. A fear that the Laikipia facility could serve as a vehicle for Ebola importation into surrounding community is scientifically unfounded.
The CS urged the court to exercise its discretion in its mitigation, since the government was constructing the facility in good faith for public interest.
By the Honorable Cabinet Secretary, in what would otherwise be a willful disobedience of the order. That is, on the second hand, that is on the one hand. On the second hand, we understand that this court is also exercising public interest and protecting public interest.
However, Katiba Institute and the Law Society of Kenya, who are petitioners, urged the court to impose a higher sanction on the CS to avert future reoccurrence.
Perhaps an appropriate order might be for him to file in court a status report of the project, so that then any violation or any changes can then.
While giving a ruling, Justice Patricia Nyaundi disturbed Duale, but issued a stern warning.
Not later than 8th of July.
The judge has also directed that all the petitions in the case be consolidated for the next hearing. After tendering a remorseful apology stating that it was due to scientific and technical advice and not his own decision. Ruth Wamboy reporting from Milimani's Law Court.
Still keeping up on matters legislation is at Kuresoi North. Member of Parliament Alfred Mutai was yesterday arraigned in a Nakuru court following his arrest on Monday in connection with the violent clashes that occurred during a youth empowerment event in Kuresoi, Nakuru County over the weekend. The violence left 3 people with gunshot injuries and a bus was set ablaze. This and more in our Scales of Justice segment.
Parliament was presented to court today, where the prosecution sought 14 days to detain him pending investigations. The court, however, declined the request and granted the Member of Parliament a 50,000 cash bail. In Malindi, the High Court held its proceedings in various locations as part of the ongoing Kwambinzaro massacre. According to the prosecution, the exercise was intended to give the court handling the case a first-hand opportunity of the scene. And a Congolese national, Ulundu Patrick Elias Kolunda Ilungu Elias Patrick Biarufu, has been sentenced to 3 years imprisonment or a 10 million Kenyan shilling cash bail with the right of appeal after the court established beyond reasonable doubt that Kolunda defrauded a Chinese national of 456 million Kenyan shillings in a fake Tantalite scam. Chief Magistrate Dolphina Alego passed the judgment on 23 June 2026.
Second count, the Scotiarian sentenced accused to pay a fine of 10 million and default 3 years custodial sentence as legally stipulated in the Act.
Bruce Mayoyo, Good Morning Kenya.
Well, now to the counties. After years of walking long distance in search of clean water, residents from 5 villages in Magarini Sub-County, Kilifi County, are now set to benefit from a new water project that will ease their daily struggle.
During the commissioning of the first phase of the project, Magarini Ward Representative Paul Charo confirmed that the initiative is already underway, saying the project is worth around 400,000 Kenyan shillings.
Wafadhili wangu ambao tuko nao wamesema kwamba wako tayari kuendelea kusaidia kile kijiji. Kile kijiji iko na changamoto mingi.
Elsewhere, Kwale County residents have urged President Ruto's government to ensure that all land held by absentee landlords are returned to squatters.
Ardhi ya pili ambayo tuitaka ni shamba la kwa Mukhana, ambayo shamba kila kitu limeisha, lizi imeisha, hata watu kuna watu wanalima pale, kuna watu wamejenga nyumba zao pale, tunataka wapimiwe lile shamba warudishiwe wenyewe.
Meanwhile, residents of Mukuru Kwanjenga have staged protest against what they describe as illegal development of a disputed parcel of land by private developers.
Tulienda High Court na tulipofika High Court tulipewa conservatory order kurestrain wale wenye tuliwapeleka kotini.
In Mombasa, bar owners are opposing the proposed Tobacco Control Amendment Bill, citing inadequate stakeholders consultation and concerns over its impact on businesses.
Tunauza sigara kwa bar zetu, but this bill is going to introduce another license that we are also going to be included in that license.
The Kenya University Staff Union has expressed concerns over high tax burden facing Kenyan workers, saying it is placing immense pressure on ordinary citizens and worsening the cost of living.
As a representative of workers, we are concerned that the workers in this country, who are actually the engine of the economy of this country, are overburdened.
And the government has reaffirmed its commitment to transforming technical and vocational education through the integration of professional training and technical skills development.
We are training these young people to be able to be excellent in a certain space, so that whenever they go, therefore, outside there, to certain institutions.
Finally, the government, religious institutions and other stakeholders have been asked to invest more in infrastructure that accommodates persons living with disabilities in a bid to promote inclusion and eliminate stigma.
Kumbuka tuna hawa ndugu zetu na tuweze kuwakaribisha, yaani yale mazingira yewe yanaweza kuwakaribisha.
Danton Indande, Good Morning Kenya.
Now, we'll be taking a quick breather as we prepare to bring you up to speed with those stories that have been making headlines in the business world as well as sports. Now, well, it seems that we are ready for that. Is that the Family Bank has listed its shares on the Nairobi Securities Exchange, with the stock touching a high of 50 shillings apiece from the listing price of 18 shillings. Family Bank Chief Executive Officer Nancy Njau says the listing positions are London to leverage the capital markets to support its long-term expansion strategy.
Our ambition to become a Tier 1 bank in Kenya has never been much closer than it is now.
Family Bank becomes the latest bank on the Nairobi Securities Exchange, broadening investment opportunities and contributing to increased market depth and liquidity.
Illustrates the transformative potential of a well-governed enterprise operating with vision, discipline, and long-term commitment.
The BOW's debut caps Family Bank's transformation from a building society established in 1984 into a Tier 2 bank.
It is our hope that this listing serves as a catalyst that inspires family-owned businesses, privately held corporations, emerging champions and regional enterprises to view capital markets as a destination, as not a destination of last resort, but as a strategic partner in their growth journey.
Njau says, whilst the listing by way of introduction does not involve the issuance of new shares or raising of fresh capital, it provides existing shareholders with a transparent, regulated marketplace.
Our listing on the NSE represents the continued evolution of Family Bank into a stronger, more transparent, and future-ready bank.
The listing positions the lender to tap the capital markets more efficiently in the future should it seek to fund business expansion, digital transformation, or new product development. Regina Manyar reporting for KBC Channel 1.
Still on business, Kenya has advanced its ambitions of joining the Global League of Nuclear Energy Producers following a high-level technical mission to Ontario, Canada, led by the Kenya Electricity Generation Company alongside other national stakeholders. KenGen Managing Director Engineer Peter Njenga described the tour as highly successful, casting the move to nuclear as a big step in Kenya's push for industrial growth and round-the-clock clean power. The visit comes as KenGen has been designated as a prospective owner-operator of Kenya's first nuclear power plant in partnership with the Nuclear Power and Energy Agency. The initial nuclear project is expected to generate 2,000 megawatts, with long-term expansion plans targeting up to 6,000 megawatts as part of a broader national strategy to increase total installed capacity by 10,000 megawatts. Now, before we speak sports, especially where World Cup is concerned, is that the Sports Cabinet Secretary Salim Mvurya has handed over 2 training grounds to the contractor for construction works at the Talanta Sports Complex as the country readies itself ahead of the 2027 Africa Cup of Nations, where Kenya, alongside her East African neighbors Tanzania and Uganda, will co-host the continental showpiece. Mvurya also used the opportunity to conduct the inspection of Raila Odinga International Stadium and expressed his satisfaction with the work so far done. Now, the pitches are critical elements in supporting AFCON 2027 preparations and hosting this tournament. The construction of the 2 grounds adjacent to Talanta complex is expected to be complete next month, ahead of the expected Confederation Cup Africa Football CAF inspection visit. The 2027 AFCON is scheduled for the 19th of June to the 17th of July 2027.
I want to confirm to Kenyans that we are in good progress, to preparation of AFCON 2027. Away from having paid the hosting fee, we have now seriously embarked on preparing our infrastructure.
Well, now I'm just quickly trying to look at the updates in as far as the World Cup is concerned. We had a game at around 2 a.m., Panama and Croatia. We also Group L, Colombia versus DRC at 5 a.m. And tonight at 10 p.m., we're going to be having Bosnia take on Qatari, while Switzerland are going to be squaring it out at the same time with Canada. You may be asking, how does the group stages, or rather, how do the group standings look like? So in Group A, Mexico is at the top with 6 points, Korea coming in with 3 points. Group B, we have Canada, who's going to be playing tonight, as well as Switzerland, position 1, position 2. Group C, we have Brazil and Morocco. Brazil topping with 4 points, Morocco 4 points. Group D, we have the United States of America with 6 points. Coming in second in that particular Group D is Australia. As far as Group E is concerned, we have Germany and Cote d'Ivoire at position 1 and 2. Group F, we have Netherlands and Japan, position 1 and 2 there. Netherlands on 4 points, as well as Japan 4 points. Group G, Egypt and Iran top that particular group. 4 points there to Egypt, Iran 2 points. We have Group H, where Spain and Uruguay lead the group there with 4 to 2 points there, respectively. Group I, we have France and Norway there, leading the pack with 6 points each, while Group J, Argentina and Australia top Group J, 6 and 3 points respectively. Group K, we have Colombia and Congo DRC topping that particular group with 3 and 1 points respectively, while Group L, where England is at, and we saw that particular showpiece yesterday between England and Ghana there, ending up in a draw, topping the Group L Group L, their group with 3 points each. So which matches are we going to be showing you today? We're going to be having a match at 4 p.m., yes, as well as an evening game, 4 a.m., yes. We'll be having a game at 4 a.m. And you know that we are going to be keeping tabs and also having an opportunity to do quite an in-depth analysis of the games that have so far been played. So may the best team win. I'm Regina Manyara. I leave in the capable hands of Victor Law as it takes you through the next conversation, which we invite you to be part of. Get us on X at KBC Channel 1. Have a good day.
My talents are dancing, acting, and even playing football.
So today's book is Take Off Your Brave, Poems Just For You.
Today I'm going to show you how to make a grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup.
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
Great. Good morning. Welcome back to the show. It's 5 minutes past 7 a.m. Thank you so much for staying with us. If you're just joining us, this is Good Morning Kenya on such a cold morning in the city. And I hope it's going to be a good day nevertheless. Okay, so today let's have a discussion. Being Awareness Day is a viewpoint. And we all know what is happening today being a 24th, tomorrow is 25th. It's a day that many people have been talking about for the last 2 years, 25th of June. What happened? We all know what happened the 25th of June of 2024. The Gen Z uprising, that changed the landscape, not politically so, but the general landscape of this country from our social interactions, politically speaking, financially, because the whole essence was about the finance bill, but that has also moved to different facets of our existence in this country. And that is why I think it's important for us to move a little bit, think outside the box. The way Ken Bosire would dictate in the newsroom that when you're given a story, you think outside the box, right?
Yes.
You think outside the box. This pen is just a pen, but how can you make a story out of this pen? That is what I'm talking about. So, to the Gen Z, we can make that June 25th to be something important and something valuable for all of us in this country. And I think that is what we are all yearning for. So today, without calling names and all that, I want us to get back to class for the next 1 hour, and it begins right now. What can we do to redefine June 25th? That is what I want us to talk about, all right? Ken Bosire is training and consulting editor with a number of years in the newsroom. That's why I call him senior.
Thank you.
Karibu sana.
Thank you for having me, Victor.
Good to see you as well. Sabasaba Daily kupata wapi? 1990. And what happened?
Right here in the city.
Very good. Just leave it at that. Shadrack Wamboi.
Thank you.
An advocate of the High Court. Karibu sana. 2024 was a crazy day.
Yes.
Right.
Yes, indeed.
I want us to go back down memory lane. You are here in the city. On that 7th day of July, 1990. Where were you and what happened?
In the estate, and very young people, very, very vibrant, following in the what we call a build-up of activities, because Sabasaba was a culmination of events that had started pushing with the push for political pluralism in the country. We existed in a single-party dictatorship, KANU then, where people did not have enough room for expression in terms of parties. And that time there was, Kenya originally was a multi-party state before it turned itself into a single-party state through KANU and the dissolution and of other parties and mergers. So Kenya became a one-party state by law. And if you did not exist within that KANU...
by law?
By law, yes.
Okay.
By law. In Parliament, it was moved and Kenya was officially made a one-party state. That KANU was, that's why you hear names like Baba na Mama. It was everything. In politics, if you fell foul out of the KANU thing, you were out of politics and public life, and you were completely put in the freezer. So there was that clamor of people, of many people wanted forms of expression. And that form of expression in terms of plurality in politics, because politics meant everything. If you were not in the political sphere, you lost your public office. Everything else began and ended with KANU. So there was that push for the society, and especially the young people, very youthful, elite, people who had honed their skills of leadership within the university halls, the university fields, and they had held leadership. They came out into the world and they said, it's time for us to have plural politics so that we can have the freedom of association and express our things without being tunneled through a one-party thinking. So there were build-up activities, and of course the response was very, very adverse. The government responded with a lot of aggressiveness and aggression, with detentions and jailings and people running into exile. It was a very anxious moment for all of us, that especially the people who were in the forefront. A lot of the universities were scattered. What were the centers of debate? The people who were seen as radical found themselves either in detention, and that was the time that we had also the famous Nyayo House torture chambers. So everybody, the country was restless, and people came out boldly, especially the young people, the Railas, Dr. Muhisa Kituis, and very young people. They were under the ban of the Young Turks, and the push was we have to have a change of constitution, removal of Clause 2A, to allow other people to have political outfits through which they could express their political feelings and desires and aspirations. So the police and the government responded with a lot of brute force, and Sabasaba became the showdown day when there was a lot of violence. People faced up to themselves, killings, the violence and the bloodshed that was there. And that for me marked the turning point in terms of the way we engaged beyond just violence and everything, and we began to think that it was now time for us to have a discussion.
Yes.
And that discussion is what culminated in the removal of Clause 2A.
The repeal of Section 2A.
Yes.
The reason why I ask that, Wakili Shadrach, is so that we get back to, history has a way of teaching us.
Yes, indeed.
And having him here, 1990, that is 36 years ago. And he was there, he saw it firsthand. And the reason as to why the likes of Shikuku, the likes of Orengo, the likes of, Rubia of this world, and so many people were agitating was the repeal of Section 2A.
Yes.
Which ultimately Moi did. So here we are, meaning they stood for something.
Yes.
Listening to that, let's go back to 1990. Let's just go back quickly to 1990. What are you seeing the Gen Z fighting for? Assume you are there.
The fight in the year 1990s, as I have heard from Bosire and of course from my little interaction with history, because I am a student of history, is that there was so much agitation, and fight for the political rights of the people then. So the quest was for a platform or for an opportunity for people to be given another political vehicle in terms of political parties through which they will express themselves freely. Because as it were then, it became very difficult for people to, request or rather urge citizens to elect them into any political office, because the only platform through which you could seek to be elected into any political office was through KANU, which was the political party Baba na Mama. So you see a citizen that was, their political rights had been taken off or taken away by the regime of the then, prompting the desire to fight for that political space. I mean, the fight then is not the same as it is now, largely because the current constitutional dispensation has permitted by giving each and every one of us the freedom of choosing which political party you will wish to be associated with.
Okay.
Now, that means that we have a freedom to associate with whichever political party that we have. Over and above that, the Constitution has allowed us that since our politics, sometimes we have very dirty party politics. Now, from this dirty politics, we have very desiring or deserving Kenyans that will be elected by people with or without their affiliations to political parties. So the Constitution has also opened the window. It has given us the opportunity of seeking these elective positions or mandates through what we call now an independent candidate portfolio. So this in itself tells us that the political space that was being fought very hard for, that led to the death and the maiming of so many of us. Then this tells us that the fight for that democratic space in the year 1990, what we now call the Sabasaba, achieved its goal. It achieved its purpose.
The goal was to have a multi-party democracy.
Yes, and it achieved its purpose.
Very good.
Now, what is to Mr. Bosire and the others?
Yes.
The Sabasaba of the 1990s. It is what now it is to us
today
of the 25th day of June 2026 or 2027. So we will be commemorating this day owing to what really transpired on the 25th day of June 2024. And what we were fighting for was just our economic rights, the tax rights, so that you do not want to be overburdened by the demands by the state, taking so much more than probably what they should be taking in the real, in the actual sense.
Okay.
Yes.
Now it's the second anniversary.
Yes.
So let's push it to 36 years later.
Yes.
That is the next 36 years. There will be no more Gen Zs. The Gen Zs of today, who will be there tomorrow, will be old people. They'll be talking about 36 years ago.
Yes, of course.
And some of the notable names that will be imprinted in the minds of people Another one who is quite active, and you know that, is Rex Masai.
Yes.
Okay? Amongst many who lost their lives on that day. Senior, when 36 years ago, whatever happened, people lost their lives. And they stood for something, they achieved it. So let's now come back very fast to 2026, tomorrow. What do you think we can do, or the Gen Zs can do, so that 36 years later, from tomorrow, there'll be something that will be counted and say, you know what, the young generation of that day, of that day, in 2024, stood for something, and here is now what we are talking about. The same way they stood for something in 1990, and we can talk about it today, the Sabasaba and the repeal of Section 2A.
Thanks, Victor. I think it's one of the things that we have to recognize as a society, that while the 1990s were a fight for that Clause 2A, removal of thing, but the bigger picture was the fight for a new constitutional dispensation. That constitutional dispensation, constitutionalism, is what has gave birth to the new constitution. And that new constitution gave us that right now to express ourselves in terms of economic rights, political rights, social rights, and very many other rights. In fact, the 2010 constitution is a product of the sacrifices of the 90s and the 80s and 90s. And that is on that platform that the Gen Zs were able to express themselves. No, this is what is my entitlement as a citizen in terms of my economic rights and many other things. But one of the things that we have to remember, that each generation in a society, in a given time, has a certain responsibility, because we are a continuum. We build on from what we did. Like the 1990 guys built their rights for Kenya from the freedom fights. They drew their inspiration, because we had to be an independent country governed by certain laws. And those laws served us up to a point, and people said, up to this point, we need a new dispensation. And that dispensation was constitutionalism, which we ended up birthing in the 2010 constitution. Riding on that continuum, the Gen Zs also picked it up and said, now this is the space that we have to do, and we have to express our aspirations and desires the way we do. So 36 years on, one of the things that, those sacrifices that were made that time, we have what we called the martyrs, the people who fell, who sacrificed, because, and they were the youthful element, they were called the young Turks. The young Turks were like the arrows of the day.
They were the Gen Zs of that
time, the arrows of the day that they say that the youthful element of a society is the one that, they're like the arrows that are flying out to use to protect, to survive, and to move on to the next stage. And it's that generation that birthed the constitutionalism that 2010, upon which the society had certain aspirations that were granted to it by the constitution. And these youthful people are the ones who it was their time, there was the moment. And each of those altars, shrines, in terms of who fell, in terms of sacrifice, because there's none in the continuum. The Mau Mau's people died. We got our independence, and we rallied about our independence. The 90s, we did our constitution, our new constitution, push for it. People went down.
Which came later, years later.
It is a whole process. That's why it's called a struggle. It's not an event. It's a process. And each along the way, many people fall by the wayside. And those people have fallen, who have given their lives beyond the ordinary. They fall in terms, they shed their blood. We use them as sacrifice to create a new society. It's not to destroy our society. Because you fight, people fought, we got independence. People fought and died to get a new constitution. And in that new constitution, the 2010 constitution allowed the youth now to express themselves. They went down, they become heroes upon which we build new altars, new ideals, upon which a society protects itself and grows to the next level. Because it does not end there. After the Gen Z, there is a new generation coming with new aspirations, with new trends, responding with new technologies and innovativeness. And the nurturing in society also shapes how we respond to the challenges. And this, for me, 25th of June, is just part of the continuum of Kenya reshaping itself, a dynamic society that is growing and wanting to respond to what is Kenyanism. What is it that makes me a better person? What is it that can make my society beyond this for the next for tomorrow's generation?
Oscar, karibu sana. Oscar Mondi is a university don. He's also, he deals with Gen Zs a lot. He deals with them a lot. You read their minds almost on a daily basis. Karibu sana is also a political analyst. Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
25th of June, that's basically what we're talking about. Today we are in class.
Right.
And what are we learning? And the question I want to ask you, as you also give me your opening remarks, is we've just gone back down memory lane to 1990. Ken Bosira has given us, you know, a good history where he was and what happened during that day. Look at it this way. How can Gen Zs capitalize on this? Because he's talked about something, because when you look for change, it has to be a lasting struggle. The keyword is a struggle. You don't fall by the way. So what can Gen Zs take advantage of this day? It's not gazetted, but can it stand for something?
Thank you very much, Victor. And I can hear what where Bosira coming from. And Wakili here. How are you, Wakili? Good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you.
Yeah.
Now, what happens is that whatever happened on 25th of June 2024 marks a very big thing in Kenyan political arena and political consciousness that comes. Change, as Bosira tells you, change must only be brought by one group of people in any country. If you look at whatever has happened in different countries, you know, the Tiamen struggle and all this, it's the youth, the young people, and the young people are so much prone to change. The youth want change all the time, because this is a group of age sets where these things are done. Even soldiers in military camp mostly are youthful people and all these, and people who engage in revolutions and struggles, they are almost always the youth. What I equate with the Gen Z struggle and what you're asking me is, I'll equate it to the Soweto uprising of 1976. The Soweto uprising of 1976 is when the young students in South Africa rise up against apartheid. And that marks the history of the struggle of apartheid in South Africa. You know, the Dutch who are implementing apartheid in South Africa say that Afrikaans will be the language of instruction in the schools of South Africa. And the Soweto uprising comes on 16th of June. 176 students and children are killed in the streets of Johannesburg, in Soweto. And also there's this guy called Peter Hectorson, whose photo is seen, Peter Hectorson is being carried after being, and it shows the brutal force the apartheid is using on children. And this marks a turning point in the global space around South African politics. That now this is too much, and now South Africa is put under sanctions because of this. 176 children killed in the streets because of the Soweto uprising. Today, like last week, South Africa marked 50 years of the youth uprising, which was 1976. And every year, it's a public holiday on 16th of June in South Africa, and it's dubbed the South African National Youth Day because remembrance of 1976 Soweto uprising. And apart from that, the United Nations has also recognized 16th of June as the African Child Day. It's marked globally as the African Child Day because of the events that happened in Soweto on 16th of June, 1976. So, to your question again, how can we change June 25th,
yes,
to be marked? Because it is when now the youth becomes seriously politically conscious. And now they want to take it upon themselves to change the matrix, to change the type of politics we play. And we see the deaths that happened. 60 people are dead. Actually, it was 128, according to Kenya Human Rights, because some of them died later. But you see what happens in Soweto. After the death of this 176, the leadership of this revolution carries on and presses the apartheid government to stop doing whatever. They change the curriculum again, introduces other languages to be used as instruction in schools, and change the curriculum of schools. Because of this, the pressure was on and on and on and on, because the likes of Steve Biko didn't die in 1976 in this uprising. They continue to pressurize the apartheid government, and changes are made. What I think should be done, for example, we're talking about the Saba. On this particular day, different things should be done. other than just demonstration, you lose the meaning of the very day, because if they go demonstrating tomorrow and again the brutal force is put on them and other people die, and I mean, other people who are not part and parcel of the youth do not join the revolution, because the revolution is continuous. It's not something that should stop. It is the pressure, because where we don't want to go back to, we don't want to go back to the excesses that Busiri and the rest faced. We don't want arbitrary arrest. We want people who are arrested to be produced in court within 24 hours. We want our new constitution that people lost lives, bloods were lost, children died, and many people died in the likes of Baby Pendo and all these people. These are people who also died in the whole melee. And you know what has happened.
Yes.
Many people have died. So we need to get a way where we can do it in a very good way. And that is why I told you that probably tomorrow, if I were the president, or I would have been Murkomen of this world, I would have just declared tomorrow, Gazette tomorrow as a public holiday, and call it the Youth Day. And let's say everybody stay at home.
Yeah.
And let it become. And anybody who wants to go, in the remembrance of these people, should go to either All Saints Cathedral, Holy Family Basilica, and where the Saba Saba is now being done. Sometimes they do it at Ufungamano House, because Ufungamano House was the center of pressure from that particular time.
Yes.
And you know, Busiri, the youth of the University of Nairobi and the Students' Union of University of Nairobi, Dungosi and the rest, and people who were there, Karl Marx of this world, they were also there to pressurize the system to change a few things.
Very good. You know, you talked about the Soweto uprising. For those people who not know, it's about the Sarafina. So you can go and watch the movie Sarafina, where it comes from.
Yes.
It was enacted to depict what happened in South Africa.
Yes.
And you've talked about history. There's one teacher called the Whoopi Goldberg.
Yes.
She used Miss Musomboga, who was the favorite in Sarafina. And she said that history is important. History is interesting. When she was explaining how the Boers of South Africa, what happened, then she was picked. And that's how Miss Musomboga was never seen again.
Yeah.
But talking about history, and you know, you've given two different history. We are coming back home to Sabasaba, and now we are going back to South Africa. Then how now can we take advantage of this day, even as government, to Akili?
Yes.
Can the government take advantage of this day, quote unquote, in a positive way, and nurture democracy through the younger generations to come, so that in the next 36, 50 years to come, there'll be something tangible. We say the Gen Z stood for something, economic revolution, which the government, actually, the president ceded, and he did not sign.
Of course.
Can they take advantage of that day and nurture and foster democracy in this country? What they are fighting for?
Well, I think to answer that question, one needs to constantly remind themselves of, the reason or the rationale behind the young men and young women of this country going to the streets. We must never lose sight of that fact, that we went to the streets. I was among the people who were in the streets. And I can tell you, as a matter of fact, we were there because we had made consistent and persistent attempts to reach out to our members of parliament to tell them that the contents of this finance bill of the year 2024 has every manifestation of a law that is keen on frustrating the well-being of everyone, including the young, the old, and everyone in this country.
Can that voice still be sustained?
Yes, it can be sustained. You know, it can only be sustained by us constantly reminding leaders that the power they have been given is a power that is donated to them by the people. That you need to account for the power that you have been given, so that given an opportunity, you don't have to think first of yourself and your stomach, and probably the leader of your political outfit. The first person or the first thing that should always come to your mind as and when you are given an opportunity of deciding a matter is the welfare of the people. If the welfare of the people is not central to whatever you are doing, then it means you are going against the delegated sovereign power that has been given to you pursuant to Article 1 of the Constitution. So, in a nutshell, it is always important that we remind parliamentarians to be also keen to listen to the voice of the people, so that even now, as they are proposing a public participation bill, they must know that this public participation bill must not be a bill meant to stifle the very voice of the people they should, in other words, be representing. So they should come up with a bill that facilitates the participation of the people. You know, we have had growing jurisprudence surrounding this question about public participation. courts have been in the past called upon to adjudicate as to whether there was public participation or not. And on a number of occasions,
yes.
The courts have said that, even the failure to conduct public participation might not necessarily lead to the throwing away of whatever you will be challenging. Over and above that, the courts have said, and this is the Supreme Court, the courts have said that, even after conducting public participation, it does not necessarily behoove the person that was conducting that public participation to factor in your sentiments as the people that were involved. This is the Supreme Court speaking with regards to this value and a principle of governance under Article 10 on public participation. So you are telling a people that we can call you for public participation, we will use public resources.
But your input doesn't matter
But your
at some
input
point.
ultimately might not even matter. Because we just have to do it for the sake of doing it to fulfill a constitutional requirement. So this to me is a very bad sign.
Yes.
Because you are telling the people you matter, but you do not also matter.
Do you know what matters right now?
Yes.
Is to take just 1 minute break. I want to refill your cups. I want to refill your cups.
You're very kind
We'll be right back. Stay with us because this discussion is just starting. So we need to warm up a little bit with some hot coffee. Stay with us.
Come on, how could it possibly be him? No, he's not that handsome.
I'm not asking you. He's the Requiem General of the Union Street. It's said that he's a formidable man with amazing power and low tolerance for weakness.
Hebu fikiria environment kama hii hapa Western Kenya. Eti mtu atatoka hapa aende Nairobi kusoma university to conquer the world. Mimi Andrew nitahakikisha hiyo ndoto imezimwa. Tazama hayo yote kwa Gundu KBC Tuesday to Thursday 7:30 p.m. Leo sio kesho.
Itagundu wakita wengine wata
Good blocking there. There's a couple of half-hearted appeals. Tell you what, does Wolf lead with the elbow?
They'll take any help of any kind that they'll get at this moment, Keith. Senegal.
I'm not sure where the Norway left back is on his back. I don't see too much contact on him. Yeah, he hasn't lifted his elbow.
Honestly,
Wolf.
I'd be really shocked if that was given.
Yeah, I think the right decision to just play on. It does take a little bit of a whack, as I say. Maybe the height difference is the reason for that.
Welcome back and thank you so much for joining us. Oscar Mondi, who is a political analyst and a university don, is here. Ken Bosiri, who is a training and consulting editor, is also here with many years of experience in newsroom, and Shadrach Mboi, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. He was there on the 25th of June, I beg your pardon, 2024. He was there. So you still want to finish your point, Shadrach?
Yes.
Go ahead. What matters from there?
Yes. I mean, 25th of June every year is celebrated as the World's Vitiligo Day. In fact, there will be an event on Saturday at the...
It's called what?
Vitiligo.
Oh, yes, yes.
Vitiligo,
yes.
yes. You know, vitiligo is different from albinism. So it's a day that people are sensitized about certain changes in their body and how they should react to those changes. But locally, speaking to our local politics, this is a day that we will remember moving forward of, you know, of the events that happened the last 2 years. And one thing that we must be very careful, and this is what I want the people to realize about the people who are shouting the loudest now.
Yes.
The people who are shouting the loudest now are the same people that put us in the mess that we are currently, you know, trying to find answers to, and the problems we are trying to endure. And we must be careful, because our politicians are a different breed of animals. They like hijacking so many things, turning events to suit to their political narratives. And the politicians that caused the events of the 25th day of June 2024 have since metamorphosized into something else. They are now shouting the loudest. They are now the ones pointing fingers at the very government that they had supported by frustrating the will and the wishes of the people. So if you are MP, because I always go back to legislators, because everything rises or falls from legislators. In fact, if you are to review the past, as it has been mentioned by Mr. Bosire Senior here, is that even the detentions that were utilized as a tool of suppression then, they were lawful detentions. There will be a law, there was a law giving power to the president to authorize the unlawful detention. So that was a law. It's like slavery. So slavery, at some point, slavery was legal. You will hire, like this one, I look at Oscar. Oscar looks very strong, robust. I hire him to be carrying me around like my slave. That was lawful. Up until a time when now, you know, there was the realization that we are all equal. You could be black, you could be white, and for that reason we decided, no, you cannot enslave another one. In fact, to be even more strict, our current constitutional dispensation prescribes that one of the rights that you cannot limit, then one of the non-derogable rights under Article 25 is the freedom from slavery. You cannot enslave someone under what circumstances. So we need to understand that everything rises or falls from the law-making process. So that in 1990s and before, the parliamentarians then had given the president power to order the detention of someone.
Yes.
And that was lawful.
Yes.
Even as we speak now, our MPs have been given so much power. In fact, they are the ones that decide what will be spent in State House. Yet, they end up passing bills, they end up passing laws, and you know, they now go begging. They go begging, they now start telling us that the problem really is not with us, members of parliament. The problem is with the president, which is not the correct constitutional position.
And yet they still wield the powers.
Yes, it is not the correct constitutional position. Let me end by saying that our leaders are very good at distracting us from the real issues. So that if someone is supposed to take accountability of their actions while in office, and they are afraid or they are fearful of doing so because there will be probably some very serious political ramifications, what they do, they distract you by telling you, it is not me, it is Oscar.
Yes.
So that their attention is drawn to Oscar and not myself. I have an MP elected under the UDA party. But this MP elected under the UDA party has since defected from UDA, at least by conduct and by what he says from the word of his mouth. He goes to funerals and tells people that, you know, I since off-boarded the wheelbarrow. I am no longer boarding the wheelbarrow. So I am no longer a member of the UDA. Just to appease the mourners. The truth of the matter is this, that even while he says with his mouth that he is no longer a member of the United Democratic Party or the United Democratic Alliance, then by his conduct, he is still a member of the UDA. This is someone who has mastered the art of doublespeak. That I will be saying one thing while in reality I am doing another thing. And that is exactly what they are doing even with these demonstrations slated for tomorrow. They are the ones that pushed and passed the finance bill of the year 2024. They resulted to deaths and destruction of properties. Now they are telling us that, you know, this government has been oppressing you.
Yes.
We are here. Tomorrow we shall be in solidarity with the Gen Z. And they are the same people that put us in this same position.
Okay. Maybe you can give Busina a minute. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I like the way the discourse is going. That first and foremost, we have to look at the Kenyan as a nation state. Did we ever have any ideals that made us? We have been very mechanical in the way we respond to ourselves. We have been dishonest. A lot of aspirations of ages from the very construction of Kenya have been marked by betrayal. And this continuous disengagement, betrayal, hijacking that the struggle never seems to have answers. That when we think that we have made it, then we realize that we have been betrayed along the way. And the greatest betrayers from the 50s, the 90s, up to 2000 have been one constant factor, the political class, because we give them responsibility to lead us. And in that leadership, they end up conning us. And this is exactly, for me, all this, if we had, for example, do we have a day, we never for a long time had a day, like the struggle for freedom in this country, was actually named after Kenyatta Day, after an individual, when it was a struggle of the Mau Maus, very many people. So one person ended up hijacking it and giving it to him, personalizing the day.
And it was changed.
It was changed after a long struggle. It's part of that struggle that we're saying. One day, the struggle of our people, the aspirations of our day cannot be symbolized by one person, who in the end, ironically, is actually ended up betraying those ideals. The 90s, we ended up saying, did we ever commemorate, immortalize the struggles of the people who gave us constitutionalism? Today, we don't even look at them. They are people we don't honor. We do not honor these people because we have been dishonest. Part of the history that we need to have, for me, 25th tomorrow, is a day for us to step back and have a conversation. Who are we as a country? What do we stand for? Do we honor the people who have brought us thus far? And that lack of ownership is exactly, for these events that happen, they are catalysts for us to think. They jolt us to thinking about what is our responsibility. What do we want to come?
How can the government motivate the younger generation? Because we are in a democracy, and the space that we are enjoying, some people fought for it. The likes of Orengo, who are still here, fought for that. You saw it firsthand.
Yes.
You know, some of them are still here. Gitubu Manyaras of this world, Mathakarwas of this world, they have been there for long, and the space is open for all of us. So how can the government actually motivate the younger generation, even in the push for...
If I can finish my thinking, I think it's important that if the government really is committed to do these things, it's time for us to call ourselves to a conversation. Say, through the times, we need to speak to ourselves. And bring those guys who have been part of the continent and still alive, and then context ourselves and say, we have come this far. If I were today the president, and unfortunately I'm not, I'll call tomorrow a day for a national conversation at an individual level and begin to say, yes, this has been part of it. The Sabasabas, the young Turks and everybody else. Let's speak to ourselves. What is it where have we lost it?
Okay. Who are the young Turks? Who are the young Turks who are alive today?
Manyara, Kitui, Mukisa Kitui, and very many others, and Paul Muite is one of those guys.
I completely agree, but again, from what Busire is talking about, of hijacking of processes, when the Mau Mau are fighting for liberation of the country, but when we get freedom, who is there to represent our aspirations as Kenyans? The collaborators.
Yes, the collaborators.
People who collaborated with the white man, not the Mau Mau who was struggling. So it was hijacked. So independence, the struggle for independence is hijacked. And now, what were we fighting for? And Malema asked the same thing. The land. Did the Mau Mau get the land? No, they didn't get the land because whatever they were fighting for was hijacked, and hijacked by people who were in bed with the oppressors. Then. Currently, whoever you are mentioning, who are the faces of the Gen Z struggles or the Gen Z demonstration tomorrow, who are they? Probably the united opposition. The Matiangis are talking about it, and you see Kalonzo, you see Orengo, you see all these people. It means that the Gen Z struggles have been hijacked again.
I want to see
Oscar,
the Gen Z they have their leadership? Because as it is right now, this one is actually described as you're part of them, Wakili.
Don't go like that.
No. They were faceless, leaderless, and all
they
that.
were not faceless. They were not leaderless. That is what they said. But we know that this was a young person's struggle.
And that is why the
don't
politicians...
have to have the specific people...
Just a minute. And that is why the politicians now hijacked, because they realized there was no leadership.
I was building a history from what Bosiri is saying. That we have a culture of hijacking. And I'm saying that the young people who are called the Mau Mau, who are in the bushes struggling for independence, never saw the fruits of independence. And I'm saying the young people who, some of them died and some of them, you know, what they're talking about, in the classroom, what we're talking about, 7 years in medical school and there's no job. 5 years at law schools and there's no job. But we cannot blame the young people. What we need to do, we don't need their leadership. We just need to hear what they're saying and do them. Opulence in government. Why will government officials be flying every time, having 7 billion on just logistics, somebody flying on a chopper, in a country where people cannot get medicine? Why do we have a 4.8 trillion budget and still there's no medicine in public hospitals? Why do we have fertilizer that is subsidized from 5,000 shillings to, from 7,000 shillings to 2,500, but people cannot still afford it? You don't have seeds. It is useless, a budget. A budget should be telling us no tax exemption, zero rated. We don't understand those things. What we are saying is, can we see the price of foodstuffs come down? Can we see the opulence that is in government stopped? Can we see people, the wastage that we see in government stop? Because there's wastage. Why do we use billions of shillings to do nothing in government? That is what they're asking. That all should be discussed. That all should be conversation. Looking for the Gen Z leadership, it's meaningless. Looking for blaming them on what they raised pertinent questions. Were these questions addressed? Are these questions are being addressed today? Is our budget that we read the other day realistic budget? Does it address issues that they addressed yesterday? Do we have to have a representation of almost 400 parliamentarians doing nothing? Do we have a parliament this time round? Last year, the youth went to parliament because parliament was not doing the right thing. Do you know what happened to finance bill this year? 180, almost 168 parliamentarians did not participate. Yes. People who earn 1 million shillings, the highly paid
in the world.
In the world. We pay our politicians so much to do their work on a very important day when a finance bill is being discussed. 160 parliamentarians do not participate. Okay. These people should go home. Parliament should still just go home because you're not doing your work. Your work is when the finance bill, the most important discussion in parliament is finance bill, because it is how our government takes money from the people and manage the system, manage our country. But if that day you miss parliament and 160 of you, and we pay you 1 million shillings every day to do that work, then we don't even need that parliament. And the problem that the Gen Zs were raising, it's even worse now that they're not even attending.
There is the bunch of the legislators, the parliamentarians that missed on the vote. I don't find them to be any different with those that voted no, and those that voted no did not even understand why they were voting no. They are almost same. It's a difference without a distinction, because a majority of those that voted no, when they were given a chance or an opportunity to, debate and distinguish between what provision in the finance bill they find to be uncomfortable with the people, what it does, its repercussions, most of them were lost. They could not even point a finger at the particular provision that was offending them. So, to me, and this is my very honest assessment, I could differ with someone else will differ with what I'm saying, but I don't see any difference with the people who voted no for the finance bill and they did not understand in full flavor the contents of that bill, and the people who opted to abscond the vote. Because we have members of parliament, I have tried to understand the contents of that bill, and I can tell you for a fact, some people were just rising on their feet for the purpose of just, playing to the gallery.
For the content?
For the content.
Content creation?
Yes. My member of parliament is just one of them. Who
is a member of parliament?
No, he's just another, gentleman.
Victor, I think it's important.
we need, you know, let me just close by saying, I know we just need to surrender the floor also for Senior. But the truth of the matter is, we just need to reflect very deeply about the quality of the people we are sending to that parliament. We are discussing very serious issues, matters that touch on our lives. I have seen, and there was a clarification that was given by the president yesterday as he was ascending to the bill. There was a misinformation that was propagated, sold, and I think most of us bought it, that certain proposals in that bill touched on amendments to law, on land, so that it metamorphosized our freehold land into leasehold land. The truth of the matter, that proposal was first floated in the finance bill of the year 2024. When it failed, after the president opted now to reject it altogether, after, you know, he was given, the bill was sent to him pursuant to Article 115, and then he forwarded it back with reject the whole finance bill of the year 2024. The truth of the matter is that later on in that year, Parliament, in their, you know, in their large numbers, decided to pass a law called the National Rating Act. The National Rating Act of the year 2024 is what now came to do what we had rejected in the finance bill of the year 2024. I am actually in court challenging that act of Parliament as we speak before my Lord, my Lady Justice Patricia Nyaundi here in Nairobi. Before, it was before my Lord Justice Bahati Mwamuye, and then it was transferred to Kiambu. So the truth of the matter is this. Some of these loud mouths that we and in Parliament are the ones who put us in this trouble. Yet they are trying to remake and rechange their image so that we do not realize the hyenas that they are.
Okay. And the question is, which I get you, Wakili, but then 2024, there was a message.
Yes.
Is that message still clear? Is it still active? Because I'm asking this question, when you talk of Sabasaba, there was a reason. Repeal of 602A.
Yes.
Here we are. The space we are enjoying was because of that particular day, commemorated. But is the voice of 25th of June 2024 still active?
I mean,
you will answer that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think it really, the voice is active. The voice is active in the sense that even when they tried to dodge, you know, one of the most difficult things that I find incomprehensible is how you can run away from your legislative duty and hope that you will be forgiven, that you are not part of a process. Those 187 MPs today who did not show up in Parliament, for me, they are the enemy of the country. They are the people who failed to do. In fact, somebody should go and dock their salary for this month. They should be left without salary because they never worked. They never worked for the Kenyans.
Senior.
And they did not work. And then what was so appalling is that the illiteracy, the responses that I had on the floor of the House, it was just political posturing. I also spoke. That's what's it. That is what I call about the dishonesty way in which we engage as a country. But having said that, I think it is important as a country to carry the conversation and context it by what Mwalimu Oscar said. We don't have to personalize these things. There are issues that we have to respond to it. What are the issues? We need a conversation. There's unemployment. How do we respond to it? And this is exactly what we need to do as a country, everybody across the political divide, that we have ceded a lot of our thinking, our feeling to a clique of people. And in a way, it is asking us, what do we stand for as a society? Because we constantly begin to point fingers at the top, but fail to point fingers at ourselves. Who do we elect? What do we expect of them? Why do I stand on the road to be given money so that I can vote for you? What does our vote mean? I think for me, the 25th, tomorrow, should be an interrogation of what does our vote, what does our sovereignty mean to us? The rights that we have got, how do we appreciate them in the context that we have had a discussion? We have the space of the Bill of Rights and what are the aspirations of a country. We, the people, it's about us, the people. It's not about individuals. A collective psych and discussion that we have to talk about across all sectors, so that tomorrow is not a day of confrontation. When you get into confrontational mood, then you lose sight of the issues. They get swept under the carpet. The bloodshed, people think of the more emotive issues and begin to take take leave of their senses to begin. Tomorrow we have to talk about what is the issue of youth unemployment. Where do we want to go here? What is political representation? What does my vote mean?
Yeah.
As opposed to electing people and then saying this. This for me is the conversation that we need to carry. We have the rights. How do we begin to embrace and enjoy them going forward in a more engaging, a more reasoned, instead of shouting and the posturing that happens from family level. Even when you're talking about Gen Zs, we have also failed at a parenting level. So do we guide them? Do we give them the ethos, the ideals and ideologies that will shape them into a better tomorrow?
Now that is the question I asked. How can the government enhance and support the Gen Z so that this day has a different shape and meaning, not tear gas, running battles and people losing their lives?
The government will take advantage of doing some of these things and continue repressing when the revolution gets hijacked.
Yes, true.
It's, you know, when you go, you know very well, Brazilian, that non-violence has worked for Mahatma Gandhi, worked for Nelson Mandela, worked for Junior in America, Martin Luther King Jr. Non-violence, because the oppressive state has the monopoly to use violence. The monopoly, the institution that has monopoly to use violence is the state. So if you go violent against the state, they will always win because they have the weapons of violence and they have the legal way of using violence. So when we have conversations like whatever is talking about, but these conversations can never be led by part of the oppressors, by part of the people who pretend, who go and hide behind, like for example, make it impactful. Sabasaba were made impactful when people came out and voted in 2002 against KANU. That was the day in 2002, they voted in 2002 against KANU now and throwing KANU back, especially so that we have a democratically elected government in Kenya, and we stop about the one party ruling KANU, Jogo, you remember those days?
Yes.
When everything was Jogo and the voice of reason was only one. Yeye ni mkulima namba moja, mwalimu namba moja, mwanafunzi namba moja. That was Moi. And killing this one was impacted after those Sabasaba rallies. The impact, the day of reckoning was 29th December 2002, when now the entire country came out and voted no to the regime.
Yes.
After 2 years again, when we voted for a referendum, again an impactful day. Because you see, the public opinion is measured every day, but voter behavior can only be measured once in 5 years' time. So we wanted, like for example, when the young people again came up with Nico Kadi, again it was hijacked. When I saw Nico Kadi, it was going all over, it was going viral. Then I saw Gachagua again and his people branding their vehicles Nico Kadi. So again, they have hijacked again, but that was supposed to give the young people their initiative. Let them do it. Let them do Nico Kadi and let they impact that one when it comes to the vote. The difference between Kenya and South Africa, and I told you, Steve Biko and the rest sustained the struggle against apartheid even after the 1976 revolution.
Do you know something about this, Oscar? Anytime you give an example, you name a personality, you name someone. Yes. But in Kenya, who do you name when you talk about Gen Z?
What I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is
who do you name?
It is different because the thing is that the overbearing political people who have been there for time. I'm personally running for Senate in Siaya in 2027.
Good job.
Yes. But now I'm running against Dr. Buru, who was a councillor in 1974. So he's been in the system for far too long, holding the system, plus the power, plus the money, plus... It's a hard, difficult ceiling to hit. And that is the problem of the young people. Even, for example, the party ODM, you know, is an old man's party, and now the young people inside there, the people, I remember if you're talking about the Jains, there was also Mark Oure and the rest. He's been forced to be consumed in the system that exists because that system has existed for far too long, and people will vote Orengo or Oburu or, for example, the names they know because of they've been there far too long.
There's something they stand for.
So hitting that one and getting Wakili to get into parliament is a big problem because of the overbearing system, the people who own the system, the people who own capital, the people who've been there for long, they know the system, the way the system works, and they don't even allow even democracy within the political parties.
Yes.
Because we must start by democratizing political parties. We know that Wakili can go and contest his constituency and win in a political party that is popular in his area. It is not possible. We get those ones, but one out of 400 MPs, you find only 10 were from the proletariat. The remaining 90% were people who are part and parcel of this thing, who know how the state works, who does business with the state. For example, now to revitalize, I was talking to a border rider the other day, and he's telling me that the motorbike he uses, which is electric motorbike, he's bought it for 250. And I was shocked that he told me that nobody in Kenya still owns those ones. I asked him why. That all these are on loans. They are owned by a system, and they cannot work out of Nairobi because the system does not even allow, because the government does not deteriorate. And also some of these things, to empower those young people, you have to do some. But when the system is held by people who own capital and control capital, they even control the political narrative. So everything they hijack, and you see these people live in Karen, and Gachagua, Ruto, Kalonzo, Matiang'i. I think these are neighborhood, the Karen is neighborhood.
So that's what I'm asking. So now, this is very interesting. So what can we, assume we're all in class, and we would want to assist Wakili, because he was part of the demonstrations. How can we help him so that he can make better that day, moving forward for the next 30, 36, 50 years, the way it's supposed to be? How can they sustain? Because the question I asked, is that voice still active? I asked you, Akili, is that reason the voice as to why 2024, whatever happened, that was unprecedented?
Yes.
Is it still active? And the momentum to keep it going, is it still there as well?
Well, in my very honest assessment and view, I think the voice is still active. Sure, it is the more reason. It is the more reason we keep discussing about it.
Yeah.
People are
I don't know why when we start, the director said that we need to take a break.
Right now.
Okay, it's just a quick break. This is part of the system, Oscar. Right?
The strange.
I hijack his sentiments.
It's called the straight-jacketed system.
Exactly. So this is part of the system. We'll be right back.
It's where I come from. Oburu has been there for 60 years.
He is not my boyfriend.
Baby, bado uko in bad mood za moment.
Hey!
8.2 million sio shilingi mbili bana. I'm in no mood to receive bad news.
What do you mean you have bad news? Mark, you had one job and one job only.
I'll make you go down. Umenisikia? Wilailo, act as if everything was as before.
Nothing is as it was before now, is it? What are you toasting to? I know nothing.
Hey. Mark alikuambia nini kuhusu container yangu? Cheers.
Kwenye Mkulima wiki hii tunaangazia kilimo cha miti dawa.
Ukulima ni kitu nzuri. Watu wanasemanga ni ngumu, lakini hakuna kitu rahisi kwa hii maisha. Kila kitu ni ngumu. Kama unapenda ukulima, ingia roho moja, ingia roho juu, kuja ukiwa tayari kufanya kazi na utapata, ukivuna utapata pesa zako.
Ungana nasi Jumamosi saa 10:30 hapa KBC Channel 1 kwa mseto kamili wa kilimo.
All right, welcome back. Okay, to the final tail end of this discussion. I'm still with Oscar Mondi, who is political analyst. He's also University Don. Shadrack Komboyi, advocate of the High Court, and senior Ken Bosiri, who is a training and consulting editor. So, Wakili, coming back to you again. The guillotine keeps on falling on you.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. The question that you posed, so that, of course, we keep the viewers and the listeners at breast with whatever that is happening here, is whether the voice of the youth, as it were in the year 2024, is still active.
Yes.
And I believe, in my very honest assessment and view, is that that voice is still active. I think it's the more reason we are discussing about it. Today's headlines and articles in the newspapers are just strewn with writings about the June 25th. That is tomorrow. What we should do. Frederick Okango, the former, I think, SG of KANU, has spoken so much about we should honor, treat the memories with dignity and respect for the rule of law. For our friends did not die to create room for lawlessness. We did not die so that every time we have the commemoration, then we have destruction of property, we have the loss of lives. No. The men and the women that died, the gentlemen that died, some of them were even Maseno school, old boys, people we went to school with together. Some of these people that died, they died for some cause. They died as they were calling out for political accountability. I mean, how to keep these memories alive is this. On a number of occasions I go to church. I go to different churches, trying to educate people on the dangers of having very uninformed or misled or misleading politicians representing us in parliament, in assemblies. So, and every time I go there, there is usually the insistence that we should be praying for leaders. We pray for the president, we pray for his cabinet, we pray for MPs, we pray for governors. The view I hold that I think time is nigh for us also to be praying for the people. The people should be praying for themselves. Because this problem has a genesis. The genesis of the problem that we have, that is electing representatives that do not speak to our wishes. And that is what informs what happened in the year 2024. We had representatives that did not speak to our wishes. They spoke to someone else's wishes. And this situation is what now has gotten us to where we are. So it is important that we reflect on the genesis of the problem. The genesis of the problem is we the people who continue to make up or to make decisions based on our immediate needs. Probably if you are hungry, you just need some tokenism from a leader. On Sunday, we had a boxing tournament at the Ngong bus park, within Kajiado North constituency.
Yes.
Because the people of Kajiado North constituency have given me that mandate to lead them because we are leaderless. So, as their representatives, we organized a boxing tournament. This tournament was meant to bring together the community so that we will sensitize them on the need of having peaceable demonstrations. For far too long, my constituency has enjoyed tranquility. It's up until the year 2024, when our current member of parliament, did what he did against the wishes of the people, that we have seen or we saw, young men and the community going to the streets, demonstrating. Last year we had a commemoration. I led a commemoration last year within the constituency, and I took to his office, I gifted him with a coffin, just to remind him, that he caused the death of a gentleman called Kennedy Onyango, and he has resulted to the loss of so many lives. In fact, as we speak, I am still in touch with so many people who are meant to benefit from the compensation that the government is offering of the people that died during that period of time and even after. So I took this coffin to him, just so that he can keep it together with his certificates.
It's a gift.
It's a gift. It's a gift.
This is
You know,
what I'm talking about. Non-violence works
it's
better.
non-violent.
Oh yeah, it's
It's non-violent. You know, I had a petition. I wanted to give it to him, but I realized that they don't read. You have seen what happened in the parliament just the other day. They are just debating over the emptiness, from the emptiness of their head. So it is important that every time, over and above probably written things that we are giving to our leaders, it's important to always demonstrate. I have seen very good work being done by our newspapers, by the use of caricatures, you know, the cartoons, to express what the political scene is as we speak.
Yeah.
Because our leaders do not have time, or not even time. I think it's the competence to read and understand lengthy
It's what
documents.
you say that a leaderless movement can sustain their voice for the next 30, 50 years. And, you know, Steve Biko, Martin Luther Jr., they have a name to whatever they stood for. But my question is, that leaderless group, can they sustain that? Because who is going to... Because at the end of the day, you have to stand for something, be known for something. When you see, for example, Governor James Orengo right now, when you talk about Matiba right now, if he would come back to life, you still ask him the same question, the Shikukus of this world, you still ask him the question, what happened on that day on 1990?
Thanks a lot. Wakili, you have a morbid sense of gift. A coffin can be a gift.
That's so scary.
Very morbid, but very effective as well.
Yes.
Yeah, but the message
you went and bargained for it and say, this is the best color, this is the best size.
So what I wanted to say, Victor, is this.
Okay.
The whole process is about our propensity to hijack things, our love to be hijacked.
Yes.
This is really what bothers me, that each time we are ready for anything, when we are just about to get what we get, we allow ourselves, we sell ourselves cheap and get hijacked. And we are happy to be hijacked. We are happy to be ransomed by these people who we are calling now the leaders, upon who we kind of cede our personality and our aspirations to. And they have known our vulnerability points. And for me, when you asked about 25th, what do we do? The conversation that we have had Kenya as a country has been continuous. And right from the inception, sometimes I believe that Kenya never quite got independence.
Yes.
The construction of the colonial state has remained the same. We have only had players changing in terms of color and in terms of time, space. Time, space, and characters. But the script is the same. So what the Gen Zs are going to be part of the script unless we take a very radical step and say, what do we ideologically ground our own aspirations? The personalities find points of expression. Biko was not just a Biko. Biko was an ideal. Do we have a person who is ready to take the ideal in this country? I'm sorry to say, very many of the people that we could capitalize our ideals on are too quick, because they know the DNA that we love is that we are vulnerable to be used. And each time the country has to learn what we call an element of dialogue, an element of self-discussion and introspection. From the 90s, when the country was, confrontation was the out of the day in terms of constitutionalism, fight for the new constitution. And we realized that if we did not have an election in 97, we would probably not manage to go through the process of getting that. People stepped back and did what we call some brokering, what was called inter-party, IPPG.
Right.
It allowed us to have a valve of discussion. Well, it might have served certain short-term interests, but then the people got involved in it. What was their motivation getting into this space? Their space was also to be part of the gravity train. And this has been the problem, the construction of a country that you get into a space not because you want change, you want to be a catalyst, but you want to be part of the process that gets these things. So for us, I think, is to begin to have the populations in what I see in now, Bunge la Wananchi. Who controls the narrative in those Bunge la Wananchi? People are beginning to have a discussion. And this is what the Gen Zs were saying, that let's have a discussion. And this discussion has to be led. It has to be anchored on certain ideas. What do we need? Economic rights. How do we enjoy them? How do we spur production? We cannot talk about taxation. We cannot talk about a welfare state that is also very weak on production.
Yes.
What is our work ethic in terms of production? If we want this money to come, are we working hard to produce the money so that when we are taxed, we can talk about taxation and representation? Are we living on people's money?
Yeah.
Are we budgeting like the budget, the 4.8 trillion? Is it our money that we have produced from our sweat? Very few of us. Are we people who are willing to say we are accountable, I want to pay my taxes, I want to do this, and be open for scrutiny? We are not. This is the dishonest that we have to begin to use our 25th today to examine and review and introspect on our body politic, social, economic politic, and our ethos as a society, beginning to say, when I stand there to take my vote, what do I want this vote to do for me? Do I want to use my vote so that somebody can give me money as a bribe?
Yes.
Can buy for me go on your thing?
Yeah, go on your Okay, but so just want to I want us to come now. We're starting to land now, slowly descending to the runway. So tomorrow, moving forward, I want us to change this script to a little bit, to sanitize it, so that we are privileged to have the likes of Wakili here, who can actually have some good purpose and petition Parliament and have their voices heard, organize for some kind of whatever it is. Let's talk about governance and accountability questions, which the Gen Z stood for in 2024 about the finance bill. So how can they make it more palatable, non-violent?
I think from what Posire talks about, that as we are susceptible to being hijacked, and because we don't have what you call political consciousness and ideology.
Yeah.
Ideology died, Jaramogi and all this, the ideologies that these guys hold, and you know who won. The capitalists won, Mboya and Kenyatta. The capital, so we went capital, and it has been like that. So it has even made our politics very, very expensive because it is controlled by capital.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only problem that young people have into ascending into power, you're asking about lack of leadership. Why did they lose leadership? Tomorrow, you won't see Wakili and his friends going to the streets and leading this process again.
Will you be there, Wakili?
You won't see, he won't be there.
Yes. You can never deny
he
or accept.
He won't be there as the leadership of this thing. He won't be there as the leadership of these things. We had, by that time, the names that we had, Victor, we had Morara, we had Marco Ure trying to lead, we had even Okiya Mtata, who is an ideologue on some of these things. Now, Okiya Mtata is going to court. Okiya Mtata has noticed that in our budget, 100 billion has been budgeted for other things. 100 billion for what? Other things. Those other things are not indicated. That is illegal. The budget must always address to issues. Specifics that, according to our constitution, the budget must be that we are budgeting 100 billion for building hospital, for doing this. But there's nothing, there's not allowed in the law that you can budget 100 billion for other things. That is not acceptable. But I'm saying, why did we lose these names that you're talking about? It is because of capital. It's because of capital, because logistically, you want to be in this space and you want to be in this space and you want to do this and this and this. And politics has been made so expensive. Currently, Victor, to be the chairman of a welfare group in your village, you're the chairman, know that most of the funerals that are going to happen in that village, you will be funding them as the chairman of that welfare group. So it becomes very expensive to be able to maintain, because we went so much capital against what? Ideology.
Yeah.
So people who stand for ideology are always center back, and you will be told, if you go to we go to campaign and we told that, Oscar, your police are very good, we listen to you, but tupe kitu kidogo. So when it comes to like that means that the only person, and I always tell you, and I always tell my voters, that if you see somebody lining 1,000 people and giving them 5,000 shillings, it is stolen money. Nobody is going to work hard and get money and give it for free. If you see people giving out this type of money, most of it is stolen money from you. But see, for them to get that, to link that one, it's so difficult for our people, because the more oppressed they are, the more silly also they become, because they lose meaning of themselves.
Yeah.
And this is what brings to even the leadership of this thing. the Bunge la Wananchi, these are good spaces where people discuss a lot of things. But you see, the Bunge la Wananchi also, they are hijacked and infiltrated. I don't know who controls Jacaranda. I don't know who controls Bunge la Wananchi at Jivanji. But they are also hijacked because if you go to those Bunge la Wananchi, now what are they discussing? Are you one term or two term? You know, the one term and two term is the most useless discussion that we have today. And it is intentional to make us forget about the real issues that are affecting us. And what I'm saying, when I saw somebody going to Bunge la Wananchi to discuss about excess duty and zero rated, I'm saying, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
These people want to know, how does your budget affect the existence of medicines in their public hospitals? How does it affect that they don't have to pay so much to send their children to grade 10? How does that budget, is it realistic? We want realistic issues. Yes. Long time ago, Boshire will tell you, we knew that when the budget is being read tomorrow, people were waiting. Yes. It was a conversation of the budget.
Yeah, I remember, yes.
Yes, you remember that one. True. Even shops used to close on budget day because they're hoarding things. You remember those days? Yes. But today, people don't understand it. It is so complex for the local people, and it doesn't reflect directly. Whatever Wakil is talking about, like, for example, even myself are sitting here. I don't know about this land issue that was discussed in 2024 that was put again under the carpet in 2025 or 2026 budget, 2024 then again brought up. So what happens is that we don't break it down to the people, and the people feel that it is meaningless. And the discussions about ideology becomes meaningless because they don't know where because the entire thing is chaos.
Thank you.
What happens is the people in power and the people in opposition are all the same, and that is why they can never have ideology. And that is why President Ruto is very easy to say. What to opposition on one agenda? Because what is it? Gachagua was with William and Kalonzo, and Matiang'i was there. And what did they say? What did they say about Dr. Fred Matiang'i? Anytime he opens his mouth, they tell him, you don't remember the Yala thing. And you see, because you've been part of the establishment and an oppressive state.
So for the next 6 minutes, I want us to do this as we've come to a close. So then, how do we make it better? Can the country regain our moral accountability when it comes to protests, so that tomorrow we can see certain institutions also supporting the Gen Z to bring some sense in them that yes, demonstrations, Wakilis, you also demonstrate, the legal fraternity, you also demonstrate. Yes. And there is a process, there's a way you do it peacefully because you understand what it means to be there. So can we just tell these people, Senior, let me start with you, Wakili, that even tomorrow, whatever is happening, and in the years to come, if it will be there, that we have to make it clean?
Well, Victor, I think you see we've bastardized demonstrations.
Yeah.
Demonstrations are constitutional. In fact, demonstrations should be seen as a panacea to the lack of accountability in our leadership. You know, in this country, we have trivialized leadership. We have not taken leadership to be a very serious issue. We don't understand that we rise and fall based on the leadership of the day. So that if you have a bad leader, if we do not have proper legislators, then it means we will not have medicine, the prices of unga will be high, you will not be able to afford the little luxuries of life. So up until a time when we stop trivializing leadership, we will continue suffering. And that is the reality that the people who are watching us at home need to understand. When we have made our leadership about, one term, two term, we have made our leadership to be about which political party do you come from.
The binaries.
Yeah. You know, I go around the constituency and someone, after I have spoken, I have said so much, someone asks me, which political party do you come from? I actually turn to them and tell them that you are the problem why we will not even heal from the diseases that we are suffering from. Does it even matter which political party I'm coming from? The more reason you see people hopping from one political party is because of that, thinking. And that thinking is what is generating the problems we are having.
Yeah.
Someone will mess you. In the year 2024, will pass a bill. The bill will lead to the death and destruction of property. Then this person will metamorphosize himself into another political party and say, I am not from that party, I am from this party. So you now want to kill everything and anything being said by anybody who is coming from that other political party. So what we just need to do as a people, we just need to be serious about leadership. Let us think very deeply about the quality of the people we are sending to these positions of influence. We do not have to hoard. You know, we are selling leadership. I mean, you see, Oscar has mentioned, we line people. You know, the MP will have people sit in a forum. After the meeting, you will be giving people 50 shillings. My MP is not very generous, so he gives people very small money. So 50 shillings, 50 shillings. So this 50 shillings does not help, because we have a problem with accountability. When you go to the Auditor General's report of what became of our NGCDF come the year 2023 to 2024, 2024 to 2025, there has been a lot of misuse of resources.
Yes.
We have about 40-30 million shillings that cannot be accounted for. Then we are wondering, why do we have certain projects not moving on? Why do we have exaggerated projects? You have like a pit latrine toilet. A toilet, that one is for do. You know that do?
Yeah.
That pit latrine toilet. It's costing about 1 million shillings. Why would a pit latrine toilet cost 1 million shillings and you do not even have, you know, it is not properly made. It's just made of iron sheets and some concrete walls.
Yes. All right.
So it's important that people back at home take leadership seriously. They will continue suffering up until when they will get their senses right.
My question, is there hope?
Hope cannot be lost. We are a living, you know, people. If we lose hope, then we are dead.
Thank you.
So, so long as we are alive, we must continue hoping against hope. But at some point, through this thicket, we will just get the light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay. Let me come to Oscar before we come to you, Sina. There's a reason why. Okay. Go ahead.
Tomorrow, if you ask me, there is hope. There will be fear. You know, for example, terrorists. When you see them holding people at Westgate for hours, they don't want to see many people dead. They want to see many cameras stuck together. So tomorrow there will be fear. People will not come to work, most of the people. Number two, the thieves and all these robbers will take advantage because of breakdown of lawlessness. Number three, the problem that will happen probably tomorrow, if the real demonstrators, the genuine demonstrators, don't come in their large numbers, the police might be able to get time to control that lawlessness. But again, we might again end up losing the conversation that we're supposed to have. That's the conversation I was talking about, austerity measures that were supposed to be taken, wastage in government that is supposed to be there, opulence that is there that we've seen still, which were part and parcel of the things that Gen Z wrote in 2025.
Yeah.
That was supposed to change. That because we have 4.8 trillion budget, we still have to do 1.5 trillion on loans. We need to stop the loans. We need to have that conversation to deal with our debt. Those conversations, we need to have them. But now, tomorrow we're supposed to mark that one. We might not be able to mark that one, and we might lose that conversation.
And that's the question we're asking. That's the question why we are having this discussion, so that can we make it better? So that we don't lose the discussion, that whatever happened in 2024 can be sustained long haul. That in the next 10 years, we're talking about the finance bill. You know, when you talk about a budget that affects a nation, it touches all of us here.
Yeah.
So if that conversation is not lost, then it means that every financial year, the government is aware that this is what Wanjiku is talking about. This is what Wanjiku is advocating for.
My last point, my worry is, our budget, still we have to go and borrow another 1.5 trillion to add in the debt that we have. The budget works like this, clearly. We have the KRA can only get 3.2 trillion. Out of this 3.2, 2.4 goes to debt. 1.2 goes to payment, wage bill, the government wage bill. So we have also, already, that is 3.4. The 3.4, and the KRA can only collect 3.2. So our budget is done. So the remaining development work that has to be done through loans. These loans are wearing us down. That should be the budget. We should stop government from taking more loans and be realistic.
Okay, thank you. All right.
I think one of the things that I like about this conversation is that it's calling us to think beyond the sporadic responses to issues and something that has been part of our undoing. First, it's in the interest of the political class to have these confrontations so that the conversation is lost. It's across the board, so that they can then use our vulnerabilities to hijack our feelings.
Yeah.
What do I want to propose? that it is important that tomorrow becomes a day when we go into our various communities, the youth use their knowledge about certain things. For example, can they go to communities and begin to interrogate us from the basics? The MP gets this amount of resources. How has he deployed them? How was this project? It's an audit. We go into our small spaces. For example, I come from Kitutu Church North.
Yeah.
I know there are a lot of resources, but how are they deployed? People, the desperation is there. I want to go and engage people at that point and ask them, how are our resources? So for me, tomorrow will be, first, I find people like Omtata who are going to court now. Yeah. They're in a space where they would have influenced the outcome of that finance bill. They walked away because it's easy for them to come and do political posturing.
Yes.
And tomorrow, we must call out these pretenders. One, if you were elected in a political party and you decided that you are no longer served by those interests, tomorrow, if you are telling us to commemorate, the best commemoration is to resign from that party and say, I no longer agree with the principles, I want to go back, so that we can get back into the fidelity or political fidelity. If I was on UDA, I should now go back. The youth tomorrow should call everybody else. If you have left your party, please go back and seek fresh mandate. That's legal.
Yeah.
Two, who is who? You hold a position. What have you done with these things? And then begin to call out the pretenders and begin to say, one of the things, instead of protesting, like Wakili said, the picketing law is being bastardized. Yeah. Can we for once say that even when I go into the streets, I do not want to injure the rights of other people to do their own things. Follow the law it is, and because you can only fix a law by doing the right thing. And for me, the greatest call tomorrow, if we are to do something, a conversation, is to have a rallying call to ask all the political leaders who have left their original parties to go home. And because so they then can say that we can truly trust you. There is a paradigm shift in the way we do our politics.
Okay.
That's big.
I like this discussion, and there's a reason as why we had to do this. So which means that moving forward, it can be made better for the betterment of this nation. We can have a meaningful conversation, because when you see during Sabasaba Day, there is always a common denominator that every year there is something they stand for. Either there's a petition, they look for something that is affecting the nation, and that's what they do. This what happens. I want us to take a look at the front page of the local daily site. We didn't do that. So what do you have?
I have...
yes. Front page of the Star. What does it say?
Devolution goal in tatters. This is one goal as the counties splash on salaries, trips. For me, that is part of the conversation we need to have. Yes. Audit from that point. This is one of the greatest aspirations of the 20 Constitution.
As the counties splash on salaries and trips.
And that's where we've been betrayed. Yeah. Yes. And the noise that is there does not allow us to concentrate, to ask about this fundamental. Down here, no new taxes, says wrote as the Science Finance Bill 2026.
That was yesterday, basically what we're talking about today. Okay. Oscar, which one do you have? You have deletion. Okay, Wakili, Standard, what do you have on the front page of the Standard?
Gen Z second anniversary, protest anxiety. Tension as the country braces for tomorrow's anniversary protest. Fear, suspicion and political posturing have gripped the nation. From State House to church pulpits, businesses and border stages, anxiety is mounting over what could unfold on a day meant to honor victims of the 2024 Gen Z uprising. Even as President William Ruto's administration promises compensation for families of those killed and assures citizens of their right to protest. Warnings from top security officials, claims of planned disruption and deep mistrust among activists have heightened tension. You read page 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Okay. So basically that is the second anniversary.
Victor, can I say something?
Let's take on the front page of the Daily Nation. First, Oscar.
You see, that is...
read it out.
Okay, the Gen Z protest divide, different script. Ahead of marches planned for tomorrow to commemorate the second anniversary of 2024 anti-finance bill protest, authorities have promised to provide security for families of victims during the procession, but warned of ruthless police crackdown on illegal action intended to disrupt public order. And now DCP leader alleges plot by state-backed goons to unleash terror, blah, blah, blah. But again, what is again here is that there's push for shillings 43,000 school fees increments. And they say that parents will pay more to educate their children in public senior schools if new fee structure proposed by principals adopted by government, extra county schools and blah, blah, blah.
Okay, very good. So let's all agree that Wakili, you'll help us. We are all here that you can go demonstrate, but it has to be peaceful, right? You can do it.
Peaceable.
Yeah, peaceable. I mean, you don't have to. And I'm so sure you'll not even see any police officer confronting you. You'll also support you when you do that. Just go there if you want to sit somewhere, relax, and be peaceful. Ukimaliza, just go back home. Your voice will be heard. Yes,
I'm just going to say part of what you're saying. Everything on this page 1 is about what not ought to happen in the new constitutional dispensation. Devolution is in tatters. Look at when you talk about the gender equity. All these people lying there are men. And yet, we are not interrogating that aspect. What we are saying is, it is time for us to look at how our fidelity to our new constitution. And I said this has to be about accountability, transparency, and fidelity to what we stand as a nation.
And to the rule of law.
Rule of law.
Thank you very much. Wow, what a discussion. That has been a mouth-watering one and quite an insightful one. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for coming. The 3 wise men on the show today. Senior?
You know, Kajiado County was ranked the last when it comes to development. We have a 9% development record. We ranked last. I'm hoping that with our incoming governor, we are hoping one Mr. Katole Mtito will become the governor. Once he becomes the governor of our county, the shambolic...
You have Amboseli National Park.
Yes, it was given back to us.
Why is that
Kajiado County?
You see, the recycling thing is a problem.
Can make it better.
In my county,
yes.
my former governor, Rasanga, wants to be senator.
No. Kato has never been a governor in our county. In fact, the last time he had attempted, he failed. Of course, it was designed that he fails.
Victor,
but now
I want to go into that space and have the conversation myself.
Yes. Let us reclaim back our country.
All right, Benjamin, thank you so much. Senior Ken Bosire, who is a training and consulting editor. Thank you so much, sir, for coming.
Thank you.
Wakili Shada Komboya, asante sana, and continue pushing what you're pushing. Go ahead, and all the best, as well as Oscar Mondi, political analyst. University Don. You said Siaya Manyan. Siaya is looking for you, right?
Yes, the new one. We need to have ideas, ideology. What
Oburu is going for deputy president.
Oburu is going for Senate in Siaya. So I'm going against Dr. Buru and former Governor Rasanga.
All the best.
And we are all going to the spaces where we're going to have conversations at the grassroots.
Thank you.
We're climbing out of Nairobi and going back home.
All right. My name is Victor Lowe. That has been a very good discussion. Thanks sana for watching. And have a good morning. Bye-bye.
Good blocking there. There's a couple of half-hearted appeals. Tell you what, does Wolf lead with the elbow?
They'll take any help of any kind that they'll get at this moment, Keith. Senegal.
I'm not sure where the Norway left back is on his back. I don't see too much contact on him. Yeah, he hasn't lifted his elbow.
Honestly, I'd be really shocked if that was given.
Yeah, I think the right decision to just play on. It does take a little bit of a whack, as I say. Maybe the height difference is the reason for that.
In a world where news is ever-changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first. You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
Come on, how could it possibly be him? No, he's not that handsome.
I'm not asking you. He's the Requiem General of the Union Street. It's said that he's a formidable man with amazing power and low tolerance for weakness.
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with our music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream. All for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
All right, welcome and thank you for staying with us right here on Good Morning Kenya. We now get into the segment that is Woman at the Forefront. And today's conversation is on just breaking the molds and defying the stereotypes that sometimes are put or are set on women. And right here with me on set, we have Charlotte Ondiegochia, and she is a special needs educator. She's a disability advocate. She's also an actress as well as a model. And she's here to just talk to us, let us in on her journey as well as on how she has been able to break the stereotypes that may have come her way. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
It is a pleasure to have you here this morning.
The pleasure is all mine.
And just as I mentioned in the intro, I would love for you to just let us in on your journey. You know, as a special needs educator, and at the same time, you're still a creative on the other side. You are an actress, you are a model as well. So if you can just let me in on that journey.
Okay, let me introduce myself.
For sure.
Again. I am Charlotte Ondiegochia. I am a special needs educator. I am a model, an actress, a disability advocate, and the founder of See Beyond Microcephaly Initiative. This is an organization that is dedicated to create awareness, promote inclusion, and support families that have been affected by microcephaly. I'm also a semi-finalist for the Miss Hot Legs Kenya 2026. Yeah, thank you.
All right. We've gotten to know all that you do. So now if you can just let me in on your journey, as I had asked earlier, in terms of just how have you gotten to be where you are right now, and, you know, just bringing these two careers together.
Yeah. Okay, my journey in modeling started when I was in the university. I was trying modeling for the very first time, and the reward was great. I was crowned the Miss Curvy 2023-2024 at the Kenya Methodist University. So this gave me a bigger picture of myself. I wanted to challenge myself on a bigger stage. So I participated in the Miss Hot Legs Kenya 2026 contesting, and I won the popularity award. For being a special needs educator, it is a career that I have been doing for 4 years now, and it's going on well.
It's going on well for you, and we like that for you. Now, if you can just, if you can get into now when we talk about breaking the molds and defying the stereotypes that are put on us many a times, how does that look like for you practically?
So for that, I would say I don't have to fit in one box as a woman to fit the society's expectation. I can be a model, I can be a special needs educator, I can be a disability advocate, all these at once, and do all of them, because I believe anything that makes me happy and transforms me to the better version of myself, then why not?
Yeah, and I want us to now get into the initiative that you run, and that is the CB on microcephaly. If you can just, first of all, let us in on, what microcephaly is. I know for some people this is the first time they are hearing that word. So what is it, and what about it prompted you to decide, I want to start an initiative for children who are living with that?
Microcephaly, in simple terms, it's a medical condition whereby a baby is born with a smaller head than expected due to abnormal brain development. Usually it's caused by a lot of factors, such as genetic factors, that is the chromosome changes and Down syndrome. We have infections by the mother during pregnancy. We have drug and substance abuse. We have severe malnutrition, and I can mention a few. So I, as a special needs educator with my years in teaching, I came to realize that these families don't really get enough support. And microcephaly is not something that people really speak about, and they're not really ready to speak about it. So I came to form an organization called the CB on Microcephaly to help these children, to support this family and make them being seen, by just creating awareness, making people understand what really this is, and promote a society that has the inclusion, and also support these families that have microcephaly. Because I believe that these kids, they should be seen beyond their challenges or beyond their medical conditions, because they deserve to be valued and dream big.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. And maybe just how do you go about this initiative? How do you go about ensuring that you are creating awareness on microcephaly?
Okay, the initiative just started. I would say it's 3 months old now. Yeah, and for my first step, I did a charity outreach, and for the charity outreach, I just wanted to support families that have been affected by microcephaly. So I had time to visit a disability center, whereby I got to meet kids that have different disabilities. I would mention a few, such as cerebral palsy, autism, and microcephaly. So I just donated some resources to the disability center to make things easier for them. And I'm also working on other charity events coming up this July and August, whereby I'll have a cloth drive. I'll have people or well-wishers donate clothes, so that I'll do it personally, select them, see the best of them, and donate these to these kids. Yeah.
Do you feel like there is a gap, especially when it comes to children living with special needs? And the gap is coming in terms of we do not have enough awareness on some of these conditions. Do you feel like there's a gap? And if there is, how should we all together, come and fill this gap?
There is a gap, because stigma existing itself is a very big gap, and misunderstanding that come with disabilities is also a lot. And these people suffer in silence, because I did my own research, and I could go through the social media accounts, the parents that decided to come out to the world to show that their kids have disabilities. The comment section was really hurting. So it just told me that these people are really suffering in silence, because people are not aware. They do not know what they're really talking about. So creating awareness and letting people know that microcephaly is a medical condition, and it's not a curse. It's just a normal, it's just an abnormal brain development of the child. So doing all this, if we create awareness and let people know that this and this is what happens for someone to have microcephaly or any other disabilities, will really help. Because when people actually know what they are, they tend to be more understanding and compassionate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, just from what you said, like even online, you know, when you get online with the ones that you already are in contact with, this is the parents of the children who are living with this condition. It is unfortunate that we still have the issue of stigma, and you know how that comes out specifically online, because now you are just behind your keyboard or your whatever it is, and you can spew whatever you want to spew. You just talk without minding what this other person is saying. So I feel like it's really time for us to just do away with some of these misconceptions.
Yes.
Because it's unfortunate that in this time and age of social media at the same time, which should also be used positively, and in terms of even receiving information, we still have people who don't understand conditions like this, and you hear misconceptions like what you were saying. You assume that it's a curse and whatnot. You know, so I agree with you that this is something that we should really get into and try to work on. And as you're doing that, maybe who would you like to have on board? You know, who should jump on this?
Everyone. Yeah, everyone. Literally everyone should just jump on board, because the bigger the society, the bigger the impact. So if we all come together and realize and learn what these disabilities are, then it makes it easier for us to be more compassionate and accept others in our own society. Yes.
Are there specific stories that really caught your attention?
Oh, well, I wouldn't mention names, but the story that really touched me was she is a mother of 2 special needs kids, and one of them is suffering from microcephaly, and it's not only microcephaly, but the kid also has cerebral palsy and autism at the same time. You know, this is too much for just one child to handle. And
So this is the initiative that you're going in with, even for the pageantry that you are competing in right now?
Yes.
Okay. Maybe just if you can speak on maybe some of the biggest barriers that you would say you've had to cross along the way.
Wow. So one of the biggest barriers I had to overcome was the need to realize that I don't have to fit in one box. You see, we tend to try and fit into one box because the society expects this or that from a woman. But one of the challenges that I have faced, and I am still facing, is being able to balance my responsibilities when it comes to being a special needs educator, a disability advocate, an actress, and a model. But I came to realize that I have the ability and I can do anything that I really want. So having experienced all this, it's made me realize that I can do better with myself. Yeah.
So you don't really need to choose your passions.
You really don't need to choose
Just
that.
explore
Whatever
all
makes
of
you
them.
happy, do that. Whatever transforms you to the better version of yourself, do that.
Yeah. And these are some of the, you know, the stereotypes that we are trying to break, whereby you're told you should just follow one path. And mainly, specifically as women, this is your path, just follow that, you know. And you're just put into this societal box that you need to fit in, and you can't move either way. You know, so is this something that you're also big on and working towards demystifying?
What I'm really working on right now is trying to do many things as possible with myself at this age. I want to explore everything that I find fun doing. I want to explore things that really transforms me. I want to explore things that builds me to the better version of myself. So whether it be acting or modeling or being a special needs educator or being a disability advocate, I want to do it all. I want to try new things with myself right now.
Have you had people telling you you can't be a teacher, a special needs teacher, and at the same time also be a model? Have you encountered that?
Actually, no, but luckily enough, I've had people support that. I've had people support that, and they're always like, how do you manage all this? You're from school, then you go straight to your acting rehearsals, then I also go to the gym. How do you find time? Let me tell you, if you really have something that you want to do, you'll find time for that. You have to set priorities, and that time will actually come. Yes.
We all have 24 hours. You choose what to do with yours.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I love that, you know, you are allowing yourself to just be everything that you feel you're supposed to be. There's usually misconceptions around models and the modeling industry. Maybe are there some that you would like to speak against or demystify?
Yes. Based on a personal story, I joined Miss Hot Legs Kenya 2026 because I wanted to challenge myself on a bigger stage. I wanted to use my voice for a cause that is very close to my heart, and that is microcephaly. Microcephaly is very personal to me, and the stigma that surrounds individuals living with disabilities and their families are many, and I wanted to use my voice to help stop that stigma. So when it comes to Miss Hot Legs Kenya 2026, being a contestant, I saw this as a big platform to finally start that conversation and have my projects and initiatives to help these families. So what I would say that modeling is not about just beauty pageant. Modeling is a beauty pageant platform that empowers young women to be the better versions of themselves. Young women who can bring impact in their societies, and young women who can actually turn compassion into action and inspire others to do the same. Yeah, so modeling is not just about showcasing yourself or showcasing your talent on stage, but what is the impact that you bring with that crown? Because I believe every crown deserves for you to have a crown, you have to be someone that is willing to carry a load for someone else. Yes, that is what modeling is about, not just running on the runway or
not just the glitz, the glam that we all see at the end of the day.
There are a lot behind it.
Yeah, there's a lot behind it, and I particularly love the fact that, you know, each contestant, when it comes to pageantries, needs to have an initiative maybe that they're, or a project that they are running. And many a times when you get to listen to some of these projects as they're being pitched, you are amazed because they are really, really lovely, amazing projects. I think it was last week, but one we had a beauty queen, and she had represented us in Italy and came back with a crown. And her initiative was also so beautiful in ensuring that we end period poverty and how we can just, you know, do it ourselves, you know, and it's so beautiful to see that. And I love the fact that you are speaking to that as well, to the fact that it's not just about my beauty.
It's not.
There's so much more that I can do.
Yes.
Yeah. So you joining pageantry, was it mainly also because you can be able to now have a bigger voice when you are, you know, probably in a certain competition?
Yes. Joining pageantry was not just about trying new things. It was just about it was a moment of discovery. What can I use with my beauty? How do I stage myself? How do I impact my own society? So that is what I'd say it was all about.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And on that note, we take a break. Don't go too far. We'll be back to continue with this conversation. So stay with us.
Come on, how could it possibly be him? No, he's not that handsome.
I'm not asking you. He's the Requiem General of the Union Street. It's said that he's a formidable man with amazing power and low tolerance for weakness.
他们操控下的傀儡。
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. This is Women at the Forefront, and we are talking about just breaking barriers as women and allowing yourself to do everything that you feel you can do or are able to do. And with me in studio that we've been talking about, having this conversation rather with, is Charlotte. So Charlotte, you know, as we were going for that break, we were just talking about, you know, the fact that we should break the misconceptions, mainly on models, mainly on the pageantry world, and you spoke so well to that. And I want us to get back to children living with disability, because that's also, that's your advocacy, right?
Yes.
So for, you know, for us as a society, all of us, what better support and empowerment can individuals with special needs or living with special needs, or parents with children living with special needs, get to receive?
I would say financial support. It all starts with financial support, because when you're able financially, you're able to provide the right therapy for your children. You're able to provide the basic needs that they need, like food. Some of them need things like diapers and sanitary towels. So with the right financial support, or the enough financial support, everything will definitely be possible. Yeah.
So just whenever we see drives, because there are so many drives, or charity drives here, charity drives there, what you're saying is whenever we come across such, just
send
lend
anything.
a helping hand, in whichever way.
Yeah, there's no amount of help that is small. Yeah, anything goes a long way. Yes.
And you know, I like that you put that. And many a times when you talk about financial support, you don't really need to send the money.
Yeah.
You know, some of these drives, as you say, there's a call for diapers, just bring in diapers. So if you can just buy the diapers
and donate it, it's all fine. Yes, if you can buy food and donate it, it's all fine. If you can offer a therapy session, maybe you say, I'll book a therapy session for this child, it's all fine. Yeah, that's the amount of support that we all need. Yeah.
All right, so for the young people who may be watching this and they feel that pressure to just fit into societal expectations, whichever expectations it may be, what would be your word for them?
My word for them would be, as a young woman, as a young man, you have to believe in yourself. You have to embrace your uniqueness. You have to do not allow the society's limitations define you, and do not try to fit into a box that doesn't define your greatness. You have to use your voice for any cause that matters to you, because your dreams are valid and your uniqueness has that shine. So don't limit yourself. Get your own purpose and go out there to find yourself. Yeah.
Don't lose yourself.
Don't lose yourself. If things get really hard, just take a breath. Breathe in, breathe out, get back to work. Yeah.
And I like that. And you know, we speak so much about the younger people, and even the conversation that was right here on the show earlier before we came in was still more or less on the same, on the younger people of this nation.
Yeah.
And you know, as a young person yourself, do you feel like sometimes you are misjudged?
Well, yes, because some people tend to think that if I am a teacher, then I should stay in class. After class, I go back home, do my own things, wake up again and go back to class. They expect you to stick so much into your professionalism without thinking that you have to explore. You have to do things that really make you be the better version of yourself. So I would say a society doesn't have to try to fit individuals to be in a certain box that they feel so suffocated. Let everyone do whatever they wish to and whatever makes them happy. Yes.
Yeah. As a special needs teacher, maybe is there a difference in teaching? You know, when it comes to, you know, teaching children with special needs and children who do not have any kind of needs. Is there a distinct difference?
Yes, that is where inclusion comes in. And it's not only about being the special needs educator, and this is about now me being part of the acting space. So being part of the creative art space has enabled me develop communication, understanding, creativity, and all that. So I can maybe use these skills, the acting and storytelling skills, to engage my lessons and make them more memorable. Because these children, they learn differently, especially children with special needs. So when you're able to tell a story and make your lessons more accessible to them, they tend to connect with you emotionally. And when students connect with you emotionally, you definitely empower them to be able to express themselves confidently. Because as a teacher, and you have the skills of storytelling and acting, you get to meet your learners at their point of their own understanding. You get to know them, what they really feel like expressing themselves, and it makes them all fun and memorable. Yeah.
Do you actively get to do this?
Yes.
Use your storytelling side, use your, acting side.
Yes.
In this.
Yes. Actually, currently I have a 4-week program running with my student, and that is just to develop soft skills such as self-confidence, communication skills, conversation skills, and all that. So with that, I would have sessions whereby we just act out a situation, whereby you tell your student, let's assume you are a receptionist and I am a guest in your hotel. How do you act this out? Because my aim here is to improve their conversation. How do you improve your first impression when it comes to meeting someone else? So being able to act that out, I'm able to point out the improvements that they can make, the things that they have done great, and it's all fun. Yeah, because it doesn't have to be something that, today we are learning maths, take out your book, let's do math. You do the calculations and the lesson has come to an end. The child will not look forward to that lesson anymore. But when you tell them that tomorrow we'll have another session whereby you'll be acting as a teacher and I'll be acting as your own student, then they'll be looking forward to it. They'll be able to do their own research and tell you, hi, Miss Charlotte, tomorrow, since I'll be acting as a teacher, what really makes you a good teacher? Then she lists them down, and it's all amazing. Yes.
Clearly teaching has evolved over time.
It has.
Yeah, because even with the slogans that we've been hearing online, where people tend to say things like "Mwalimu wa maths hapa ni wapi?" It's so clear that you pick where that is coming from, because maybe the teacher who used to teach them maybe would try to show them that you really, if you're not smart in the sense of being very book smart, then maybe you will amount to nothing.
Yes.
But I like that this is changing. Would you say that this is something that is changing over time, even with the new crop of teachers? Not to say that the older teachers know nothing against that, but just with the new crop of teachers, is this something that you are practically and intentionally working on, in that you allow these children to just be themselves? There are people who are gifted differently. I may not be good in books, but I'm a great footballer.
So what I'd say is that it's really changing, and if I could compare to the time when I was in class as a student, their age, then a lot has really changed, because the upcoming teachers or the current teachers are teachers that really value things that are outside the class, the abilities of the children outside the class, their talents, their abilities, and all that. So actually, my dad is a teacher, and I tend to have attended one of his lessons when I was in high school. And let me tell you, he is a great teacher, but the lessons were just about chemistry. Let's learn about chemistry. What is sodium hydroxide and all that? So it's just the same thing from the first lesson to the last lesson. So I wanted to try something new. Since acting and modeling excites me, since dancing excites me, why wouldn't I make my child or my student do the same, to have that fun and being able to be free during the lessons? So that I would say is the major transformation that is happening in the education system right now.
Yeah. And what would you point to being what is bringing that shift, or what is bringing that change?
Discovery. It's people discovering themselves. Because if I was allowed to know that I could model in school, because if I would be allowed to know that I could be acting, then it will be much easier for me to do whatever I want with my own abilities and talents. So I would say that people are getting exposed. The theater industry is really growing and people are really finding it fun and educative. So that is what I'd say is really transforming the education right now.
Yeah. So even as you work with children who have special needs, is this something that you are distinct about at the same time? And by this I mean, are you distinct in pointing out or figuring out what this child is talented in, what this other child is talented in? Because unfortunately, many a times we don't look beyond the disability.
Yes. So one thing about disabilities, it really affects the child learning in class, maybe when it comes to reading and writing. So this one thing about these children is they are able differently, because you will notice that, yes, the child can't write properly, but this child can definitely dance. So this child cannot read properly, but this child can actually act out properly, you see. So being able to look at these children as abled differently then really helps you as a teacher to identify if they can do this or that. Yes, you have to explore with them, you have to make them try new things and identify their strengths and weaknesses.
What children do you work with or get to teach? Is there a specific age group?
No, currently, but I have worked with teenagers. I've worked with children around 4 to 10 years too. Yes, but most of the time I work with teenagers. Yes.
The 4-week program that you touched on earlier on, is it open? Is it something you do? Is it open for maybe any parent who could be watching and has a child with special needs and would love to get to know more about that?
Yes, definitely. So the 4-week program is organized in a way, we have different sessions in every week, the week 1, week 2, week 3, and week 4. So the first week we could have communication skills. The second week we could have self-advocacy and awareness, public speaking and all that, because when the child has special needs, it's really hard for them to express themselves. Their social skills are a bit low, so engaging them in such activities really help them to express themselves confidently. Yes, so any parent who would wish to have the 4-week program or any 8-week program, depends with the time schedule that you have, it really works, because at the end of this program you'll have assessments. You'll see the improvements out of maybe, let's say, 30 marks. How did the student start? Let's say with 10. And by the end of the program they had 20. That's a very great achievement for the student and you as a teacher, and also as you as a parent. So I would definitely advise any parent or any teacher to have this 4-week program skills to help their children with special needs.
So the program, is it something that is open, or it's only for the institution that you are in right now?
It's open. It's definitely open. It's open. Out there. Yes.
All right. So for maybe a parent who would like to reach out, they can find you maybe on social media?
On social media at Charlotte Ondiegochia on Instagram. Yes.
All right. If there's one thing that you could change, you know, if there's one thing that you could change in terms of how society views people who are different, what would it be? Or maybe 2.
One thing or 2 things I would change is people's perception. People's perception and compassion. I would love a society that is more compassionate, a society that connects with the special needs or people that have been affected with disability emotionally, because when you connect emotionally with people, you get to be more understanding and compassionate. And when it comes to perception really matters. How do you perceive this person? Do you see them as just someone on the wheelchair, or do you see them as someone who is more capable, someone who is supposed to be valued and even dream big. Those are the two things that I would really love to change. Yeah, perception and compassion.
Yeah, and you've actually brought me to my next question, which was on perception. Do you think it's easy, or is it easy to be able to change perceptions? Because as you mentioned, this is something that we should work on. So when it comes to perception, is it something that can be easily changed? Because, you know, with perceptions, it's more or less like a culture. This is how you view things, this is how you perceive things. So it's like your culture. So is it easy to change that?
I would say it's really easy because with perception comes awareness. When someone is aware of what they are really doing, then they would have the right perception of something else. And because misconceptions comes when people really don't know what this or that is all about. But with the right awareness and information, it will really be easier to change someone's perception. Yes, it's about learning. Human nature, we have to learn and see things differently. Yeah.
So it is all doable?
Yes, it's very doable. Especially if people want to. Yes.
So it's all a matter of us taking responsibility.
Exactly.
And intentionally working towards it. Would you say that's the case?
That's it. Yeah.
All right, as we wind up on this conversation, just for someone who's watching us right now, a young lady who's watching us, and they were feeling like they were in a limbo, in the sense of they really didn't know what to stick with, because probably they were taught that you need to have one thing that you are really following and stick to that. So for that young lady who's been able to see you here today and heard that you are a special needs teacher, you are an advocate for disability, and you're also a model and an actress, what would you say to them?
It's high time someone gets out of that box that they're trying to fit in just to meet people's expectations. Yeah, it's high time for them to see themselves differently, and it's high time for them to come out of that box and try new things. If you want to be a special needs educator, go do it. If you want to be an advocate for any disability or any challenges that your society is facing, go do it. If you want to be a dancer, if you want to be anything that you would want to be, just get out of your comfort zone and do it. One thing that I've learned is the important thing with life, as long as you can breathe, you can definitely do anything that you would wish to do. Because with life comes everything. When you have that life, you're able to create life in something else. So don't feel stuck. If things feels overwhelming, you can restructure. You can go back to the drawing board and see what else you can do about it. What makes you happy, do it. What makes you find the better version of yourself, do it. And what makes you a better woman in your society, do it. Do not limit yourself. Yeah.
Absolutely. And for caregivers, you know, of children who are abled differently, what would be your word for them?
They're amazing. They're the most amazing human beings, because it takes more than compassion to do that. It takes more than love to do that. I would say that they're best people because they take their own time, they take their own energy to invest in caregiving, and that's what I would say. Yeah.
All right. Your parting shot, that's your camera. We finish.
Thank you very much for tuning in, and I would love people out there to create a society whereby we value people with disability. We see them as part of us. We see them as people that can dream big. And to any mother or to any child that is affected by microcephaly or any disabilities, you are not alone. And this is a reminder that you're valued and you're seen. I would love also people to follow my Instagram account, Charlotte Ondegochia, to get more, to be more empowered, to follow my initiative organization, and that is See Beyond Microcephaly on Instagram, to be part of this wonderful society that helps people living with microcephaly. And lastly, to follow Miss Hot Legs Kenya 2026, to be part of these women that make impacts in the society. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. It was a pleasure having you on our set this morning.
Thank you.
This is where we end this conversation and get to give way for the National Assembly proceedings. My name is Vivian Degwa. Do enjoy the rest of your viewing. Goodbye.
He is not my boyfriend.
Baby, bado uko in bad mood za mume.
Hey!
8.2 million sio shilingi mbili bana. I'm in no mood to receive bad news.
What do you mean you have bad news? Mark, you had one job and one job only.
I'll make you go down. Umenisikia?
Will I law act as if everything was as before?
Nothing is as it was before now, is it? What are we toasting to? I know nothing.
Eh.
Mark alikuambia nini kuhusu container yangu?
Cheers.
Lights on, volume up. This is where stories come alive. From local drama that hits close to home.
Huyu ni nani? Alinivamia akiwa na vijana wengine wawili. Toka nje. Hii nyumba yako.
Yote ni porojo. To international series everyone's talking about. Stories that pull you in. Characters you won't forget.
Stop complaining and just get out of here. Go now, go.
We turn up the volume with music that moves, showcases rising stars, and bring the beat straight to your living room. And when it's time to talk, we don't hold back.
How is everything going?
Real conversations, big personalities, the issues, the loves, the moment everyone's debating the next day. Every show, every night, different voices, one destination. This is television that feels alive, unpredictable, and missable.
So mimi naitwa Joyce.
Na umeona makazi yako mapya?
I don't think nitakuwa nikiishi kwa hiyo nyumba wamenipatia.
Muliona tu mweke tu mkutano. Hiyo siku ambayo tu Andrew ameweka mkutano wake. Mkaeka Justin kama mgeni wa heshima.
Mimi nina shughuli nyingi za kufanya. Naomba tafadhali uende.
Mbona unaniuliza kuhusu security ya hosi?
Si labda nataka kwenda ku apply job ya kuwa watchman.
Kama sijui kama unajua already client wameka order.
Ni aibu sana kwa Andrew, kwangu mimi na kwa familia yetu. Na mbona Mandy hakuhudhuria?
Umesahau kwamba nilikuwa na nyinyi kama security wa Andrew.
Piga simu huko useme kwamba utachelewa after 1 hour. Kalete kiti.
What if umpate anything anaitisha, at least mwachane as soon as possible na sisi tuanze fresh.
Nikimpa mali hata kidogo ama fedha, atafanya vyovyote vile kunipiga na kuvuruga amani yangu.
Nitagundu
In a world where news is ever changing, staying informed is more important than ever.
Join us every week on News Check, your go-to show for the latest in current affairs, breaking news and in-depth analysis.
A warm welcome to KBC News Check.
From politics to global events, we bring you content that matter to you.
We're not just speaking about the governance and how we want to see it, but want to actually participate.
Get your facts, hear from the experts, and really understand what is happening around you.
We need to change our system first.
You have to do the impossible to make sure the message is home.
Stay ahead, stay informed, stay engaged.
Will these people, everybody agree?
Just listen to me.
Let's give him a chance to clear the air.
Catch News Check every Tuesday and Wednesday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. Only on KBC Channel 1.
To Article 7, Part 3B of the Constitution on the promotion and development of the use of Kenyan Sign Language, also to give effect to Article 54, Sub-Article 1D, to provide for the inclusion of sign language in education curriculum, to provide for the use of sign language in legal proceedings, and for connected purposes. This bill will be considered in the Committee of the Whole House, and it comes at order number 8 in the order paper that is also available on the Parliament of Kenya website, that is parliament.go.ke. It has materials that you can use to keep track of the business of the National Assembly, including the standing orders, the order paper, the upcoming business, the answered as well, votes and proceedings, bills and motions as well. Those are contained in the Parliament of Kenya website, that is www.parliament.go.ke. Yet Order 9 is the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2024. This bill is currently active in the House. The balance of time there is 2 hours 43 minutes, and it's for the second reading. The bill is courtesy of the Honourable Member for Mathare, Honourable Anthony Oluoch. The principal object of this bill is to amend the Penal Code to delete Section 266. The proposed amendment will decriminalize suicide and enable attempted suicide to be seen as a serious problem requiring mental health interventions and not to be treated as a criminal offense. The Honourable Member argues that reducing the global suicide rate by 1/3 by 2030 is a target of both the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the World Health Organization Global Mental Health Action Plan. Various countries have committed to taking measures in this direction. The World Health Organization policy brief on decriminalization of suicide provides that an impediment to meeting this goal is the fact that suicide and suicide attempts remain illegal in at least 23 countries worldwide. Decriminalization of suicide and suicide attempts represents one critical step governments can take in their efforts to prevent suicide. Further, criminalizing suicide will not prevent people from acting on suicidal thoughts. It simply stops them from reaching out and seeking help in times of acute crisis. That is courtesy of the Honourable Member for Mathare, Honourable Anthony Tomoloj, who is the sponsor of this bill, the Penal Code Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2024, that seeks to decriminalize suicide and suicide attempts. At Order 10 is a motion by the Honorable Member Mary Wamaua. It's on sustainable management and valorization of organic waste from avocado processing. That aware that avocado farming and processing activities have expanded rapidly in Kenya, noting that the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics Economic Survey 2024 approximated the national avocado production at 848,100 tons in 2024, up from 633,000 tons in 2023, valued at Kenya shillings 29.5 billion, appreciating that according to the survey, Murang'a County contributed about 200,991 tons of the total production, making it the leading avocado producing county in the country. The member is concerned that avocado processing generates large volumes of organic waste, including environmental degradation, water contamination, and increased greenhouse gas.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
That's the announcement of the arrival of the Speaker. Honorable Farah Maalim will be taking charge of the National Assembly this morning. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with KBC. I will now hand you over for the live broadcast that is also available on YouTube, courtesy of the Parliament of Kenya YouTube channel.
Let's pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trusts in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. I direct that the quorum bell be rung. For 15 minutes. 10 minutes, 10.
The House lacks the requisite quorum to allow business to begin, and so the quorum bell is ringing for 10 minutes to allow members to walk into the chambers and take their rightful places so that business of the National Assembly can begin. But as we wait for that, we'll continue taking a look at the order of business under the motion by the Honorable Member Mary Wamaua on the sustainable management and valorization of organic waste from avocado processing. The member will be asking the House through this motion that it resolves that the national government formulates an avocado waste management and valorization policy to provide for sustainable avocado waste management and valorization, including research, training, and technology transfer to farmers, and provision of processes on modern waste management and valorization practices with the aim of reducing pollution, improving public health, and creating jobs in the avocado-producing regions, and also the promotion of investment and innovation by providing subsidies, incentives, and technical support for waste-to-value initiatives such as biodigesters, biorefineries, and other circular economy solutions. And finally, collaboration mechanisms for the national government, county governments, and private sector partners in sustainable avocado waste management and valorization. That is a motion that will be moved by the Honorable Member Mary Wamaua on the sustainable management and valorization of organic waste from avocado processing. At Order 11 is a bill by the Honorable Member Didmas Barasa. It's on the National Transport and Safety Authority Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2023. The principal object of this bill is to amend the National Transport and Safety Authority Act number 33 of 2012. The amendments seek to introduce a new section which provides for the development of policy guidelines to regulate the fares payable by passengers in the public service vehicles within the country. The new section will ensure that the relevant stakeholders are involved in the process of developing such policy guidelines so as to ensure that there are maximum fees payable by passengers in the public vehicles from one point to another to avoid being subjected to abuse. We are waiting for quorum to be achieved, and the magic number is 50. And so the quorum bell will continue ringing until that number is achieved. At Order 12 is the Employment Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 62 of 2023. This again is by the Honorable Member Didmas Barasa. The principal object of this bill is to amend the provisions of the Employment Act of 2007 to regulate the transfer of employees by employers from one place of work to another. The process and practice of transfer of employees, according to the Honorable Member, has been arbitrary and has been misused to the detriment of employees, especially those in the public service. Transfers have become a tool used by employers to punish certain employees, which contravenes Article 41 of the Constitution on the right to fair labor practices. The bill, therefore, seeks to provide clarity on the modalities of transfer of employees in good faith and in a fair, meritorious, and rational manner that will benefit both the employee and the employer by preventing demoralization, dissatisfaction, and family disintegration and disorientation on the part of employees. That bill is by the Honorable Member Didmas Barasa, and it's in the order of business this morning at Order number 12. At Order 13 is a motion by Honorable Member Rehab Mukami, and it's on mandatory guidance and counseling program in all primary and secondary schools in Kenya, that aware that learners in primary and secondary schools across the country are increasingly exposed to social, psychological, and behavioral challenges, including drug and substance abuse, indiscipline, school unrest, and academic underperformance, noting that there has been a disturbing rise in cases of sexual violence against children, including incidents where minors are abused or killed by individuals known to them, including relatives and caregivers, thereby exposing learners to trauma and long-term psychological harm. Further noting that many learners come from homes affected by domestic violence, family instability, economic hardship, and other social pressures that adversely affect their emotional well-being, safety, and concentration in school. The member is concerned that guidance and services in most primary and secondary schools remain informal, inadequately structured, and under-resourced. with no standardized national framework to ensure professionalism, accountability, and effective delivery, appreciating that structured psychosocial support, life skills training, child protection awareness, and early intervention during formative years are critical in safeguarding learners, strengthening resilience, promoting discipline, and improving academic outcomes. This House, therefore, resolves that the government, through the Minister of Education, introduces a mandatory, structured, and timetabled guidance and counseling program in all public and private primary and secondary schools in Kenya, and also develops and implements a national policy framework providing for the recruitment, accreditation, and deployment of professionally trained school counselors. It also integrates mental health education, child protection awareness, personal safety training, and life skills development into the school curriculum. It also allocates adequate resources to support counseling services in schools. And finally, establishes clear coordination and referral mechanisms between schools, child protection institutions, and relevant government agencies to ensure effective safeguarding of learners. That motion will be moved by Honorable Member Rehab Mukami. We are waiting for the House to achieve the needed quorum. That is Bori Member of Parliament Mugambiri Ndikiri, at Order 14 is a motion by Honorable Gertrude Mbeyu. It's on policy to develop a structured engagement of National Youth Service graduates as security officers in government institutions. That this House resolves that the national government develops and implements a policy framework and guidelines to steer government ministries, departments, agencies on prioritization of engagement of the National Youth Service graduates to provide supplementary security services to public entities, the criteria for determination of a formula for allotment of a quota of provision of security services in public entities to the NYS graduates, and provide security service firms, and modalities for structured recruitment, deployment, and terms of service, including remuneration, training, and career progression for NYS graduates engaged to provide supplementary security to government entities. That motion by Honorable Member Gertrude Mbeyu will come at Order 14. At Order 15 is a bill by Honorable Mukunji Gitonga. It's on Micro and Small Enterprises Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 25 of 2025. The principal object of this bill is to amend the Micro and Small Enterprises Act, Cap 499C, to require the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority to promote the marketing, development, and branding of products and services by the...
Are we good to go? Order, honorable members. Honorable Makilap, when the quorum bell is ringing, you're not allowed to leave the chambers. That's the rule. You can only come in, you can't walk out of the chambers. We're good to go? Okay, proceed. Next.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 24th June 2026, in this morning's sitting. 1. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements for the years ended 30th June 2021, 30th June 2022, 30th June 2023, 30th June 2024, and 30th June 2025, and the certificates therein in respect of the following schools. 1. Tuluet Secondary School, Nakuru County. Inyokoni Secondary School, Makueni County. Kaputiei Secondary School, Kajiado County. Kijabe Boys High School, Kiambu County. 2. Reports of the Auditor General financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2025 and certificates therein in respect of the following schools. Munyu Girls High School, Kiambu County. NEP Girls High School, Garissa County. Nginya Girls High School, Siaya County. Sabunlei Secondary School, Wajir County. Saka Girls Secondary School, Garissa County. Shimba Hill Secondary School, Kwale County. Shimo Latewa School, Mombasa County. Starehe Boys Center and School, Nairobi City County. St. Cecilia Alwar Girls Secondary School, Siaya County. St. Mary's School, Yala Secondary School, Siaya County. Utumishi Boys Academy, Nakuru. Wajir Girls High School, Wajir County. And Wajir High School, Wajir County. I beg to lay, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Next order. Chair Environment. Chair Environment. Yeah.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 24th June 2026. Report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the proposed gazettement of the following specified public forest land. 1. Turbo Forest, Manzini area. 2. Mount Elgon Forest, Chepuk area. And 3. Kakamega Forest, Shiro and Shaviringa area. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairperson, Budget.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 24th June 2026. Report of the Budget and Appropriation Committee on its consideration of the County Allocation of Revenue Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2026. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Yes, Environment.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That taking into consideration the findings of Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining in its report on consideration of petition by the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to variation of boundaries of Talbot Forest, that is Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepuk, phases 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiro / Shaviringa settlement schemes, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 24th June 2026, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 34(5) of the Forest Conservation and Management Act, Cap 385, this House, 1, finds that the petition by the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry relating to the variation of boundaries of the Turbo Forest, Manzini area, Mount Elgon Forest, Chepuk phases 2 and 3, and Kakamega Forest, Shiro / Shaviringa settlement schemes provides sufficient grounds for the variation of the boundaries of the specified public forests, and 2, approves 1, that the boundaries of Turbo Forest be varied by excluding 1,000 241.5 hectares in the Manzini area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of the landless quarters in the Manzini forest block. 2, that the boundaries of Mount Elgon forest be varied by excluding 4,647 hectares in the Chepuk area from the original boundaries of the forest for the settlement of landless squatters in Chepuk phase 2 and 3. And 3, that the boundaries of Kakamega forest be varied by excluding 94.99 hectares at Shiro and 36 hectares at Chaviringa from the original boundaries of the forest as compensation for beneficiaries who surrendered land to government to establish public institutions and government offices. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, Committee of the Whole House.
I call the House to order. We're now on the Committee of the Whole House, the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023. By the Honorables Miri Odhiambo Mabona MP and the Honorable Umul Khair Harun MP, co-sponsors.
Clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, the honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 3, 4, and 5 be part of the bill. Sorry, honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6 be part of the bill. I now put the question that clauses 3, 4, 5, and 6 be part of the bill. Will as many of opinion say aye? Will as many of contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 7.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 7 be part of the bill. Honorable, is it Umul Khair? You have an amendment to the clause 7?
Yes, sir.
Proceed and move your amendment. Where is it? Where is the amendment?
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before clause 6. Clause 7. I beg to move that clause 7 be amended as it appears
on the order paper.
On the order paper.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 7 be amended as it appears in the order paper. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 7 be amended as it appears on the order paper. Will as many have to opinion say aye? Will as many have contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 7 as amended be a part of the bill. As many have to opinion say aye? As many have the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clauses 8 and 9.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clauses 8 and 9 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I put the question that clauses 8 and 9 be part of the bill. As many have the opinion say aye. As many have contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 10.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Honorable members, the Honorable Umul Khair, you're moving an amendment to this bill, to this clause?
Yes.
Proceed.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 10 be deleted. I will be moving an amendment to introduce a new part 2 which seeks to establish the Kenya Sign Language Council.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 10 be deleted. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 10 be deleted. As many of the opinions say aye. As many of the contrary opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 11.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. There's an amendment. Honorable Mulkhair, move the amendment.
I beg to move that clause 11 be deleted. I'll be moving an amendment to introduce a new part which seeks to establish the Kenya Sign Language Council.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 11 be deleted. Honorable members, I put the question that clause 11 be deleted. As many of the opinions say aye. As many of the contrary opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 12.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Honorable mover, you have an amendment, so move the amendment.
I beg to move that the clause. I beg to move that
clause 12 be deleted.
clause 12 be deleted. I will be moving an amendment as well.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 12 be deleted. Honorable members, I put the question now, clause 12 be deleted. As many of the opinions say aye.
Aye.
As many of the contrary opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 13.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 13 be part of the bill.
I beg to move that clause 13 to be deleted.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 13 be deleted. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 13 be deleted. As many of the opinions say aye. As many of the contrary opinions say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 14.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. Honorable members, Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 14 be part of the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. As many of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
As many of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 15.
Honorable members, I propose the question. Honorable Ngusia, and who is the other honorable member who is consulting in loud tones just next to the chair, to the table? Take your seats. Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. There is an amendment, so move the amendment.
I beg to move that clause 15 to be amended. This will be replacing the expression of the word cabinet secretary with the term council.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. As many of the parents say aye. As many of the contrary parents say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 15 be part of the bill as amended. As many of the parents say aye. As many of the contrary parents say nay. The ayes have it.
Clauses 16, 17, 18, and 19.
Honorable members, I propose that clauses 16, 17, 18, and 19 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clauses 16, 17, 18, and 19 be part of the bill. As many of the parents say aye. Aye. As many of the contrary parents say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, before I proceed with the bill, I want to recognize the presence of students from Koitaburot Comprehensive School in Sigawet Koin constituency of Kericho, and students from Athi St. Michael Academy, Juja, Kiambu County, who are in the public gallery. Tell them welcome to Parliament, National Assembly. This is where affairs of this country for the welfare of society and just government of the people are determined. And I will ask the Honorable Kalasinga to say a word of encouragement to the students who are in the public gallery. Call on, Honorable. Can you give the mic to Honorable Kalasinga? MP for Kabuchai. MP for Kabuchai. Yes, behind. That one is not working, so come forward. Yes. Proceed and give a word.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportune moment to welcome the students to this very honorable house. This is a house where laws governing this country are made. This is a place where you can find honorable members sitting and discussing issues. Some of the students benefit from CDF bursaries. This is where we decide how to assist them. I only want to tell them, the Speaker, that while in schools, may they maintain decorum. We spend CDF money to build schools and classes and dormitories. We spend a lot of money for taxpayers' money. We don't want them to burn those buildings. So, Mr. Speaker, that the advice I can throw to them, and thank you for welcoming him back, Mr. Speaker, after leaving this house and ceremoniously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, the Honorable Mary Ann Keitani. There has to be a role for there's a gender balance in this house.
Of course.
Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would wish to welcome the students who have come in to see the proceedings of Parliament. And as you've heard, it's a house of records. It's a house where laws are made, the laws governing this country. It's also a place where we oversight what the executive does. We want to tell the students, today we are here, tomorrow you may be right now you're up there, tomorrow you may be down here making the same laws and making sure the country works. We want to wish you all the best. Work smart, work very hard in school, because the future is yours. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and welcome them to Parliament.
Excellent. Now we're proceeding on with the bill.
New Part 1, a proposal to insert a heading immediately before Clause 1.
I'll call the mover, Honorable Mulkhair.
I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before clause 1.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before clause 1, part 1 preliminary. Now, honorable members, I now put the question that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before clause 1, part 1 preliminary. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q.
The honorable members, mover.
Honorable
Move second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q be now read a second time.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q be now read a second time. Honorable members, I now put the question that clauses. Honorable Kaitari, you want to say something? Proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This particular bill and these particular clauses creating this council is a very noble idea. It's a very good idea on sign language, and it's going to help a lot of our people who actually are not able to use voice as we are doing right now to be able to communicate with the public. And a lot of what they do has not been regulated before, yet they require that service. I think this particular bill has come not just at the right time. It could have come sooner, but this is the best time, and we want to thank the sponsors, Honorable Umu and Honorable Milio Diambo, for thinking about this particular bill and bringing it to Parliament. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I now put the question that clauses, new clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q be now read a second time. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it. Now, I now propose the question that new clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q be part of the bill. I now put the question. The new clauses 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D, 5E, 5F, 5G, 5H, 5J, 5K, 5L, 5M, 5N, 5O, 5P, and 5Q be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinions say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opinions say nay? The ayes have it.
New Part 3, a proposal to insert the following heading before Clause 6. Part 3, access and non-discrimination.
Honorable Molkher.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before Clause 6. Part 3, access and non-discrimination.
I now propose the question that the bill be amended by inserting the following headings immediately before clause 6. Part 3, access and non-discrimination. Anybody? Honorable members, I now put the question that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before clause 6. Part 3, access and non-discrimination. Will as many opinions say aye? Aye. The contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. What's the point of order?
Just to request the honorable member who is making the proposed amendment that for purposes of the record and for enriching the lawmaking process, if she could highlight at least in one line the reason why she would like to make those amendments so that this is able to speak to the public and those also who wish to support. Thank you. You get my question because she's
I get
moving
it. I get it. I'm just wondering at what opportune time did you do it? Because this is a house of rules. You should have raised that earlier.
I, Speaker,
but you
and
didn't.
I also didn't want to interrupt her. I just really so that she may enrich the process with at least a little line to explain the justification.
Okay, fair enough for us not to be seen to be flouting the rules. In the subsequent amendment, you give us an input on exactly how the honorable member wants, or rather how the nation has to be informed on those changes, so that you highlight, you expound, you express more, you demonstrate. Let's not just look technical and say A, B, and the rest, and Kenyans will not be able to understand that. But that's in the subsequent one.
New clause 8A.
Honorable members, honorable member, the mover, move close.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the new clauses 8A and 8B be now read a second time.
Order 8A first.
8.
Move 8A first.
Oh, apologies.
New clause 8A.
I beg to move that the new clause 8A be now read a second time.
Honorable members, the honorable member, explain exactly why you want it to be. And in addition to that, also you expound on the amendment that you made previously, which Honorable Aluoch sought from you for the benefit of Kenyans and members of parliament here.
Thank you, Chair. I also want...
Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. I want to let Honorable Cheng know that I'm still learning the ropes and that this is the first time I'm actually moving a bill with amendments. Of course, I've had my other contributions, so it's good that he encourages me.
At the stage where she is now, Honorable Oluoch, you can also assist in.
So, but to speak to the previous amendments, Honorable Chair, as we are aware, we have so many deaf and users of the sign language. This particular bill being a language bill and not a disability bill, that the previous amendment would be able to assist deaf users follow Yes, the initial amendment that I moved will be able to assist deaf learners in the classroom have comfortable sessions while they are going through the education. As we are currently aware, we have access to education up to the primary level, but we are still struggling at the tertiary level. The bill will be able to ensure that children are taught sign language from the minute they enter the classroom. Kenya recognizing sign language as one of its official languages, just like we teach Swahili and English in the classrooms. Many deaf learners are not able to integrate into society. So that initial amendment will be ensuring that children are able to learn sign language from the minute they join their education up until their completion. That way we're able to eliminate the barriers of communication, because if you look at students in universities, we rarely see deaf learners going through courses like medicine or studying teaching. They are confined currently to just ECD classes, which is offered by the Kenya Institute of Special Education. This particular amendment will be forcing public institutions to provide interpreters at all levels, in the courtrooms, at police stations, especially because we still have cases of gender-based violence even affecting ladies who are deaf. We still have deaf people who are not able to speak to their medical officers at the hospitals. We still have deaf students who are dropping out of school up until immediately they finish their high school. This particular amendment that I moved will be forcing the government to ensure they provide interpreters for the deaf people, whether they're in public spaces or the classrooms. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Alwach, followed by Honorable Millie, I'm coming to you. You are a co-sponsor for this bill. Where have you been?
Yes, and Honorable Speaker, I've been stepping in for Millie to really encourage Umi. And also, she's doing very well.
Alwach, give me a moment. Let me propose the question first, and then you then debate. Honorable members, I propose a question that new clause 8A be now read a second time. Proceed, Honorable Alwach.
Yes, I was just stepping into...
next to you. The mic is next to you.
I was just stepping in to further encourage the Honorable Member, and I was stepping in for Honorable Millie. Honorable Millie is doing a very good job at mentoring the young legislators. And so just to encourage Honorable Umi, that at a time like this, you merely just say one line to support. And I'm happy, Speaker, Chair, you did not interrupt, but one line in 30 seconds just to say the justification would suffice. But she's doing a very good job under the mentorship of Millie. I support the amendment.
The Honorable Marianne Keitani, followed by the Honorable Dikiri, and then we come to the gracious Lady Mabona.
Thank you, thank you. I did not remember Honorable Millie asking Honorable Watch to become the...
No, he was very clear that he's a mentor for Honorable Umi.
No. The part of being a mentor is correct, but as to whether he was holding brief for Honorable Millie, that I do not remember Honorable Millie giving any motion to say Onloch will be holding brief. However, Honorable Chair, the particular clause on the media services is a very good clause that has come to help, especially the people who use sign language, because many media stations are not able, or when they are broadcasting their programs, they don't give the opportunity those people who use sign language to be able to follow the proceedings. This particular clause will make it mandatory for any media station that when they are running their programs to be able to also insert areas where the media or the people who are using sign language can then be able to follow proceedings. This is a very good move, and I support. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
The Honorable Ndikiri.
Thank you. First, let me congratulate the mover of this bill. Mr. Chair, it is not only the media where we need sign interpreters. Even us here, when we are speaking to the community, we need to have somebody here in our screen who is transmitting and trying to interpret what the proceedings of Parliament are. Mr. Chairman, we are also good as members of Parliament because we hold public meetings and public participation, but rarely do we have sign interpreters. This motion and this bill is coming at the end time. And we need to make it, because we will pass it, but we have to implement and ensure that the regulations that we shall put in place, they take cognizance of the fact that we have a growing population of Kenyans who can be categorized as deaf. And the most unfortunate thing is we don't even have the statistics, but it would be amazing to note that we have a high population of deaf in this country. And they should not be left behind by all standards. So the mover, congratulations. This is very important. The forgotten people are now being considered in our new government. I thank you.
Do you wish to be informed by the Honorable, is that Otene Moro?
Yes, my senior brother, yes. He can.
Yeah. What's your information?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Ndikiri is my twin. You can even see from our hair. But I wanted to inform the Honorable Ndikiri so that the nation does not actually think that this parliament is not sensitive, and I'll be supporting the amendment. But whenever the parliamentary broadcast the proceedings in parliament, there is always an interpreter on the screen. So at least that we've taken care of. Secondly, during meetings, and we started this with the public participation bill that actually also focuses on interpretation for those who are unable to discern what is being said. Even during the sessions on public participation, in all the sessions that this parliament undertook nationally, and I was part of the team, we had at least sign language interpreters. So I wanted to say I agree with the Honorable Ndikiri, but the situation is not so bad. As a National Assembly, at least we are trying. Thank you.
The Honorable Ndikiri?
Yes, I quite agree, but the only problem that I have, Mr. Chair, is that we don't know the magnitude of the people who are deaf in this country. I think that is very important to note, because we might assume there are few, but we need somebody to focus and give us the correct statistics, even determined per region, to know the magnitude of the people that we are talking through the sign interpretation. I thank you, my twin, for that. Okay. But I think the most important thing also is the research so that we can know how many Kenyans are deaf that requires this kind of service. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Mabona, and then I come to the, yes, Millie Mabona. Honorable Millie Mabona, yes. Sign language is not one of the official languages in the parliament until such time that there's a legislation.
Mr. Speaker.
Indeed, I'm reminded it is actually. Yes, proceed now.
It is actually a language.
Okay, fair
The only
enough.
challenge, Mr. Speaker, is you can see that there is no member who is following me. Because no member, only, what did I say?
What's your point of order, Honorable Alwat?
What did I say? I said 3 things and you don't know.
Order, Honorable.
You are just trying to guess.
Order, Honorable Alwat, what's your point of order?
I rarely interrupt my whip, but the standing orders require that when you start in a certain language,
you finish
must
with that
conclude.
language.
So may the Honorable Millie Odhiambo conclude in the manner in which she began. Now this being a an official language, please proceed in the manner you started.
Honorable Millie Mabona, you
Mr. Speaker, I've actually communicated, but it doesn't do, you can see.
None of
Mr.
us
Speaker,
knows.
I will go and request that you protect me under Standing Order number 1, which allows you to enable me to speak in a different language, because the rest of the members will not understand what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, I just actually wanted to communicate what this amendment is about. But before I communicate that, I want to just thank Honorable Umi for this bill. She's doing an excellent work for a person who is in Parliament for the very first time. She's actually done some of us very proud. What we don't know is she's actually been given an opportunity to present even in international fora with even former President of Liberia, Helen Sharif Johnson, in a panel where I was supposed to be. I stepped down for her. And she's done us very proud. And I want to say that she's doing very, very well. Mr. Speaker, you were asking where I was, and my apologies have come late as a co-sponsor. She's a primary sponsor of this bill. Mr. Speaker, as you do realize, yesterday we are here with the fisheries bill until very, very late.
Yes, you're right.
And I was moving very many amendments, and my brother is here. I think he has a bit more stamina than me. I'm more of a night owl, so that is my apologies. That's the reason I come.
Okay.
But I just want to say, Mr. Speaker, that what I've actually shown here, proves. This bill, as Umi says correctly, is not a disability bill. It's a mainstreaming bill. It's an empowerment bill. What it seeks to do is the way all of us here speak Swahili and we speak English. We must also speak sign language. I am in the process of learning, and what I just did, which they didn't understand, was to say hello, how are you, thank you. That's the farthest I can go right now. I can't go beyond that. But all of us must be able to know sign language, not only person with disability. Then it becomes a disability bill. I'll finish, Mr. Speaker, by giving an example that one time I was invited by persons with hearing disability to train them on advocacy for legislation when they were coming up with a bill for persons with disability. And because I didn't understand issues of disability then, I decided to go a day in earlier to understand. And when I went, because there were actually people with sight disability. And when I went in, I asked for documents, and I was given Braille, because I didn't have any other document. And I understood what it meant to be disabled. Because in my ability, I was actually the disabled one, because I couldn't read Braille. And it just occurred to me how unfair we are to persons who are differently abled. And it behoves us, as members of parliament, to ensure we mainstream sign language from childhood to university, so that it's not just people who are not who are struggling with the disability that have. I thank you, Honorable Anthony, and my good friend, Honorable Keitany, for holding the fort for me while I was away. I support.
The Honorable Deputy Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I want to, before I declare my unwavering support for these two clauses on telecommunication and media services, that this is very important, very, very important that people of sign language also enjoy evenings with family. You know, many times when the family sits to watch TV, to do many other things, the person who is hard of hearing, is deaf, just looks at other people and says, so what are they saying? But if we introduce programs where we can have closed captioning for the deaf people in sign language, then actually they become part of family. And I think that's a very important thing, Honorable Chair. Chair, I would like to say this in support of what Honorable Millie Mabona has said. We owe it to certain individuals in this country, especially the development of what we call the Kenyan Sign Language. You know, there's a gentleman I met when I was still at university called Okach, and he left this country, went to South Africa, because Kenya at that time never had this kind of development. But he worked so hard to introduce Kenya's, you know, there's sign language and there's Kenya Sign Language. And Okach did a lot of the work. And when he left it to a gentleman called Dr. Jeffwa Mweri, who is at the University of Nairobi, and they set up that center. And I want to really congratulate them for that job. Today, I think this is the happiest moment. If Okach is watching from South Africa, and Dr. Jeffwa Mweri from the University of Nairobi is watching, and the people that work together, and the many young people have put their minds and thoughts and energy to develop Kenyan Sign Language, I think this is a proud moment for them. And we have a duty as Parliament to recognize them and to support them and to ensure we birth a bill on the Kenya Sign Language. Therefore, I want to support the clauses, and also want to congratulate the young lady, Umulher, for the efforts in putting this bill together. And actually, I can see she's struggling, but she's learning, and she's learning very fast. So let's move on. Let's get a bill on the Kenya Sign Language. And today, tomorrow the president ascends it, and we move on as a country. And this is a milestone in the development of languages in this country.
Justice Kemei wants also to weigh in on this. Give him the mic.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity you've given me. First and foremost, Honorable Chair, I want to appreciate the great role the Honorable Millie Odhiambo is doing in mentoring young parliamentarians in this country. Secondly, Honorable Chair, I wish to welcome students from my constituency, from Koitabu Road Comprehensive School, Honorable Speaker, I was in that area yesterday doing public participation as is required of the Constitution. Koita Broad Comprehensive School is a school which is among the top performers in that area of my constituency. They know the names I'll mention. Yesterday, I was in Kapchebwai, I was in Cheptililik, I was also in Chiramor, I was in Kamasega doing public participation. And Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that this is a learning process for them. Let them learn. One day, one time, they'll also be members of parliament and they'll do the legislative work which we do at the moment. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
I now put the question, honorable members, that the new clause 8A be now read a second time. Will everyone appear and say aye? Will everyone contrappear and say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that clause 8A, new clause 8A be part of the bill. I now put the question that new clause 8A be part of the bill. As many have to appear and say aye. As many have to contrappear and say nay. The ayes have it.
New clause 8B.
The honorable mover.
Thank you, Chair. I beg to move that clause 8B be now read a second time. This clause will be supporting the media services and providing interpretation for the deaf and the deaf and blind.
Honorable members, I propose the question that the new clause 8B be now read a second time. Yes. You're just after the member of parliament behind you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I rise to actually support this particular amendment in support of telecommunication service providers. Honorable Chair, like has been said by many of my colleagues who've spoken before me, I think this is a very progressive bill, and I have lived through the times that the people who are living with special needs, those ones who cannot hear and those ones who cannot see. I must admit here, Honorable Speaker, that I was part of a mess that happened in the County Assembly of Nandi from the year 2017 to the year 2022, where there was a member who was blind. And that particular member, Honorable Speaker, did not get a braille machine until we left the County Assembly of Nandi. Honorable Speaker, it always reminds me how careless we have been in regards to looking at the issues that are affecting people or persons living with disability. We have been so insensitive that we have had to actually put it and prescribe it in law so that then we must be forced to pay attention. In this particular, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, I also went to a function that had a sign language interpreter. So the sign language interpreter was seated down where everyone could be able to see them. But Honorable Chair, the most interesting part was we could only see that person when seated here, but the person sitting behind who was supposed to see it from the screen, it was not cast on the screen. And I think this is very progressive, Honorable Chair, that it will require everyone to be able to do this in terms of telecommunication. That if there is a projector, that person should be able to appear right there. And I do support this particular amendment, Honorable Speaker, Chair, so that you can be able to pay attention to the persons living with differently.
The Deputy Majority Leader.
Probably I need to get some clarification because you are making law for posterity, Winnie, Millie, and Umi. I look at 8B, Honorable Chair, 8B, telecommunication service providers shall make their services accessible to the deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind community through establishment and provision of relay services, including text relay, video relay, that is on telecommunication, captioned telephone relay, and communication facilitators for the deaf, hard of hearing. Now, I want to understand deaf-blind community through establishment and provision, and this is telecommunication, meaning telephony. So I would be interested to understand this more so that we know how practical is it within the current Kenyan context of telephony and telecommunication.
Can you enrich on that? Can you explain? And I must admit that we're all lost on this.
Thank you, Chair. And if you look at the current telco providers that we have in the country, it includes Safaricom, Airtel, and telecom services. Most of the time, they offer discounted prices to the people who use telephone communication, so those are the hearing community. But what happens with the deaf community is that they use video conferencing, especially on their mobile phones. This particular clause will force these telco providers to not just provide discounted services, but also allow them to use their video telephone conferencing at a cheaper price, because what happens is that anytime a deaf person goes on a video call with another deaf person, immediately their data or their mobile subscription depletes. This is because they are not in the provisions of these particular providers, or when these services were being offered, they were not considered. So this particular clause will be going directly to these telco providers, and I think the Communication Authority will be mandated to review their policy on this. Thank you.
For the interest of the chair, it says deaf blind. Deaf blind basically means somebody who is deaf and at the same time blind. How does this telecommunication technology support somebody who is deaf blind to communicate? Just is Mary, are you in a position, Mary, to explain that? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, actually the questions that we're asking here shows the problem that we are facing.
Big problem.
Yes, as a country. Yes. Because there are other countries that are able to provide gadgets like that. But because we have not invested in this sector, we are asking how. I don't think it's really up to us, even for the House, to consider how. Because with the technology, you can, and you...
we shall be enriched at the appropriate time when we have the technology in place. That's what you mean.
What we're saying is, in America, for instance, they have that technology. Okay. Why can't we provide so that we invest in providing that technology?
To allow somebody who's deaf-blind to communicate. Yes,
because the idea is to make it easy. Excellent. I was actually asking one of my friends that the sister lives in a different state. They live in the US. She faced a lot of challenges when she was here in Kenya. But when she went to the US, I told her, so how do you communicate with Grace? And she says, because in the US, the gadgets are provided, so she can call us. So why can't we provide that so that we enable them to communicate the way those other people do? And I think that's what we put here. Yes.
Madam Beatrice, you...
Oh, okay, we are making general statements, but you see...
maybe after Beatrice, allow Beatrice to weigh in, and then you have an opportunity. Majority Leader, just allow Beatrice, and then you'll have a shot at it here.
Honorable Chair.
You'll have a bite at it here.
I want to support this telecommunication service to be provided, and for the deaf, the blind, and even this one called deaf blind. Honorable Chair, we went for public participation on appeal on environment. And the greatest complaint that we had is that they cannot read the bill, those who are blind, because they don't see, and there's no service that is providing them to have the bill, the braillers are not there, and all that. So if there's a way we can have this telecommunication service to help them, even have maybe in a way to have the bills and anything else that goes with it, especially in public participation, it will be very easy and for us, Honorable Chair. And then, as I say this, Honorable Chair, we are mourning one of the greatest PWD, a blind man called Raymond Chiruyot, who was very, very instrumental in matters concerning constitution, matters concerning the church and all that. So as this one comes forth, let's remember people who are able differently so that they can also feel part of Kenya in the best way possible. And finally, I want to join my colleague in welcoming the students and the pupils of Koitabro Community Comprehensive School, which is a school in Soin sub-county. It is a school where they are doing well It is a place where sugarcane is grown, and these students, I want to tell them that you can make it in this parliament. They have been seeing Honorable Chair, the likes of Millie Odhiambo, but now they are on TV, but today they have seen her. The same with Cynthia and even the deputy majority. Even yourself, they have been saying that we see them on TV. So today they have seen you, and I wish them well. And I pray that next time they will be in this parliament as woman rep, as MP, and all that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable members, do you wish to weigh on this before I put the question?
I would like to say something on this. You know, we are making law for posterity, Honorable Chair, and it's very important that we choose words very well. And the reason why we come to this committee of the whole is to comb through words and to come from word to sentence to clause. And I think this one of 8B, we need to be careful what we do. You see, 8A, I have no issues with it. 8A, because 8A is about television, media, and all that, okay? And it is easier to achieve and very practical. And actually, this country already is there. When you watch news, there'll be a sub-caption there where somebody is interpreting and all that, yeah? Even sometimes at presidential functions, we see that. But when you come to 8B, and I want us to be very careful, we are saying telecommunication service providers. Telecommunication, this is telephone, this is Airtel, this is Safaricom, this is Telcom, okay? We are telling them, shall, and I want you to mark the word shall, make their services accessible. Accessible, the word accessible, to the deaf, hard of hearing, and deaf-blind community through establishment and provision of relay services, including text relay, video relay. But you see, if you look at the use of the word shall, already when we pass this law, telecommunication services will be bound to provide that, which I have no problem with. But are we providing a transitional clause so that if Owen Bayer today wants to apply for a license to provide telephony services, can I be denied that license on the basis of I am not able to do it based on available technology? The availability of technology at this moment. My suggestion is that we reward this clause and that a further amendment be made on this clause so that we do not pass a binding, and Amelie, you're aware about this. Or what we do, we pass, but this one, we what do you call when you defer a clause? What do you call it? We recommit this. We recommit this clause for the purposes of relooking at it and the consequences on the economy on this matter. I thank you.
Yes, Honorable Mabona.
Thank you. I hear Honorable Bayer very well. But I just want to, for information, I was actually telling him here that when I was in the civil society, there was no provision for by any media house for interpretation, what you now see. And the argument was around costs. And as the credo, we took Nation. They were not very happy with us, not because they are the ones who are discriminating, but we just had to use one media house. And we took them to court, and the matter is still pending, I think, either in the Court of Appeal or the Supreme Court. And it's of course now overtaken by event because Nation now provides for interpretation. They have people who are able to help, you know. But at that point, the issue was costs. And Nation has been able to do it. It has not dented them. So it also creates jobs for interpreters. But what we need, and I think one thing that is very clear, even when you provide this, I'm sure there's a clause on regulations. And so by the time you are doing regulations, it also provides time for transition. But if it's a big issue, we could also still provide for a transition period for up to 1 year. So I think I would advise that we can, provide for a transition period for 1 year to enable telecommunications. Do that. Look at the telecommunications that we are talking about, Safaricom, Airtel, and the rest. Their profits is always declared. They make a lot of money, and I just want to thank them. They do a lot of CSR. But this is not even an issue of CSR. This is beyond CSR. This is enabling human beings to be human. like everybody else. So it's not even an issue of CSR. So with the same capacity they have for CSR, they can still input money into this. So maybe we can put a transitional period for 1 year. So I would agree with you, we can recommend to give us, if we had the time, the drafters who are here could maybe assist in doing just something either on a transition for that 1 year to enable the telecommunication agencies to be able to prepare for that.
In any case, anything that is noble. I mean, I'm also a member of parliament for a constituency called the DAP. And I remember when we brought up the issue of smoking, and we said we were going to stop smoking in public places. And it was, people could not fathom how much time Kenyans need to be able to get into that habit. And quite a substantial part of our population is to smoke. But today we are a model in the world, because this is one country right now where over 80–90% of our population do not smoke. Big majority. Then there was the issue of what you call the plastics. And we are a leader in the world when it comes to the banning of the plastics. And you know, at the time, everybody. So it's incremental, and it's good to go for the best practices and get the best legislation. And the technicalities of how to achieve that will be, yes, Honorable Faisal. Yes, Namwar.
Thank you, Chair. I thought you were confusing me for Faisal.
Yeah, Faisal is behind you, and the two of you look very alike. I don't know who is. He has rubbed onto you some of his. Okay, proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Now, I want to thank Millie and Umul for this. Chair, my contribution will go into the need for leave no one behind. Chair, I think the community, the deaf, the blind, and the deaf-blind community is important in our community, and we may not want or we may not seek to have legislative frameworks that can leave them behind. And so, when we are discussing this, anything, maybe my chief whip is not maybe consuming the word shall that is being used in that amendment. But what I will request from him is, this is a very important community, and I will want to give you an example. I have a friend who has an ALS condition. He cannot speak. All we are seeing is movements of his eyes. The family tried to bring him a computer for him to type using his eyes. And we were communicating before the condition became intense. And if that was possible, that he could use his eyesight to speak to us, to type letters on the computer, and we were able to get the communication, then even this other technology for the deaf-blind is possible. If it is possible in America, it is also possible here in Kenya. Thank you.
Fair enough. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 8B be now read a second time. Will as many of the parents say aye? Will the man of the contrary parents say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the new clause 8B be part of the bill. There being no interest, I now put the question that new clause 8B be part of the bill. Will the man of the contrary say aye? Will the man of the contrary say nay? Proceed. The ayes have it. I don't know why I forgot to say the ayes have it, yes.
New clause 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J.
Honorable Mover, move the second reading for the clauses that were just
Honorable
read
Chair,
out by the clerk.
I beg to move that new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and now 9J be now read a second time. Honorable Chair, this regulation is to create the Kenya Sign Language Council, which will be able to provide regulation for interpreters and erase the quacks in the market. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose that new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, 9J be now read a second time. I'm looking for somebody who has not had a bite. Okay, the Honorable Ndikiri, but before you take the floor, I want to recognize in the public gallery a school called Crossroad Star Academy from Dagoretti North, Nairobi. I'm welcome you to the National Assembly. This is the house of laws for the welfare of society and the just government of the people of the Republic of Kenya. So I welcome you. I also welcome, because I want to welcome you both, in the Speaker's Gallery, students from Amaya High School in Tiati, Baringo. Welcome, welcome. You are the future leaders. And sometimes the future is not too far off. It can be just a matter of years. So I will ask the Honorable Namwar to give words of wisdom, words of encouragement to the students who are in both the public and the Speaker's Gallery.
Chairman, I want to thank you so much for welcoming, and I want to join you. Chair, I want to take specific welcome note to the students from Tiati. I am from Turkana County, and they are from Baringo. You know what has been happening between the Pokots and the Turkana in terms of banditry and cattle rustling. And therefore, Chair, mine is to wish them well as they learn, but to avoid any kind of leadership, any kind of aspirations that will deny them an opportunity to learn and to prosper. And even to churn, to avoid any kind of retrogressive practices like banditry. Thank you, Chair. And we will be able to be ambassadors of peace and prosperity in the two communities. Thank you, Chair.
The Honorable Rachel Nyamai, who is a member of the Speaker's panel, give a word of encouragement to the girls and the boys you see on both sides. Dr. Rachel Nyamai.
Thank you.
Three-term member of parliament. She's been here for 3 consecutive times. And there she is, an iron lady here. So give words of encouragement to the students.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for those kind words. I would like to also welcome the students who have come from so far away, seated in the public and also in the Speaker's Gallery this morning. I would like to tell them that the sky is the limit. You have the advantage of being young. You have the advantage of having a country that is getting organized by His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto. You have a country that has roads, that has electricity, that school books are being bought. So you do not have an excuse not to succeed. So I would like to encourage you that you can be what you want to be. It doesn't matter what kind of a family you come from. Welcome to the National Assembly and continue listening to the proceedings of the House. Thank you, Speaker.
The Honorable Wamboka and the Honorable MP for Kapuchai. Honorable Ndikiri, continue. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've just been consulting the clerks, and I've also consulted the mover that as we do the recommittal on the matter of what the Deputy Majority Leader has brought up, I am of the strong opinion, Mr. Chair, that part of the responsibility of the Council is to call out the research to know the numbers that we are dealing with, people who require these services that we are delivering today. Mr. Speaker, if we are able to establish an approximation which cannot be done by guesswork.
Honorable Ndikiri,
yeah,
we are past that. We have already moved from there. We are now in new 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J. 9J. So go through those ones and raise issues on those ones. What you're talking about, we are past it now. Okay, Honorable, yes, Honorable Oluoch.
Chair, as I support this proposed amendment, especially the part where regulations would be required to come into place, I want to encourage the core sponsors to move with speed so that we can wind up or iron out some of the issues that were raised by the majority whip and some of the emerging technological issues. I sit in the Committee of Delegated Legislation, and I would be happy that these regulations are brought post haste so that you can be able to put in place mechanisms for effecting this bill and act. I support.
Honourable members, for the benefit of everybody, we are now deliberating on the registration of sign language interpreters, and that goes from 9A all the way to 9J. So please, let's be relevant, according to the order paper. Yes, the Honourable.
I would like to first speak on the new part 4, which has the clauses 9, all the clauses in 9.
Yes.
And Honourable Chair, if you look at these clauses, they talk about registration of sign language interpreters, and they give us qualifications, application registration, register, certification of registration, effect of registration, and many things, practicing certificate and all that. But good drafting, and probably Oluoch and Millie, because registration of interpreters, if you read the first clause there, is about a function of the council. And it says, Kenya Sign Language Interpretation Services shall apply for the registration to the council in the prescribed manner.
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So this is a function of the council, which should have come under 5C, where you are talking about functions of the council. And then it would have been neater if now these provisions, because you say in the prescribed manner, the prescribed manner here should have been a schedule. So all this information now becomes Schedule A or Schedule B or whatever schedule. Or they can be relegated to a regulation instead of putting all these things into the main body of the bill. It is my suggestion, and if I know Ochieng is a lawyer, I know Millie is a lawyer and a good drafter, I think neatly we would have just created a schedule on what it requires for you to be registered as an interpreter, the qualification, and all those kind of things, and just allowed and removed the whole of Part 9 and allowed this to be a function of the council. And you put it under probably 5C K or 5CA, and then we would have a neater bill. I think we need to reorganize this bill for purposes of a good law. I would like to hear from the lawyers and the drafters that are in the House. I am happy to be guided. I am happy to be guided.
This is a Senate bill. Yes, proceed.
What I wanted to ask the member is, are you then proposing that you recommit? Because I would have expected that you say that you're coming up with an amendment proposing that this be dropped and it be recommitted, where now you put a text for this to go to a schedule and some to go to regulations. That's why I spoke to the question of regulations when I contributed. Maybe you will help the member by saying that I am putting a text for recommittal, that this be taken to the schedule.
Yeah, I'll give you the mic, but two things here. It is the registration and regulation of the interpreters themselves. The rules to be set on how the interpreters have to operate. So yes.
The mic. I am happy to be guided. I am happy to be guided on this. But I would like that we move an amendment, a further amendment to this. And if the drafters are here could give me a text, I would move an amendment or to recommit that we put the registration of interpreters as one, because it's one of the functions of the council. So it becomes a function of council. Then we do a schedule on what are the requirements of because I can see registration, you see, the registration, all this kind, qualifications, application for registration, all these details can just be put together into a schedule. I don't know, I need probably to consult there, but I would like to move that amendment so that we make progress. I don't know what the other be guided.
Yes, Ngusia.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And to add my point on what Owen Byers proposed, I think it's very important to enumerate this function the way he has ordered, and I'm just starting to support what he has said. I think it will reorganize the whole clause, Chair, so I support.
Yes, Ndikiri.
And Mr. Chair, before you load me down, because before you load that, we have already passed that clause, because one great function that we can really build on today's council as a function is on research. As I stand here, the brother that I follow who is retired the other day is a science expert. He retired as a deputy teacher of Kaga School for the Deaf. And he tells me through a text that we have a problem in the country because we don't know the kind of population that we are talking to or which we need to provide the service. And that's why I was trying to have an understanding, and I've spoken to Mary and Umi, that, and they referred me to the drafters, that the function of research can be inbuilt as the function of the council. And that's exactly what the deputy majority leader is trying to say, that we can really commit that clause so that we bring in that very important function of the council. And I totally agree with the deputy majority leader. It is a very important thing that we can do. But again, remember, you are making this law for posterity. We don't have to go back again and be asked the question by telecommunication services providers, what are we dealing with? Mr. Chair, I think it's good because we are agreeing this is a very important bill. The voices that we have brought in, and I thank Mary is here and my senior Oluochi are here, that we don't omit some functions which we feel are very important.
Yes, Millie.
Thank you. I'd want to request the deputy majority leader to listen to this. Mr. Speaker, I've heard what he's saying, but he's speaking to the issue of legislative elegance, not substance. And you are also speaking to legislative drafting style, philosophy, or preference. If you look at the Constitution of Kenya, there was a very big debate. There are people who are minimalists who prefer that we just put the principles and the values. But because of the history of what we've gone through in Kenya and what we know of Kenya, when we push things to regulations, they never come as you actually intended. So they are usually compromised. And so for me, it's not defective. If you look at even the National Land Commission and other bodies, the drafting is similar. In fact, I want to thank Honorable Rachel Nyamai for reminding me. It's very similar. So it's really not defective. Yeah, it doesn't harm the bill. Of course, the traditional legislative style that we are used to is more the minimalist, where you go for principle and put things in regulations or in a schedule. But as I had indicated, the challenge you face with that, especially when you are talking about marginalized and minority groups, people don't understand their issues. So when you leave to regulations, you find a person who doesn't understand, and they don't have the advantage of us debating here, representing the entire country, debating here. You'll have 5 people with biases doing their own thing, which will be totally different from what we intend. So I would want to encourage you that and even though I hear you very well, that we allow it to go as it is. It's not fatal. It's not defective.
The Honorable Mabona, yeah. I'll give an opportunity also to our friend, our learned friend Olwoch. But before that, Mele Mabona, when you read the section 9, A, B, C, D, all the way I, it's not just registration. Probably the title here should have been part 4, registration and regulation, because the bulk of it is regulation. That you can do this, you can't do this, you can do this, you can't do this. It's not just registration is a very straightforward thing. You have qualifications, the registering body itself, and the manner of registration. But here, it says a person who meets the requirements under this may apply. No, you see, you go on, and then it tells, as a person shall not provide. So it's regulations, it's the registration and regulation. But anyway, I would want to listen to Olwoch and then come back to you. Yes, this is the thing, but would you want to do the amendments now? Or you want to pass it and then you come back for amendments?
That one, sorry, Chair, that's very simple. Doing further amendment by the mover, you just say that part 4 be further amended by providing in the title registration and regulation of sign language interpreters.
Yes.
And then we only provide that in writing and sign. Umi provide in writing and we sign. So I would, yes. I can, as a co-sponsor, I can do that. That we move in the title of part 4 be further amended by providing registration and regulation of sign language interpreters.
I think that more or less satisfies your concerns. You raised a very pertinent thing, yes. And I think it satisfies that.
Now, I think I want to, Mele Mabona is my senior in this house. And sometimes when she speaks, I listen. And I would like to, acknowledge her efficacy in law, and that. So I would like to say probably we adopt that.
Yes.
For now, and I also take advice from Olwoch. We can actually adopt it. Mm-hmm. But I still have my own misgivings. But for the purposes of the law, let's proceed. Let's proceed. But I would like also to recommit the one HB. I would like to recommit. I don't know whether you allow me at this level, whether legislatively. Later we will recommit HB.
Yes, Honorable Olwoch.
Chair.
For 8B. Yeah. I do understand the transition that you mentioned, but what we're saying is that there is no, you see, the progressive, incremental manner in which law itself it comes into force is usually an administrative thing. For example, we have had the 2/3 thing in our constitution. This constitution says shall. Shall means we must have it. But it's such an impossible thing that it takes time for these things to be actualized. You see what I mean? So I think, in my opinion, we live. Okay, yes, I'll watch.
I'm persuaded by what Honorable Millie has said,
yes.
for one other reason, that, and I'll give an example. I've moved an amendment for the Basic Education Act for alternative provisions of basic education schools in informal settlements. And this category have perpetually been discriminated because they were operating under some regulations, which under legal notice were never put into place. The effect of that was that there was no budgeting, no capitation, no CAC teachers. So it is possible that on an affirmative action like this, you have a very good bill, relegate the issues to regulations, which will never be implemented.
Yes.
So I'm persuaded that we let even the overprescription, so long as it is not defective in drafting, we go by Millie's. I propose.
Which I put. Yeah, would you want to, yes.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
This is going to be committed.
Chair, I would like to agree with the. I first of all thank the majority leader because he has agreed that we proceed the way the Honorable Millie Odhiambo is suggesting, Odhiambo Mabona. Chair, it's better to over-legislate than to under-legislate. Absolutely. And especially on this matter that concerns the deaf and the blind. I think we would rather do the best that we can so that they are able to benefit from information sharing in this country. And Honorable Speaker, I've just looked at the whole write-up, and it concerns continuous learning, how much these people should be paid, how the register should be maintained, even the mannerisms. Honorable Chair, you remember there is a girl, a very pretty girl, who tried to interpret for us, or rather for the people who could not, for the deaf, in an event that was political. And the way she was swinging and like dancing, she was doing it in a way that you think that this should have been done earlier. Because I believe that this act, if this bill becomes an act, then it will prescribe how you do it. Because I think there is a way that you can try to do it and then you distract the people, such that instead of focusing on the message, they focus on you. So, Honorable Chair, I would like to say that this is too important to be left in the regulations. Let it be in the law, the way it is in the National Land Commission Act, the way it is in the one for engineers, it is also in the Act. So it is better we overdo than we underdo. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable members, I now put the question that new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J be read a second time. Honorable members, I now put the question that new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9F, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J be read a second time. Will as many as the opinion say aye? Will as many as contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. I now propose the question that new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J be part of the bill. Without this amendment. Yeah. Honorable members, I now put the question that the new clauses 9A, 9B, 9C, 9D, 9E, 9F, 9G, 9H, 9I, and 9J be part of the bill. Will as many as say that question, as many as the opinion say aye? Will as many as the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New part 4.
How do we get this? No. Honorable Member Millie, can you move the amendment? The title which you have already has been approved, yeah. Which is registration and regulation.
Which part is it again?
Just the title. Be amended. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the amendment of the new Part 4 be further amended by providing that by deleting it and replacing with the title, by deleting and replacing with the registration and regulation of sign language interpreters.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the title be amended by deleting the current one and inserting, what is it? Registration and regulation of sign language interpreters. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 4, part 4, be amended, the title of part 4 be amended to read the registration and regulation of sign language interpreters. Will as many of the opinion say aye?
Aye.
Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New clause 16A, new clause 16B, new clause 16C, new clause 16D, and new clause 16E.
The movers, any of you can move the justification of the new clauses for the second reading.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that new clauses 16A, 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16E be now read a second time. This is to justify the sources of funds for the council.
Honorable members, I propose the question that new clauses 16A, 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16E be now read a second time. Honorable members, I now put the question that new clauses 16A, 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16E be now read a second time. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I propose the question that new clauses 16A, 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16E be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that new clauses 16A, 16B, 16C, 16D, and 16E be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New Part 6, a proposal to insert the following heading immediately before clause 17, Part 6, miscellaneous provisions.
Mover. Give her the mic. Give the honorable member the mic.
I beg to move that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before clause 17, part 6, miscellaneous provisions.
I now propose the question that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before clause 17, part 4, miscellaneous provisions. I now put the question that the bill be amended by inserting the following heading immediately before clause 17, part 6, miscellaneous provisions. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
New schedule.
Mover, second reading for the new schedule. schedule?
Honorable Chair, I propose that the new schedule be part of the bill.
No, be read a second time.
I propose that the new schedule be read a second time.
Okay, give the justification. Give the justification, Khair, why it should be read a second time, the new schedule. Why did you change it? Where's the new schedule?
The new schedule gives us provisions for the conduct of business and the affairs of the council. It wasn't considered in the initial.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that the new schedule be read a second time. Honorable members, I now put the question that the new schedule be read a second time. With the man of the opinion say aye.
Aye.
With the man of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I propose that the new schedule be part of the bill. Anybody who wants to contribute? Honorable members, I now put the... You want to contribute? Honorable members, I now put the question that the new schedule be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Will as many of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Honorable members, I propose that clause 2 be part of the bill. Amendment by somebody has an amendment. Khair. For clause 2. You have an amendment. You have a proposed amendment. A insertion of expression in the opening statement immediately after the word acts and all those. You don't have that material with you. You did ask for an amendment.
Clause 2. I beg to move that the clause be amended as it appears on the order paper.
Huh?
Is it?
We're waiting for the justification. Honorable Khair, have you got the order paper? Wait, you have the clause 2. You did seek an amendment for that and you gave the justification. You said insertion of an expression in the opening statement immediate after the word act, deletion and substitution, therefore the definition of the term cabinet secretary, deletion and substitution, therefore the definition of the term council, insertion of a new definition.
Yes.
Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
Give the justification for that.
I beg to move that the clause 2 be amended as it appears in the order paper. This is to justify and provide a definition of the term as used in the bill. The term and to give clarity.
I now propose that clause 2 be amended as it appears in the order paper. Yes.
Chair, I'm looking at the definition of the word cabinet secretary in the bill, the original bill. Cabinet secretary means the cabinet secretary responsible for matters relating to education. The new definition is we are substituting that with means the cabinet secretary for the time being responsible for matters relating to the persons with disabilities. Now,
Yes.
This is where we need to find a balance. This is about sign language. It's about language. Okay. Here, language is a subject matter within the purview of education. Although this education relates to the education of people with disability. But then the new definition we are giving for cabinet secretary is cabinet secretary for the time being responsible for matters relating to persons with disabilities. Now,
Which cabinet secretary?
We need to understand whether this is a bat, whether the bat is an animal or is a bird. And this is where we mess this bill. This is where we mess this, because currently we have a bill on disability. We have a bill on disability.
Under which ministry?
Which is actually under the ministry of those that are in charge of disability.
Which is which ministry?
Ministry that's currently in charge of disability.
Is it gender?
Gender social protection. And that bill has provisions for sign language. It has provisions for sign language. And when we bring in the issue of changing it from education to the ministry now under disability, whether we are doing either an legislation or we are putting it in the wrong hands, in the wrong place. Because can the minister, for the time being in charge of disabilities,
gender and social protection.
Yes, do things in the Ministry of Education.
Social protection.
So I would have loved to see the committee report. And I would have also loved to see, were there any amendments from the committee? What did the committee say? Because this now, if you look at this bill and you look at the amendments that are here that my lady Omolher is pursuing, this bill completely obliterates this bill, makes it completely different from this bill. And this is a Senate bill. Having come from Senate to here, we gain concurrence, we pass. Of course, we are making amendments, which is our duty and our job. But these amendments are actually more than the contents of the bill. And I am very afraid. Are we doing the right thing? The
question is it more appropriate to the Minister of Gender and Social Services or in education?
The thing is that we leave it under education. We do not change to ministry in charge of
Isn't education, Minister of Education already has hands full?
This is about language.
No, but it's also disability.
Yes.
It's also disability.
It transcends many things. You guys, we need to recommit the whole of this bill so that it is relooked at.
Honorable Meli, from where I sit as a member of parliament for the DAB, I think the Minister of Education already has got his hands full. And the Minister of Gender and Social, safety or whatever, social protection, this is a societal matter. And I think it wouldn't be in the best interest of the people who are affected for this to be lumped with the Minister of Education, which is already a very big thing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, actually listening to Honorable Mzuri, not Honorable Mbaya, I'd want to say that I actually hear him, that we are talking about the issue of sign language. And as a language, it needs to have home in education. Because what we want is students taught from childhood to different levels. Where will that budget be situated? Will it be in education? Will it be in gender? When we situate it in gender, it becomes a disability issue. So it's actually a difficult thing. If we the easier thing, it should be actually in two ministries. But the Ministry of Gender is already dealing with other components of disability. Social protection is dealing with issues of other aspects of disability. But because we want it to be revolutionary, to show that what we want is actually sign language as a language, it would be better if it's situated in education. So I would want to agree with the majority leader that perhaps Honorable Umi can drop Cabinet Secretary for...
You just dropped the amendment, that's all.
No, it's just because there are several. There are several, so she'll just drop the one on Cabinet Secretary.
Yes.
Yeah. But again, sometimes the proof of the pudding is in the eating. We have had situations where we have situated something in one ministry, and because it's experimental, it has not worked. Let's give it 3 years, 4 years under education. Yeah. If it's not working, Parliament is still here. We can still bring an amendment and put it in the proper, it's sort of like the way our women representatives have had a challenge with the issue of sanitary towels. Do we situate it in gender? Do we situate it in education? Because it's a cross-cutting issue. We want the girls to receive the pads, yet it's also a gender issue. So let's give it. I agree with the majority leader that we could try out education, and then later, if it doesn't work, we bring it back to
So you
social.
move an amendment right now of dropping.
Yes, I would request my sister, Honorable Umi,
Yes.
to consider, to not recommit, because she's moving,
Yes.
she just drops. Yeah, she just drops.
Honorable Alwach.
Chair, it will be entirely on the discretion of the two co-sponsors to drop or not to drop. But my view is that sign language, which is the basis of this bill, is cross-cutting. It is an education matter, mainly affecting persons in school. But remember also, it affects people in workplace. We were just speaking about how we communicate in Parliament here. We were talking about how telecommunications stakeholders need to be able to ensure that people who are deaf and blind are able, and these deaf and blind people, they are not just in education. The practitioners and users of this bill, when implemented, by far supersede the confines of education. So my view is, if I were Omi, I would locate it in both. I would allow it to be under gender protection without necessarily removing it from education. Education would still be able to budget from it because the bill provides for obligations for persons who would be affected by this bill. But that is up to the mover and the sponsors.
The mover, Umulgher.
Chair, I would be happy to drop the clause on cabinet so that we're able to leave it in education. I believe it's best if this particular bill stays in the Ministry of Education because we are looking at it from the argument of being a language bill and not a disability issue. If we confuse it with the Social Protection Ministry, then it will bring an overlap with the PWD Act that we just passed recently. So my request is that it remains in the Ministry of Education.
So you're dropping your proposed amendment for B.
For B, yes.
For B of clause 2, part B, yeah?
Yes.
Only on the cabinet.
Clause
Only on the
2B.
cabinet secretary, yes. This
Okay,
is clause
fair enough.
2, clause 2B, yes.
Okay. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 2B be further amended as proposed by the Honorable Mover. Will as many as the say aye? Aye. Will as many as the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now propose the question that clause. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 2 as amended, be part of the bill. Will as many of the opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it.
Title.
Honorable members, I now propose the question the honorable members, I now propose the question that the title be the title of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that the title be the title of the bill. As many of the parents say aye? Aye. As many of the contrary parents say nay? The ayes have it.
Clause 1.
Honorable members, I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Honorable members, I now put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Will as many of the parents say aye? Will as many of the contrary parents say nay? The ayes have it. The mover to move reporting. The honorable mover to move reporting. Do you have a form which is going to assist you in?
Before we go into reporting.
Yes.
Can I? Okay, I'll do the committee. Okay, thank you.
Yes, proceed.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that the committee do report to the House its consideration of the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the committee do report to the House its considerations of the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, and its approval thereof with amendments. Will as many of the opponents say aye? Aye. Will as many of the contrary opponents say nay? The ayes have it. Call the Speaker.
Honorable members, Speaker.
Chairperson. Wait until you get the mic, please.
Where is the mic? It's here.
Wait until you get the mic.
I have it.
Proceed.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the House has considered the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, and approved the same with amendments.
Point of order.
Mover of the motion, Muher, Honorable Muher.
Mover of the bill to move agreement.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. I also request Honorable Irene Mayaka to second the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Irene Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I second.
Thank you, honorable members. I now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Yes, Majority Leader, Honorable Baya.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the motion for agreement with the report of the Committee of the House be amended by inserting the word subject to recommittal of the following clauses, Honorable Speaker. That we commit the new Part 2, new Clause 8B, new Clause 16, new Part 4, new Schedule, new Clause 2C. And those parts, Speaker. And also would like to request the Honorable Ndikiri to second the motion. New Part 2, new Clause 8B, new Clause 16, new Part 4, new Schedule, new Clause 2C. And I would like to say that I have looked at the committee report. That's my justification. I have looked at the committee report, which I'm holding here. And I'm looking at the new amendments, especially the new parts that have been included, the new clauses that have been put into this. It totally changes the bill. And because it totally changes the bill, we have a duty as a parliament, when we have almost 80% of the bill having changed without even public participation on the same, we risk ridicule out there in court or any other place. But we need to relook at it. And because we have an opportunity, it is a Senate bill, we have an opportunity to sit down, relook at all these things, and realign them. Because if you look at this committee report, which Umulher sits in that committee, and where I sit, and I have looked at it, and I have seen that the committee itself has a lot of issues with the bill. And you can see that the committee report has things that are important we need to input. Okay. So I request that we agree but let me be seconded. Sir,
I would like to give a chance to seconder first.
Yeah.
Member for Vuri.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I totally agree with the observation of the mover of the amendment. I second.
Honorable members, before anything else, I would like to propose the question, which is that the House to agree with the committee in the said report, subject to recommittal of the following clauses: new part 2, new clause 8B, new clause 16, new part 4, new schedule, new clause 2C. I can now encourage the points of order. I start with the leader, Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to just tell the majority leader that what he is doing is not in good faith. We have been consulting back and forth and agreeing, and we have actually we had agreed to recommit one clause 8B. Instead, he is actually coming up with the recommittals without even consultation. It's not in good faith. That is not actually how people operate in this House. But over and above that, Madam Speaker, you keep referring to a committee report, saying the committee didn't agree. We know how people legislate in this House. We were doing the fisheries amendment bill yesterday. The committee has its own amendments. If the committee didn't agree, where is the committee? Let's start from there. We don't even know which committee. Is it the committee for education or is it the one for social protection? Which one is it? Where are the amendments? You cannot have members sitting here from morning. Some of us were actually rushing through traffic, listening online. We hardly slept. We have come in the morning to do our work. The committee is not here. And then you are telling us that you are disagreeing because the committee disagreed. Where is the committee? I would want to encourage members to disagree with your recommittals. It's in very bad faith. Chair, it is in very bad faith. Let members reject. And in any event, this is not fatal. You have agreed, there were two bills. One was sponsored by Crystal Asige and one by Umi. And I advised them that merge the bills so that you have one bill. So yes, it's emanated from Senate, but it's the same bill that Umi did. So it's not just a Senate bill, so that we cloud members because some people don't like Senate. Me, I love Senate and I love National Assembly because we all do legislation. So let us not cloud members. Honorable member, I would urge you, we still have mediation. If I were you, please correct what you have done and let us go to mediation for some of those issues when we have consulted. But this bill has been here for a long time. Where's the committee? Where are the amendments? It's not in good faith. It's not.
Leader, you have made your point. Yeah. No, you have a fresh point of order. You have a fresh. Yes. Go ahead, Wakil.
Honorable Speaker, and I want Honorable Bayer to listen. When you raise, I want Honorable Bayer to listen because he may need to respond. Honorable Speaker.
I'm not talking to the Honorable Bayer. You are addressing the House, so just continue.
Thank you. Speaker, when a member raises a question that the bill raises amendments that fundamentally change the character of the bill, that needs to be raised not at the committal stage when we have already called for the reporting. He needed to have raised a question for a determination, a substantive determination by the Speaker that this bill cannot proceed in the third reading because it raises fundamental changes that would change the character. So I think raising it at this point, I agree, is in bad faith. And secondly, Honorable Millie has said, it is open to mediation. If we have done things that the Senate disagrees with, that is the reason why we have mediation. I would like to urge you to drop your recommittals and allow us to conclude this bill.
Can I, Majority Leader, can you allow me to just give a few, then I come to you? Or you want to drop? Oh. Let me give a chance to the Honorable Rahim Dawood, member for Imenti North. Don't be too harsh to the Majority Leader.
No, thank you, thank you. Madam Speaker, the majority has mentioned that the Senate has given what the bill was, we have changed it, but that is what happens, because even my bill, which was here, went to the Senate. When it was amended, it was brought here. It's now in mediation. So what is the big deal about it? And the changes which the majority is saying, I do not think we need to take that into account. We go to mediation and sort it out. But being afraid that Senate will, what has Senate done and we change it, it doesn't make any sense to me. So majority withdraw.
The Honorable Irene Mayaka. The Honorable Majority Leader. The Honorable Owen Bayer.
I want to say this, and I want to take you. I say I like Millie Odhiambo. If she had not been married by now, probably I would be. I like her. I like her. I like her very much.
For sure something is out of order. The Honorable Farah Maalim. The Honorable Farah Maalim. Order, CNN, order. Order, CNN. No, take your seat. The Honorable Farah is on his feet and he's on a point of order. Proceed. And he's your senior. 5 terms in this house is not a joke, CNN.
Honorable Speaker, you notice he is resorting to going into the emotional and sentimental, what do you call, other side things. And giving an impression that if you come along with me, I want to go and he doesn't. Does he know whether Millie is available is or not? So Honorable Oyambaya, just drop your recommittals and amendments. Drop the amendments and we proceed. If you love us so much, drop the amendments.
The Honorable CNN, before we go back to the Honorable Bayer.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to ask whether it is good to sexually harass Millie. The remarks made by Owen Bayer, you are sexually harassing Mrs. Millie, and I think he needs to withdraw them immediately. They are not parliamentary.
The Honorable Millie, you have been mentioned too many times. Not to
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honorable members who are standing with me in supporting me when Honorable Bayer is saying that if I was not yet married. And I know it is in goodwill, and I know Mr. Mabona is watching. Yes. But Mr. Speaker, when you reach the age where I am, when I'm seeing 60 yonder, it is approaching. Yeah? If a man actually looks at you and thinks you are very beautiful, it is encouraging. So don't be too hard on him. It's a very encouraging thing. Being in menopause is not an easy thing. He will not marry me, but he's encouraging me. He's not sexually harassing me, he's encouraging me. So, because it's on a light note, he's not harassing me. If it was on a serious note, he would have seen me fire, see fire. He would have got fire, see fire.
Yes. So, Honorable Members, canter and banter is allowed in this house. I believe that the Honorable Bayer was just bringing some life into this debate. And now I can now seriously give you an opportunity. And interestingly, Millie doesn't mind. Millie doesn't mind what you said. And Millie, I must tell you that you look so good. Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona. You look good. You don't even look anything close to 60. So you are doing good.
Be on record that I would like to drop the recommittal so that we make progress. I also want to tell Millie, you know, petty jealousies from Farah, from CNN, will not discourage me. Will not discourage petty jealousies. So we would like to drop the commitment because I am encouraged by the fact that this will go into mediation. And therefore, at mediation, we'll find a balance so that we pass good law. I think I come from the perspective that I would like us to pass good law. And I do not want us to go into mediation where we have too much to mediate. I think we need to have parameters of mediation that are, slim. But having said all that, I would like the attention of the... Yes, she's being guided. She's being guided. I would like to withdraw and drop the commitments. Thank you very much.
Well, honorable members, it's not easy to legislate, and especially by young members like the Honorable Umher, and also with the support of our senior member, the Honorable Mili. So, honorable members, bearing in mind that the majority leader has dropped the committal, I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate number 9 of 2023, be now read a third time. I also request Honorable Dawood to second.
Honorable Dawood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate Honorable Khair for taking this step, being a first-term member and a nominated member. I think she has done very well for where she's come with this Senate. She has assisted in moving this bill. And Madam Speaker, it's very important for us to set up this sign language bill because a lot of people suffer out there without a lot of things being done. So with this bill, I hope we can institutionalize the council, sign language council, so that we can go forward giving the PWDs their due. Thank you, and I second.
Thank you. Honorable members, I now propose the question, which is that the sign language, I'll take that again. I now propose the question, which is that the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many as... I can see many people want to comment. Let me start with the Honorable Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to add my voice to this particular very important piece of legislation. But first of all, congratulate my fellow nominated Member of Parliament, Honorable Umi, for the fantastic job. I was following while she was actually going through the third reading with the help of our mentor, the Honorable Millie Mabona. Congratulations for this piece of legislation, because the Kenya Sign Language is one of those things that has really been used. We see it on TV, we see it in public functions, we see various members of public who have gone through the lessons, who actually do this very noble job, but they've never had a situation where they have a professional association with the kind of work that they do. And so for this particular bill, and even the fact that it will now even encourage and have even more Kenyans actually take interest in studying this particular course of being Kenya Sign Language professionals, and also just to encourage and have accessibility for the deaf people in our community to be able to have access to this, so that they can be more prosperous and they can be more productive in the society. So, Honorable Speaker, once again, congratulations to Honorable Umi and Honorable Millie Mabona, and I support this bill. I thank you.
The Honorable Faramali.
Honorable Madam Speaker, I want to join my colleagues, and I want to commend the movers of this very, very good, well thought out bill. For the longest, people with many forms of disability in our country have not had the nation and Kenyans thinking about their welfare. 80% of the buildings in the country right now are not disability friendly. You can go to other parts of the world and you find that almost 100% is disability friendly. And I'm talking about public buildings. So this is going to go a long way, a very long way, in making sure that that very powerful sector of our society that has had the misfortune of living with some of these disabilities will be taken care of by the rest of us. So I congratulate the movers. I also congratulate the majority leader here who has added a lot of value into the bill. And also encourage the Minister of Education in this case to create a specific dedicated department that has got its own separate vote that will be working on people with disability. And as Millie puts it, let us have a sign language interpreter every function there is. Any public function. If it's Madaraka Day, we have to have a sign language. If it's any national day, and in addition to it, as Parliament ourselves, let's lead the nation in that accommodation. I think even in our parliamentary proceedings, it would have been very good for somebody, the picture of somebody who is telling what Millie Odhiambo is saying. And people who cannot hear can watch exactly the proceedings and how you're talking out there. It's no longer like when me and her were in Parliament, more than a decade ago, and all the proceedings in Parliament used to be in the newspaper. So people who cannot hear would read the newspaper and see what she has said, because there was a whole caption on Parliament. It used to say, "Yesterday in Parliament." We don't have that these days. So it's important also for them to listen to parliamentarians as they deliberate on matters of national interest. So you can have somebody in our own national television here, the parliamentary press itself. You have somebody who is there and who is translating our contributions in sign language. So I think House, National Assembly, Senate, Parliament has to lead in this process. And let me tell you one thing. This might look like a very ambitious bill. This country is known for having extremely ambitious bills. We had the ban on smoking in public places. And everybody was wondering, how is it going to be enforced? And I think over 90% of Kenyans don't smoke now. This is a country where you enjoy sitting in public places without having to worry about somebody smoking next to you. And then came the issue of the plastic bags. And when it came to the smoking, I remember Charity Ngili were in Parliament with her, did such a fantastic job as a minister for health that time. And today we can boast as a country. You go to other countries and you find it difficult even to walk in their streets because everybody's smoking. And I'm talking about some of them which are first world. Here we are leaders in that side. I mean, in that particular.
I know you are very passionate on this subject. But
Yes,
you know
yes.
it is
Now let me
third
just
reading,
finish. Let me just finish.
Please limit your debate.
Yes. I'm limiting it. Issue of that, even the constitution that says that we have to have a certain gender balance in our constitution, in the representations in Parliament, it's somewhere. We might not get it, but it is a good move in a sense, because we're able to bring in the other gender into the mainstream. That's why Emilia Mabona is doing what she's doing right now. The technicalities and the way to go about it, whether to constitutionalize it or not, is up for debate. But to have more women in Parliament is quite a very good thing. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the movers and everybody else who has contributed on this bill.
Thank you. We also thank you. You have also done a very good job as the chair in the third reading. The Honorable Millie, do you have an intervention or you have dropped?
No. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to take this opportunity to congratulate Honorable Umi and Honorable Asige, who are the principal sponsors, and then, of course, Honorable Kamar, who was also a secondary sponsor in the Senate. It's a good bill. And it also shows that we are concerned and care for our people with who are I don't want to say disabled, but are differently abled. Madam Speaker, I have listened to what the majority leader has said, and I take my word seriously. We are going to meet after this, together with the sponsors, and find a way so that, because it's actually, I do understand even from where the primary sponsors are coming from, that on the one hand, we are focusing on the issue of language, but on the other, when you are dealing with the issue of sign language, it's very easy to cut across other areas. So we look at how we can actually harmonize, either through mediation, and even if mediation doesn't work, our standing orders gives us room for bringing back this bill and amending, including an overhaul within 6 months. Or with the special leave of the House, we can actually bring it before 6 months, but so long as we are agreed. So I think it's something that we can do and give the House a way forward so that we don't let our people with disabilities struggle and suffer because of our own defect. Otherwise, I congratulate Tumi. This was really wonderful, and keep it up. You make us proud. I've seen the young women who have come in this House, this 13th Parliament, who are nominated, are doing exceptionally well. And I want to say that I'm very proud. I'm very proud of you. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Baya.
I want to take this opportunity to thank Umi and Asige and all those people that have put together this bill. And I want to echo one of the things that Honorable Millie has said. You see, in this chamber, the younger legislators need to learn from veterans like Farah, like Umi, who has, there's no bill probably in this House that hasn't had the input of Millie Odhiambo. And legislation, being in Parliament is not just about representation and talking. We have a fundamental duty, legislation. And I want to say congratulations to Umi for actually taking that bit, that you can actually come with a bill, legislate, and move it forward and allow it to pass. I'm afraid sometimes that as we progress, the numbers of younger people who have come get diminished as we move to third reading. People love second reading. But when it comes to third reading, it's the old guys, myself, Millie, Farah, probably Muli, and young legislator like Mayaka, yes. Rindikiri is an old hag, doing very well. Actually, he sits here throughout third reading. And I think this is something that we need to teach young legislators. Let's stay in this House. Let's make laws. Let's put our brains into it. Let's have a bill having 120 amendments because everybody's thinking different so that we can enrich the legislation that is coming in. But I want to thank the ladies. I don't want to call them women, the ladies. I want to thank the ladies. The men have disappeared, but the ladies have stayed. So I want to ask the men, and I think I would need to call a men's conference. I need to call a men's conference. And we cannot allow this parliament to be taken over by brilliant minds that we have from the women. Men have bigger minds, brilliant minds. And they need to come bring them here so that we can input in the legislation of this country. I congratulate and say I support. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the members who have come out to support this particular bill. I also want to appreciate the Kenya National Association for the Deaf for also taking part in the drafting and their contribution to this bill. My colleague, Senator Crystal Asige, who has been very supportive at the Senate, especially during the contributions and the passing of the bill, together with Senator Kamar. I also want to appreciate the stakeholders who took part in supporting this particular bill. Mr. Speaker, one of the dreams I had when I was nominated to this house is to bring a bill on Kenya Sign Language. I used to lobby the members of parliament between 2018 up until 2022 without knowing I would ever have a chance to sit in this house. And I had sent this draft to so many members at that time. And I'm grateful to Allah because He gave me the opportunity to serve in this house and to see how far this bill has come. It's a passion project for me. It is a challenge that I've experienced firsthand because I deal with many deaf people in the community. And as an advocate of accessible and inclusive education, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that the record is there that this bill has gone through the stages it has gone to, and we are here today, Mr. Speaker. I want to also inform the House that Kenya as a country will be among the 5 countries to have passed this bill. Other countries in Africa are yet to reach where we are today. South Africa recently passed Kenya Sign Language as part of its official language, Mr. Speaker. But Kenya in the 2010 Constitution recognized sign language as an official language. Today, the United Kingdom, New Zealand, and Kenya among the countries that will be having this bill if we pass this bill. So I urge the members, even as we go towards the end, please come out to support this bill because we will not only be supporting the deaf people in our community, but we will be putting this country on the map as among the countries that are the most progressive in deaf and disability issues. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Rindikiri, and then we will put Rindikiri.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And don't take us
I really would like to take this opportunity to thank the movers and the support system led by our senior, Mary Mabona. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here, I am the patron of the PWDs in Meru County. And I'm very proud to be part of this family. Mr. Speaker, this Friday, I'll be joining the teachers with disability of Meru County as they celebrate their formation of their association. Mr. Speaker, the immediate brother I follow is just retired, as I said earlier. He was a teacher at Kaga School of the Deaf from North Imenti. Mheshimiwa Laim knows him, and is very passionate on the ability of our people with special needs to communicate. So this bill has come in handy. Mr. Speaker, myself and the majority leader, we were not really trying to push for this amendment for the sake of it. We were looking for a law of posterity. And earlier conveying a message here that we need to hand part of the functions of the council as research because they are handling other factors, because we don't know the potential of these people who require the services of interpretation. All in all, Mr. Speaker, I want to say this. There's always a step forward that set the pace for the future. And I want to thank the movers because this being the initial step that we are taking towards ensuring that we have a formal recognition of the importance of the sign language and the people we are talking to. I really would like to take the exceptional congratulatory note to the committee, to the people involved in this, and we hope as we move forward, we will be able to iron out the small issues that has come up. We look forward that the Senate will also relook at it, and we really build this so that we don't find ourselves back here trying to bring those amendments. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the mover. Thank you.
Honorable members, I now put the question, which is that the Kenya Sign Language Bill, Senate Bill number 9 of 2023, be now read a third time. Will as many out of say aye? Well, as one of the contrary say nay, the ayes have it. Next order.
An act of parliament to give a bill for an act of parliament to give effect to Article 7.3b of the Constitution on the promotion and development of the use of Kenya Sign Language, to give effect to Article 54(1)(d), to provide for the inclusion of sign language in education curriculum, to provide for the use of sign language in legal proceedings and for connected purposes.
Next order.
Order number 9, the Penal Code Amendment, Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
Anthony Ulwash, this was your own bill? Huh? Yes, the sponsor, yes. But I'm looking at any interest. Emilio Diambo is. Oh. Honorable members also are interested in contributing on this bill, which is the Penal Code Bill Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill of. I don't see any names in here. Yeah,
Thank you.
Emilio Diambo, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do support the proposed amendment to the Penal Code by Honorable Anthony Oluoch. And Mr. Speaker, in supporting, I want to just say I'm very proud of Honorable Anthony. I've known Anthony for a long time, a very good friend of my brother Dan Harrison. They were in school together. They've studied law together. And when they were studying their law, they used to use my notes. So it's not only the women who have benefited. Sometimes it's good to show off. He even used to sleep at my place when they were studying. So I'm very proud that he's very focused at doing a very, very good job. And Mr. Speaker, one of the challenges that we have faced in dealing with the issue of suicide as a country is the fact that we criminalize the act of suicide, which is actually a disease. Mr. Speaker, it's also similar to how we deal with alcoholism or addiction, that you find somebody sitting down and trying to lecture a person who is an alcoholic about dealing with, being more responsible, Mr. Speaker. It's like telling a person who has cancer, you are giving them a lecture about how they should make sure they are well. A lot of people who commit suicide, not a lot, many actually, almost all, Mr. Speaker, from medical evidence, are people who are sick mentally. They are facing mental challenges, and what they need is support, not criminalization. And what we need is perhaps that they get mental support, Mr. Speaker. We should treat this as a medical condition. Mr. Speaker, when I lost my mother, which was very unexpected because I spoke to her in the night, and she died suddenly in the morning. One of those days, Mr. Speaker, I went through such a dark place that I actually told somebody that I understand how people talk about having mental challenges. And I told somebody that for the first time I understood the book of Psalms 23, where they say, though I walk through the shadow of the valley of death. And Mr. Speaker, when I lost my mom, I walked in the valley of the shadow of death. And I understood how people can get extremely depressed. And Mr. Speaker, this is one instance. Can you imagine there's a person who has lost their mother, who has lost a child, who has lost a sibling, who has lost a spouse? Mr. Speaker, what do you think that person is going through? And then we are talking also even of the country right now. Mr. Speaker, There are many times you find a person who has a degree, who has a master's, and is serving as a watchman. There's nothing wrong with being a watchman, just that they are not paid very well. I know a lot of us Kenyans who live here, many people who serve as security, but they are paid fairly well. But in Kenya, when you're employed as a watchman and you have a degree and a master's, Mr. Speaker, that can take somebody into depression. And you have situations where you see a mother and has her children, and she doesn't know what the children are going to eat. Maybe they have gone without food for days, Mr. Speaker. Now, when you find such a mother attempts to commit suicide, instead of seeking to help her, we criminalize and commit them to court. Mr. Speaker, I know that there are people who have been concerned that this goes against Islamic teaching and Christian teaching, because Islamic teaching and Christian teaching goes against taking of life. But a sick person is not a person who is knowledgeable. Even in Christianity, if you look at the book of Joshua and the book of Judges, there were cities that were set aside for people who had not intentionally committed murder as cities of refuge. Meaning there are people who by accident would commit murder. And a person who is mentally sick is one of those people. They don't have the mens rea, which also in law we recognize. Mens rea is the guilty mind. So when you have a sick person and we want to say that we need to criminalize them or punish them, I believe in Christianity, it doesn't go against Christian teaching to help that person. In Christianity, there was a city of refuge for such a person. And our city of refuge in modern times is actually psychiatrists and other professionals that can help. And I know that to a large degree, the Islamic faith is very similar to the Christian faith. The only departure, of course, is that in the Christianity we say you don't go to God except through Jesus Christ, and in Islam, Jesus is seen as a prophet. But fundamentally, most of the things that we say we believe in are very similar. And so I'm sure if there is a city of refuge in Christianity, I suspect there must be a city of refuge even in Islam. And because there's that city of refuge, let us look at people who are depressed, who need help. We give them refuge that is given in the book of Joshua, that is given in the book of Judges, through medical intervention, not through punishment. And I therefore fully support the proposed amendment by Honorable Anthony Olwach. And I want to encourage that maybe the challenge that we are facing as a country is how expensive the facilities for mental wellness are. I think I shared here in the house on the floor, I think 2 weeks ago, that I have a nephew who has challenges, mental challenges. And Mr. Speaker, every time he's admitted in hospital for less than a month, it's 1 million Kenya shillings. Mr. Speaker, how many people can afford 1 million Kenya shillings? We make this a very expensive affair. And then the facilities that are government-oriented are also stigmatized, that you can only be taken to Mathare, and Mathare is seen as a very stigmatizing institution. We need to provide institutions which are maybe called wellness or some other fancy name, so that when people go there, we don't stigmatize. The same way, if I have malaria, I'm not stigmatized for having malaria. A person who also has mental health should not be stigmatized for having mental health challenges. I fully support and I urge and encourage other members to look at it from that perspective. I believe it doesn't go against our faith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity for me to also contribute on this amendment to the Penal Code. Mr. Speaker, I must confess that as a member of the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, when this amendment was submitted to us, I was thoroughly opposed to it because I thought it was a vicious attack on Article 26 of our Constitution that guarantees the right to life. That article guarantees the right to life, and I thought by enacting the amendment, we will be technically and from a bystander's view, be legalizing suicide. But after the appearance of the Honorable Member from Mathare, the Honorable Watch, and the other stakeholders, I met my Damascus moment, and I thought this is something which we need to support. Honorable Speaker, this clause has been in our penal code since 1930. It has served its purpose, and I tend to think we need to carry out a cleanup of the entire penal code so that we can remove some of these old clauses that really do not tally with the times. Honorable Speaker, a person who attempts to commit suicide is literally a mental patient within the definition of Section 2 of our Mental Health Act. This is a person who is going through difficult moments. This is a person who is suffering depression. This is a person who is suffering trauma. And I have looked at the intendment of this bill, and basically what it seeks is basically to acknowledge that individuals who attempt to take suicide are very often struggling with many health challenges, trauma, depression, and severe emotional distress. Do we need to literally punish up this person by penal sanctions, by, committing him to prison or having him to pay a fine after taking him through a rigorous trial process? I do not think so, Honorable Speaker. And I will tend to think that at this particular moment in time, and has been rightly pointed out by the previous contributor to this particular motion that was ably moved by the Honorable Watch, this is a person who requires help. This is not a person who requires to be punished. This is a person who requires assistance. This is a person who requires empathy and not punishment. And therefore, it is critically important that we pass this particular amendment so that we can really be able to look into the circumstances that actually make this person to be depressed and think of taking away his or her life, which is deemed sacred. Honorable Speaker, in the course of our engagements with stakeholders, Honorable Speaker, we were informed that this matter has also been taken to court, and the courts have had to pronounce themselves on it. Honorable Speaker, in the High Court Constitutional Petition number E045 of 2022, that was taken by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights and two others for the Attorney General, the High Court considered this provision in the statute, and the High Court held that persons who attempt suicide are deemed to be suffering from a mental illness and lacked the necessary intention to commit the crime of attempted suicide. And said these are persons who are suffering a mental illness, and therefore that provision in the Penal Code, Section 226, is unconstitutional. So as we speak here, as we debate on this floor of the House, the judiciary of the Republic of Kenya, which also exercises delegated power of the people of Kenya, has pronounced itself on this particular provision and has held that this provision is unconstitutional. So what do we have to do as a House? We have also to align our statutes, because we are the law-making institution. We must align our laws with the Constitution and what the judiciary has proclaimed. Equally, Honorable Speaker, I asked myself, what was troubling me is that if we remove these particular provisions, then what happens? What happens to these people who are suffering a lot of trauma? What happens to them? Honorable Speaker, I found solace in Article 43 of our Constitution that guarantees everybody, every Kenyan, good mental health and good health. So as a country, we need to work upon provisions to ensure that people who are suffering trauma, depression, and illnesses are taken care of. Honorable Speaker, I looked at the Mental Health Act, and Honorable Speaker, I found a provision in the Mental Health Act, and specifically Section 2, that can take charge of this particular provision. That act indicates a person with a mental illness to include a person diagnosed by a qualified mental health practitioner which means we need actually to work up on our mental health facilities and to ensure that decriminalization turns to meaningful protection and care of people who have mental health. Section 2C of the Mental Act is very specific. County governments and national governments are obligated to develop the necessary physical and technological infrastructure for the care, rehabilitation, and provision of health services. So what are we saying here, Honorable Speaker? We need, as a House, and the county governments equally, need to make serious provision for rehabilitation of people who are depressed, people who are suffering mental illness. So they are part and parcel of this particular society. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this particular bill and urge that we pass it. But we need to move a step higher to ensure that in each of our 47 counties, we have places for rehabilitation, counseling, for people who have, depression, trauma, because people don't invite depression to themselves. They don't invite trauma to themselves. And these are our people, our Kenyans. And as I always point out, we live for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. So as a House, we need to allocate more resources towards the rehabilitation of people who are suffering mental health. And we ensure that almost all our health facilities have provisions to take charge of people who are suffering mental illness. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support and thank the Honorable Member for Mathare for bringing up this particular bill. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. I'll be very brief, not to repeat what my colleagues have said. But from the onset, let me begin by saying I'm supporting these proposed amendments of the Penal Code by Honorable Anton, a member for Mathare, who has been my good friend. And also, I've interacted with him in many social settings, and he has been really championing on this proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, people who go through many disorders like mood disorders, anxiety disorders, personality disorder, or psychotic disorders, sometimes they can contemplate to commit suicide. And it is not their wish to take their lives. And that is why I am saying we don't need actually to criminalize the act. We need to come up with a solution of supporting them, and also looking at these people, we give them refuge through medical intervention. And it is very important, once we experience this kind of people, we give support rather than subjecting them to prisons and, of course, criminalizing them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of these circumstances that lead a person to contemplate committing suicide is the issue of long-term isolation, prolonged work stress, which we usually go through. Even I'm sure some of our members of parliament here, they are very stressed when they are going through, when they are waiting for the next elections. And many of them actually can go through hormonal fluctuations and trauma and stress. And that is why we are saying they might even end up contemplating committing suicide. And Mr. Speaker, instead of doing this, let us build in each country at least a facility for mental challenges, so that we can handle many of these. Our society, if you walk in every town in your constituency, you will see these people going through these challenges, and I think it is high time we support these amendments for the sake, and even we will align it in our constitution so that we don't really heavily punish people who are innocent, Mr. Speaker. And without laboring too much on this, I fully support, congratulate Anton Oluoch for these wonderful amendments, and I fully support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Ndikiri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand here to support this amendment on the penal code brought by our senior Honorable Oluoch. Mr. Speaker, suicide is becoming a killer factor in this country. I will specifically point out in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, we have seen a wave of suicide, particularly among the male people and the youth. And it's across the country. Why? Because of the environment that majority of these people are operating from. Statistically, Mr. Speaker, you notice that it has confirmed the cases where there are family conflicts are forcing some people to commit suicide. Mr. Speaker, the increasing influence of the peers and consumption of illicit substances, not by choice, but being forced by circumstances. Majority of these people are committing suicide. Mr. Speaker, you'll find that even the situation that we are observing in our learning institutions, Mr. Speaker, there is always something related that forces people to commit suicide and trying to also to kill other people. Mr. Speaker, I think it's that time we start dealing with preventive mechanisms of that forces people to commit suicide. I agree, Mr. Speaker, scientifically, there are some proven cases that if you have a lineage of people in your family of committing suicide, there is a possibility that somebody else within that family will commit suicide. But if it is a known case, then there could be a mechanism put in place so that when it happens or they attempt to do so, it is known that they are doing this because of natural inherited situations. But these people are not criminals. By your standards, people who commit suicide, they are not criminals. So subjecting them to severe penalties on like those other people who are committed crime is not a good thing. And I think the penal code that we are operating with is an old one, just like it has been pointed out. I think we need to move away from that and start now dealing with a situation where these people will be given other form of rehabilitation. Because I'm sure, and I have seen these cases, suicidal cases, people coming up and repenting as to why they did that. And when somebody has done that, then we should not be condemned. So what I'm saying is this, Mr. Speaker. These are our brothers, these are our sisters. And some of them can be rehabilitated. And that's why we are saying that we need working rehabilitation centers equipped with adequate medical facilities that will get these people back to us. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I think we need also to ensure that we have various programs, particularly focusing on our youth, the boy-child initiatives, so that they'll be able not to take an option of life, taking their lives, and they go to another level of confidence building. Because majority of these people who commit suicide, there is a certain level of inferiority, which has been perpetuated by various factors. So, Mr. Speaker, this amendment comes handy, and I want to thank Oluoch. Oluoch comes from Madale, and that's why we have Madale Medical Hospital. I think because of the experiences that has gone through, because he is the one. So he has a lot of experience, and that experience, I think, has caused him to really to come up with this in an induced environment that has caused Honorable Oluoch to come up with this amendment, and we really support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a nice bill, and we really need to really encourage it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nyando.
I thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. And on the same breath, allow me to support this bill as advanced by my brother, Honorable Anthony Oluoch. Honorable Speaker, this bill is timely. Timely to the effect that we have so many people languishing either in jails or subjected to very punitive measures by our courts of law as a result of this Section 266 of our Penal Code, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for one to have attempted suicide, it must be having a very direct link with a mental disposition. Honorable Speaker, life is sacrosanct. And to the level that somebody as pure as life is and of great value to have thought through to take that life out of his body, there must be something tragically wrong. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore most important that we treat this, any suicidal attempt, as an affront to not just our lives, but a mental issue that calls for greater introspection that would lead into medical attention, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, coming at a time when organizations that have been consistently drawing a lot of their funding from the United States are now cutting back because the government of America is not willing to fund even on psychotherapy issues of people undergoing medical psychosocial issues, Honorable Speaker. Is therefore something that we must collectively as a House truly relook into, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, once these people will be subjected to psychosocial and psychotherapy medication, Honorable Speaker, you may realize at the end of the day that indeed issues that probably propelled one to think along the lines of suicide, Honorable Speaker, are not as so stringent as to warrant death. If people who have mental issues can be taken to hospitals such as Madari, where the mover of, where the sponsor of this bill represents, Honorable Speaker, can be taken through medication.
I want to recognize the presence of students from Kabule Sobet Primary School, Sotik Constituency, Bomet, and students from Kiserian Adventist School, Kajiado West, Kajiado. I'll come back to you. Yeah. And give an opportunity to the gracious lady here to give words of encouragement to the students from those two schools. Kapole Sobet Primary School and Kiserian Adventist School. Give them words of encouragement.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to encourage the lovely students who have visited us today. My word of encouragement to you is that first, put God first in everything that you do. Commit all your plans to Him and you will succeed. The second thing is generosity. Always share your wisdom with each other. If you're good in maths, help the person who is not good in maths. The third thing I would want to tell you is always be grateful for the opportunity. Many students would want to be in school, but they're not in school. You have been given that opportunity. Respect your parents, listen to your teachers, and above all, work very, very hard. Finally, observe something that we call growth. Every day before you sleep, ask yourself, have you learned a new thing? And if you've not learned something new, kindly make sure you open your dictionary and learn something new from that, from whatever you for that day to be marked as something new that you've learned. Finally, I would want to tell you, if you want to become a lawyer, an engineer, a pilot, whatever you want to become, start acting like them. Sleep like a lawyer, eat like a lawyer, talk like a lawyer. And my final question to you would be, is there a lawyer who plays PlayStation the whole day? Is there a lawyer who sleeps the whole day? Is there a lawyer who watches movies the whole day? Thank you so much. God bless you. And we look forward to seeing you successful in the future. Thank you.
want to congratulate the students? You want to contribute? In addition to that is also another school called Namgoi Mixed Day School, Chesumei Nandi. The students are, the young men and women are in the speakers gallery. And I want the Honorable Member for West Mugirangu to say words of wisdom to these students again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to join you and the entire House in welcoming our learners to the August House and assure them that they are at the right place and learning from the best house in the Commonwealth. And I want to add what my sister has said. When you are in school, learners, this is the time you define yourself, you define your future, and you are guarantee both yourself and the family you belong to of your career pathway. We have seen a tremendous transformation in the education system, which is now inculcating skills in you that will make you total men and total women when you start your career paths. Jitume and make sure that you excel in whatever you undertake. Please, while in school, learn from your teachers, but more importantly also learn from each other. Be your brother's keeper, be your sister's keeper. Do not do that will hurt God and the law. And in particular, I want to encourage you that you cannot resort to taking your life, because you are in the House when we are discussing an amendment that takes away the criminality from those who attempt to kill themselves. Never ever harm yourself or anybody, never harm any property in the Republic, because the law will catch up with you. We wish you all the best. Journey mercies when you go home, and the teachers who have brought our learners here, keep bringing them, and we will always encourage them to be lawyers, to be engineers, to be doctors, to be teachers, and to be speakers of the House like Honorable Farah Maalim, who has welcomed you. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chemetian, you're the only one who is in the chapters right now from Rift Valley. Two of the schools are from Rift Valley. Proceed. You're also from Rift Valley?
Yes.
Great. She has done that. She has already given her piece.
But let me just put across a word.
Not just very flowery.
Thank you.
I can see the future presidents of this country. I can see the future senators, speakers, generals, ladies who are going to become ambassadors to Saudi Arabia with hijabi. and I can see a lot of potential up there. So give them
Very
all
true.
the words of wisdom and encouragement.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I also want to say to all the students in the House today that success is very intentional. Whatever thing you put into your mind, whatever thing you wish, and everything that you do today reflects your life tomorrow. The world will not judge you because of your best grades, but they will judge you according to your attitudes and your hard work. Listen carefully to your teachers, respect your parents, and learn that the society belongs to everyone without prejudice of tribal, gender, and you will always be among the best people in this universe. Otherwise, I want to say, while you are in school, as long as you are in uniform, there will be a day that you will wake up in the morning and you will not be putting that on that uniform, because young or youthfulness is a transient. Make use of this time, work so hard, and you will always be paid. And hard work always pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Character is everything, yeah?
Character, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Now I'll call on the MP for Nyando to finish his contribution.
I thank you once again, Honorable Speaker, and on the same breath, I also want to encourage our young children to remain focused. Discipline is everything, above all, Honorable Speaker. Just their same age, there are now students who are facing murder charges, Honorable Speaker, because they lit fires into their dormitory at Utumishi Academy, Honorable Speaker. Young children, if found guilty and culpable, will stay in prison for their entire life because of a small decision, a wrong decision that they took, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, every student, those present here and those outside, before you act, think, and think deeply. Do not go by the spur of the moment, you know, what they would call the group thinking, the group mentality, but do the right thing. Honorable Speaker, taking a tangent from where I left, there are people who suffer mental illnesses and are taken to hospitals and they heal. They become normal, Honorable Speaker. A few years ago, I took one of my relatives who was suffering mental illness to Kisumu District Hospital, Honorable Speaker. And after 1 week, he had improved. He was very consistent in his behavior and became normal. And I was asking the doctors, what the problem then happens when you have many people either walking naked or are collecting garbage on the streets because of mental illnesses. And the doctor told me that because people fall ill and it takes forever to be taken to hospital, some of them are still being taken to witchcraft, Honorable Speaker. Some of them are taken to some cultish religious groupings with indoctrinated membership, Honorable Speaker. So that span of wasting time, you know, strengthens the mental disorder. And that is why then it becomes quite irreversible, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, what my brother, Honorable Watch, is coming up with is timely. We do not need to condemn these people without giving them a second chance at medical intervention, Honorable Speaker. And if that is going to happen, we are going to release many from our jails. We are going to have many who would have otherwise languished their entire life behind cells, Honorable Speaker, and give them a productive chance and produce to our society, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I support this bill, and I hope that we will also infuse a category where these people who will be subjected to medical help will also be funded, so that you do not have somebody who wants to take out his life and is still required to go look for money to have that medical intervention, Honorable Speaker. I thank you for the opportunity.
Dawood Rahim, followed by Honorable Mishimboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wish to support this bill by Honorable Oloj. I spoke to him earlier, saying suicide in Islam is strictly prohibited. Honorable Speaker, in Islam, Surah Al-Nisa 4:29 says that you do not take your life, because it says, and I will quote, and do not kill yourselves. That's what Surah Al-Nisa says. Allah is without doubt most merciful to you. The same is said again in Surah Al-Bukhara, where it says that your life is not for you, it is for the Lord. Mr. Speaker, suicide is not just suicide by its own. It goes, the Islamic scholars have now come up and said it is a mental health issue. And when you are not in control, because suicide, there are many factors which influence suicide, Honorable Speaker, such as biological, social, or even environmental. And depression is one of the main reasons contributing to psychiatric causes, and that I think it's about 700,000 adolescents from 19 to 29 who lose their lives because of suicide. Mr. Speaker, the suicide rates are surprisingly higher in some of Muslim countries like Nigeria and other few countries. They are higher than the global average. So, Mr. Speaker, mental illness like depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder are more likely to rise among people affected by conflict and displacement, limited access to water, shelter, challenges such as unemployment and immigration. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about mental illness, we should even think about people who are facing life-threatening diseases, euthanasia. I want to ask Honorable Oloch to see if we can put the definition of euthanasia or assisted dying. Because, Mr. Speaker, there are few countries who have passed the laws that allow euthanasia, which is medically certified, that people who are suffering from illnesses which they cannot be treated, and they're dying in a way which is very, very difficult for the family and for themselves. So they get medically assisted, but it is criminalized in a lot of societies. Only a few countries have approved it. But I would want Honorable Oloch to see if we can include the suicide, which he has mentioned, the legalization. We are not saying we want to encourage people to commit suicide, but we have to be ahead and support our people, because otherwise there is a lot of issues with mental health in this country. And if you're not having suicidal thoughts, I don't know what you will do, because things are tough as it is. We need to have institutions established where we can talk, because in Islam it does not allow you, but some of the countries, because of religious beliefs, people will not commit suicide because of the religious beliefs, but they suffer in silence, Mr. Speaker. And we need to get that, maybe an institute, or have mental health clinics more often, so that the people who do think about committing suicide, they will reduce. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad the bill by Honorable Oloch has been passed by the Committee of Legal. Mr. Speaker, I tried to bring my bill on penal code, change of a penal code, where I said a woman who is pregnant or has a child of less than 5 years should not go for custodial sentence. But then I was told it was discriminatory against men. When I asked, do men give birth? And there was no question that men cannot give birth, but it was dropped. But I'm glad that the Committee on Legal agreed to this one, because it goes against the tenets of the faiths which are in Kenya, the big faiths, which is the Christianity and the Muslim. But now we have to, because there is a study which has been done in Egypt. The Islamic scholars have said a person who does not have control over themselves, but not kufr. And the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam did not pray during his time, did not pray the janaza salat for people who had committed suicide, but he did not refuse the others not to pray for somebody who has passed away for janaza. So that means he left it that at the end of time, Allah will make the decision whether this person will be thrown into the fires of hell. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I congratulate Honorable Oloch, and I hope he can bring euthanasia as well in the bill if it is possible. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Mheshimiwa Mishimboku.
Come on, how could it possibly be him? No, he's not that handsome.
I'm not asking you. He's the Requiem General of the Union Street. It's said that he's a formidable man with amazing power and low tolerance for weakness.
Are you a talented artist? Or are you passionate about a topic you want to discuss? But money can be very hard to find for an upcoming artist. Don't worry, Studio Mashinani has got your back. Sign up on ajira.co.ke to book a session with your music and video producers across the country. Work on your music, jingles, spoken words, and even podcasts to realize your dream. All for free. Studio Mashinani, Radani Talent.
The FIFA World Cup 2026, hosted by the Triumvirate of Canada, Mexico, and the United States of America, promises to be blissful. Explore the most exciting edition of the tournament to date as 48 teams from around the globe compete in 104 fixtures across 16 host cities. We celebrate culture, friendship, and more importantly, monetizing talent. At this first ever Tri-National World Cup from 11th of June to 19th of July 2026. Just like the formidable 10 African nations represented, be at the center of the FIFA World Cup 2026. 34 free-to-air matches live on KBC Channel 1. Your true sports partner.
Good afternoon and a warm welcome to Channel 1 Lunchtime News on this 24th day of June 2026. Actually, it's the eve of the Gen Z protest, and that's where we will begin our news today. My name is Bentro Injwe, the lovely lady on the bottom of your screen. Handling the sign language interpretation is Caro Njoroge. Straight to the news. Human rights organizations have vowed to proceed with the planned June 25th demonstrations in Mombasa, despite a declaration by Mombasa County Commissioner Mohamed Noor that the protests are illegal.
The demonstrations set to take place across the country are intended to commemorate young Kenyans who lost their lives during the 2024 Gen Z anti-government protest and to demand justice and accountability for the victims.
Tarehe 25 June. Kufikia sasa hakuna notisi yoyote. Kama kawaida sheria inasema lazima upatie polisi notisi ya siku 3. Sasa hatujapata notisi yoyote kusema kwamba kutakuwa na maandamano, ili kama kikosi cha salama tungeweza kupanga.
Elsewhere, youth movement from Cherengani in Trans Nzoia County has distanced itself from Gen Z protest scheduled for tomorrow.
Tuambie viongozi, hiyo pesa ambayo mnatumia kama goons, inatakikana kwamba hiyo pesa iletwe, tuunde kitu inaitwa empowerment Trans Nzoia kwa ujumla. Tushikane kama vijana, tuendelee mbele.
In Ruiru, Kiambu County, another group of young people under the One Tribe, One Nation Gen Z movement umbrella has denounced the planned protest, saying it has been hijacked by politicians.
There shall be no Gen Z's protest on Thursday, 25th June 2026. And we repeat it again. There shall be no Gen Z's protest on Thursday. Gen Z's power. Power! On Thursday, 25th of June 2026. We encourage all Kenyans to commemorate the day peacefully.
Danton Indande, Lunchtime News.
In other news, persons with disabilities have been urged to take advantage of constitutional protections that guarantee their full participation in the electoral process, including seeking elective leadership positions. Speaking at a capacity building forum at the Nyeri National Polytechnic, Nyeri Disability Network chairperson John Kabatha noted that many PWDs remain unaware of opportunities available to them, including the right to contest elective positions. He challenged elected and nominated leaders living with disabilities to champion the interest of all citizens while serving their communities effectively.
Where we have a challenge up to date, and we are still going to continue roping over this one, is about persons with disability, where we are talking of the special seats. This is about nomination. We are not supposed to be left behind as tools to be used by the political parties. Because now the slots of these nominations, they are always given to the political parties, expected to be given as rewards to the persons who worked for the party. Yet we have the capacity. When elected, you need also to represent your people and also your community. Now, because when you have been nominated or elected, you don't represent the disability, you represent your community.
Still keeping up with that bid, the government has launched a community-based inclusive development framework, training manual and booklet aimed at strengthening the inclusion of persons with disabilities in development. Speaking during the launch in Nairobi, Principal Secretary for Social Protection and Senior Citizens Affairs, Joseph Motari, said the initiative will help translate disability-inclusive policies into practical action at the grassroots level. The framework seeks to promote coordinated support for persons with disabilities across sectors, including health, education, social protection, livelihoods, and community development. Motari emphasized the importance of involving persons with disabilities in decision-making processes and called on county governments to integrate disability inclusion into their planning, budgeting, and service delivery programs.
The CBID framework we are launching today provides practical guidance for translating disability-inclusive policies into action at the grassroots level. The booklet complements these efforts by providing accessible information that raises awareness on disability rights, inclusion, and available community support services. Success of community-based inclusive development depends on the meaningful participation of persons with disabilities themselves, Nothing should be planned for persons with disabilities without their active involvement. As government, we remain committed to working closely with the county governments, organizations of persons with disabilities, civil society, faith-based organizations, development partners, academia, and the private sector to ensure the successful implementation of the CBID framework across the country.
Elsewhere, the residents of Mukuru Kwanjenga have staged protest against what they describe as the illegal development of a disputed parcel of land by private developers, despite an existing court order directing all parties to maintain the current situation. Carrying copies of the court order, the aggrieved residents marched to Villa Police Station in Embakasi Sub-County, accusing police officers of failing to enforce the court directive. The residents are demanding immediate police intervention, arguing that authorities have neglected their responsibility to uphold the law and protect the contested land from further encroachment.
Wakati ubomozi ilikuwa imefanyika, sisi kama wakazi wa Mukuru Kwanjenga hapa tulienda kotini. Tulienda High Court. Na tulipofika High Court, tulipewa conservatory order ya kurestrain wale wenye tuliwapeleka kotini.
Kipengele namba 10 kuanzia 10 mpaka 13 zinakataa, haifai hao wale tuko nao kwa mbao, haitakikani waendelee kujenga hapa. Hata haifai wakae na sisi.
Sisi tunaomba serikali ambao inasimamia wale wametumwa hapa kama maaskari ama maOCS, wanatakiwa wafanye kazi yao.
Sisi kama wana Mukuru Kwanjenga tumefika hapa kwa amani, tunataka tuingie hapa police station Villa. Tukumbushe OCS wa hapa. Hii court order uko nayo, akubali.
To Kakamega now, where leaders and stakeholders have warned that protecting Kenya's rainforest is no longer a choice but a national emergency needed to safeguard the country's ecological system. The remarks were made in Kakamega by leaders who called for urgent action to protect the country's remaining natural forests. Kenya's ambassador and permanent representative to the United Nations Environment Programme, Ida Odinga, urged communities living around forests to take the lead in protecting ecosystems. Cabinet Secretary for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, Deborah Mulongo, emphasized the importance of planting indigenous trees as part of government's efforts to achieve its targets of planting 15 billion trees by the year 2032.
To protecting existing forests, restoring degraded ecosystem, and empowering communities and young people. Without Kakamega Forest, would not have rivers like River Yala. Without Kakamega Forest, rivers like River Zoya would not be what it is today.
The rains bless our land. I call upon every Kenyan in your homes, schools, churches, farms, and public spaces to plant trees, especially the indigenous trees, as well as the fruit trees that nourish our children. It is the fulfillment of His Excellency the President's directive to plant 15 billion trees by 2032, raising our forest cover to 30%.
Still in Kakamega, widows from Marama Central Ward in Butere constituency, Kakamega County, have raised concerns over alleged discrimination, mistreatment and exploitation following the passing on of their husbands. The widows are now appealing to the government and civil society organizations to intervene and help protect their rights and welfare. They spoke in Eshianini during a visit by Kakamega businessman and philanthropist Boniface Ngashira, who supported them with food donations. Ngashira called on the government to come up with sustainable solutions and establish proper programs aimed at empowering widows and improving their livelihoods within the community.
Moto mingi sana. Uko nyumbani wananyanyaswa, mambo na shamba, alafu pia mambo na matibabu pale kwenye hospitali. Wengi wao mama ni wagonjwa na hawana yule mtu ambaye anaweza wasaidia, mambo na kurejesta kwenye SHA. Na vile unajua mtu akienda kwenye hospitali unaambiwa kwamba ulilipia SHA kwa mwaka mzima.
Sasa upande wa mashamba, watoto wetu hawasomi,
Pesa zenu wa jamii walisimamisha, hatujui sisi tutaishi aje na tutakula nini. Wenzetu wanapata shida, ni wagonjwa, hatuhudumiwi vizuri. Ukienda kwa mtu anataka kunyanyasa, umulipe ndiye akutibu.
Upande wa mashamba tunahangaika sana. Unapobaki kwa boma utapata jirani amesongesha kweli mpaka, na ukiongea atakwambia utanilipa nini.
Now, health experts and community health promoters say Kenya remains prepared to tackle pandemics, including Ebola, despite the shrinking donor funding. Speaking during the 3rd National Community System Strengthening Knowledge Forum held in Naivasha, stakeholders noted gains made in addressing HIV, AIDS and TB were being eroded due to the shrinking donor funding. This emerged during the 3rd National Community System Strengthening CSS Knowledge Forum held in Naivasha and attended by community health promoters from across the country.
As communities, we're not complaining. What we are asking is how do we collaborate with government and how do we work together as communities to make sure that our health systems are resilient.
I think with the shrinking resources of the donor funding, communities are getting hard hit than the health systems. But one thing I know is that if we cannot consistently continue to fund communities to do advocacy and ensure governments are stepping in where the donors have left the gap, and if we cannot support communities to access these services, then we are going to lose the fight.
We are talking about how we can build the resilience of our health systems and our community systems. And when we talk about resilience, we are talking about the capability of our health systems to prepare for a pandemic.
Moving on, Kiambu County Governor Kimani Wamatangi has been conferred with the International Imminent Peace Ambassador Award by the International Association of World Peace Advocates, that is IAWPA, in recognition of his leadership and development initiatives in the county. IAWPA spokesperson Emmanuel Nweke described Wamatangi's tenure as one marked by monumental accomplishment, including or citing the governor's achievements in education, infrastructure and social development since taking office. Wamatangi attributed the honor to the collective efforts of Kiambu residents and county staff.
We have dedicated ourselves to serve the people of Kiambu with humility and also with commitment, and using principles and values that are not only treasurable here on earth but also in heaven. On the education sector, we have successfully built, operationalized, and are now running 512 ECDE schools in this country, built in 3 years in our county in Kiambu.
By extension, we have so much good news about you, particularly on the SDG 4 that talks about education. Your good news are spread around the continental bases of Africa, both on sub-regional and regional.
Elsewhere, residents of the Rua village in Egembe North, Meru County are calling on the Kenya Wildlife Service KWS to urgently intervene following repeated invasions by elephants that have destroyed crops and left families counting losses. The residents say the elephants, believed to be straying from the nearby Meru National Park, have been wreaking havoc in farms at night and feeding on crops that were nearly ready for harvest, raising fears over food insecurity. The locals are urging KWS to put in place effective measures to control the movement of the elephants and prevent them from accessing farms and residential areas, arguing that existing interventions have not been sufficient to address the jumbo problem.
Lakini karundi mara ya pili tukasema Mungu ametujalia, mimea ikamea na ikazaa. Sasa tulikuwa tumepata mazao ya kulisha watoto wetu, lakini hatuna kitu sahi. Ulikuwa unachukua mahindi yako, unachomea, unarostia mtoto wako, lakini sahi hatuna kitu.
Nataka kuambia serikali hivi, hao watu wa KWS waangalie hii ndovu inatoka wapi, kwa sababu inatokea hapa chini. Kama wamefungulia ndovu zao, wakuje waangalie mahali ndovu iko, wakuye na wasikue ndovu zao na tunaomba sasa hata MP ambiwe hivi na MCA waangalie, waende waongee na hao KWS, wakuye waangalie hii mashamba vile yaangaliwa, waangalie mashamba yote kutoka Nata kukuya huku, mahindi, marawa, kila kitu imemalizwa.
And to Ebola preparedness now, where Dr. Frederick Eyase is principal researcher at KEMRI's Center for Virus Research, says early preparedness and strategic communication are key in fitting the spread of Ebola virus. Eyase, who spoke to Channel 1, says the government is right on track in establishing quarantine centers as well as building the capacity of health personnel and health systems in Ebola surveillance.
The Ebola virus has 6 different strains. They include the Zaire virus discovered in DR Congo in 1976 and which remains the most virulent. Sudan virus discovered in Sudan in 1976. Reston virus discovered in Virginia, USA in 1989. Thai forest virus discovered in Ivory Coast in 1994. Bundibujo virus discovered in Uganda in 2007, and most recently, Bombali virus discovered in Sierra Leone in 2018. According to a principal researcher at KEMRI's Center for Virus Research, Dr. Frederick Eyase, of all 6 strains of Ebola, 3 have resulted in disease outbreaks: the Zaire, Sudan, and most recently Bundibujo.
The nature of viruses is that they evolve. You never know in future.
The researcher warns that countries within the region are not safe, although at a lower risk. However, they need to put in place measures to prevent any eventualities.
No place is safe from any virus, and it's by, as we have said, because sometimes ecosystems go across borders, and also the nature of travel.
Dr. Eyase says Kenya is on the right track in putting in place both preventive measures through surveillance and early detection, as well as responsive measures through the establishment of quarantine centers were an outbreak to occur.
What the government is doing is right, in establishing areas that then if there is a problem, there are areas that can handle the problem, the outbreak if it comes in here. So the public should relax.
He is at the same time urging environmental conservation measures that ensure that contact between wildlife and humans is reduced.
It is to sort of respect the borders. The wildlife have certain pathogens that might become zoonotic or might cross into humans, some of which are unknown. That needs to be avoided.
The researcher warns that while there are Ebola virus strains that have never resulted into infections, the ongoing environmental degradation and clearance of forests coupled by the evolving nature of viruses could result in infections in future.
It's better to be ready so that if an outbreak happens, then you have the infrastructure to deal with the outbreaks.
He says the Ministry of Health and public health authorities, together with researchers at KEMRI, are working on ensuring that Kenyans are safe.
So the public, first of all, should not be scared about Ebola. Ebola is not like, SARS-CoV.
Judith Akolo, The Lunchtime News.
Elsewhere, Homa Bay County Women Representative Joyce Bensouda has urged political leaders to empower border operators through development initiatives instead of mobilizing them to instigate political violence. Speaking during the launch of a 950,000 shillings border shade at Odoro Trading Center in Kabondo Kasipul constituency, she called for an end to the use of riders as political goons and emphasized the need to improve their economic welfare.
We are saying no to violence to border people.
Their work is to empower themselves. Their work is to enlighten the community. Their work is to grow. Their work is to marry and settle with their families. Their work is to ferry children home.
Kulingana na watu wa siasa, kuna watu wengine wanatumia watu wa bodaboda ati waende wafanye ufujo mahali tukipata mahali penye kuna function, wanatuma watu wa bodaboda ati waende watoe vita hapo. Tuliongea kama watu wa bodaboda, chairmen wote wa bodaboda, ati this time round hakuna kitu mtu wa siasa atakuja kuchukua watu wa bodaboda.
Kwa nini tusichafue hii kazi yetu ambayo tunafanya iwe kazi ya uhalifu? Bodaboda si uhalifu, bodaboda ni kazi kama kazi zingine.
Moving on, stakeholders in the health sector have called for increased investment in the health sector to ensure every citizen accesses quality and affordable services. The stakeholders called on the private sector to complement government efforts in the provision of healthcare and the achievement of universal healthcare. The calls were made during the unveiling of the 4th MP Shah Hospital Satellite Clinic in Karen, an initiative aimed at bringing quality and affordable healthcare services closer to communities.
We firmly believe that healthcare should be nearer to the people. People don't need to commute distances to come and access good quality healthcare. And keeping that in mind, this hub medical center is very significant in our strategy to provide quality and affordable healthcare.
It's always a good opportunity to invest in healthcare. After all, it's the healthcare of the population that expands and grows the economy of any country.
The world has evolved, and you have to bring in experiential as well as other facilities that is required by the community.
Still on health, the Ministry of Health has been urged to expand the scope of medical coverage for people with sickle cell disease under the newly established Social Health Authority SHA, with stakeholders calling for comprehensive outpatient care. Speaking during the commemoration of World Sickle Cell Day in Uasin Gishu County, a medical officer at the academic model providing access to health care, AMPATH, Dr. Alex Gashoya, acknowledged that while SHA has made commendable strides in covering inpatient cost for sickle cell patients, substantial gaps remain in daily management. Dr. Gashoya also revealed that the government is currently piloting an infant screening program in regions flagged with high prevalence rates to ensure early diagnosis and specialized treatment from birth.
SHA is very helpful, but I will really appreciate if it could stand in when it comes to drugs, and also if it can cater for us.
Youths that are affected with the sickle cell disease require a lot of support, and especially blood donation. And so we want to call on the youth and on all of us who are able to do so, that we may be able to donate blood sufficiently so that these youths can be able to be supported.
Marriages is one of the ways to help as a policy not a policy, as a way of curbing the growth of the disease.
Now, a section of traders in Trans Nzoia and Bungoma counties have come out to oppose some proposals in the Tobacco Control Amendment Bill 2024, claiming it aims to increase taxes on tobacco products. The bill, which is currently undergoing public participation, seeks to regulate the industry and safeguard the health well-being of the end users.
Kwamba hii bill ambayo imepitishwa kwa Senate and it is now going to Parliament so that it can be the law. It is going to impact harshly. Itaenda kutu affect sana sisi kama wafanyabiashara.
Naomba kama wabunge wetu muangalie sana hii bili ya tobacco, mkipitisha kwamba tutalipa ushuru mara pili, hapo tutaondokea hizo biashara na pia sisi tutakuwa tumejigandamiza.
High number of people who are employed on this business are youth and those local traders businesses and those who are in town. So we request the government and we appeal.
To the coast now, where social organizations are calling on the government to patch security gaps and close loopholes to deal with abuse and arbitrary disappearance of children. The calls came during the launch of the Kilifi Social Justice Center in Kikambala, where stakeholders called for multi-agency cooperation in taming the vice. Community members are in the meantime being urged to report any cases in a timely manner and provide evidence as opposed to trying to solve the matters domestically, which often puts victims in psychological turmoil.
Data inasema kwamba mwaka huu tumekuwa na shida kubwa kwa sababu watoto 534 wamepotea.
Tunaona watoto vile kina mama pia wakidhulumiwa haki zao, wengine hata wakiuawa. Kwa hivyo katika maeneo kama ya hapa Kilifi hivi majuzi tulimuona yule msichana mdogo wa miaka 9, ile hali ambayo aliweza kupitia.
Wito wangu kwa jamii ni kupeleka hizi kesi katika stesheni za polisi ili zikaweze kuchunguzwa.
Elsewhere, residents of Murang'a County are being educated on their rights and available compensation mechanisms in the event an insurance company becomes insolvent. The Policyholders Compensation Fund has launched a 5-day awareness campaign in Murang'a County to educate residents on insurance protection. The initiative seeks to inform policyholders on the steps to take in an insurance company collapses. Officials say the campaign will enhance public understanding of compensation procedures and policyholder rights. Residents are being encouraged to seek information and safeguard their insurance interests.
We shall continue publicizing our residents with regards to the content and scope of the PCF, which is very crucial. As you know, insurance is not what you call the uptake of insurance is not very high sometimes. It's largely because of lack of information. So if government departments come down to the ground, it's going to what you call change the general operating environment.
And we are here for a 5-day sensitization forum. Tomorrow we are meeting the matatus. On Thursday we are going to meet the insurance agents. Then on Friday we are going to meet other stakeholders, which will include the Ngaos, the women, persons living with disability. We are also going to meet the youth, the cooperative and other groups.
Now, Tharaka Nithi County government is now set to have functioning county government offices for the first time since the advent of devolution 13 years ago. The building that has been under construction for the last 10 years is now undergoing final touches, ushering in a new dawn for the county. The members of County Assembly, led by the chair of the Budget Committee and Karingani MCA Mureithi Gaturo, toured the building, inspecting the ongoing works before finishing and commissioning in the 2026-27 financial year, which starts next week. Gaturo said that despite the budgetary allocation from the county, the national government should honor its pledge and reimburse the county for the money to attend to other pressing needs. The county government is said to have invested about 300 million shillings in the completion of the offices.
Kaunti ya Tharaka Nithi ilikuwa mmoja wa zile zilikuwa zimepewa pesa na 454 million, lakini haijawahi letwa kwa sababu pesa ile iliishia pale na wakuleta, na sisi tukasema kama county government, governor akasema lazima tumalizie hii mjengo kwa budget zetu, tukaanza kuweka pesa.
Because of what the governor of Tharaka Nithi has achieved all this far, of course it has been combined efforts with the county assembly, that is the MCAs, because of course they have been involved in passing the budget.
Thanks to the people of Tharaka Nithi, thanks to the county assembly, all the money that have done that building is budgeted from within, and the county assembly has given us a lot of support because all the money is from our own source.
Very well, at about 27 minutes past the top of the hour, we are due for a fast break. But when we come back, I run you through a couple of more stories. We make sense of business. And later on, I will be telling you all about the FIFA World Cup in the USA, Canada, and Mexico. All of that and much more after this break.
Tiao's not sitting very comfortably just at the moment, and they've given the ball away here. This is a 4-on-2 at this precise second. Into Holland it goes. He scored! Of course he scored! He's doubled Norway's lead. He missed a couple in the first half and there was no smiling then, but there is now.
You see Odegaard weigh up his options. Brilliant pass. Ruthless finish, as we've come to expect from Haaland.
I am Chef Ombachi. Today I'm cooking ugali na Ajab Premium Maize Meal. Boil water, done. Add Ajab Premium Maize Meal. Done. Grab your mwiko and stir the mixture. Enjoy the amazing aroma. Enjoy incredibly soft ugali. Done. Ingia ligi ya kipekee na Ajab Premium Maize Meal.
Good blocking there. There's a couple of half-hearted appeals. Tell you what, does Wolf lead with the elbow?
They'll take any help of any kind that they'll get at this moment, Keith. Senegal.
I'm not sure where the Norway left back is on his back. I don't see too much contact on him. Yeah, he hasn't lifted his elbow.
Honestly,
Wolf.
I'd be really shocked if that was given.
Yeah, I think the right decision to just play on. It does take a little bit of a whack, as I say. Maybe the height difference is the reason for that.
Welcome back and many thanks for keeping it Channel 1. Moving on, MSME's Cabinet Secretary Wycliffe Oparanya has strongly opposed Thursday's planned Gen Z demonstrations, terming them non-beneficial to the youth. The planned demonstrations have elicited mixed reactions across the political divide and the general public, with others, calling for the government to ensure peace prevails as youth exercise their constitutional right. Here's our reporter Michael Mwandiga with the planned protest wrap.
Sijui maandamano ni ya nini, kwa sababu hii maandamano haitusaidii. Unaona wale wafanya biashara wadogo vile umesema ndio wanaathirika kabisa tukiwa na maandamano, na unajua ya kwamba kama hawa wanaathirika hakuna insurance ambayo inaweza kuwasaidia. Ombi langu, hii nchi yetu ni nchi ya demokrasia. Ikiwa nchi ya demokrasia, tuna bunge tuna watetezi wa kila mtu. Ukiwa na shida zako ambazo unaona asiangaziwe vizuri, unaenda kwa mbunge wako. Hao tuna mashirika mengi ambayo unaweza kuenda na upeleke matatizo yako na utasakika.
CS Wycliffe Oparanya speaking earlier today right here at the Broadcasting House. Moving on, Northeastern Regional Commissioner John Odhiambo Otieno has directed security agencies in Garissa County to conduct extensive operations to weed out criminals in Garissa town. Otieno spoke during a security meeting that brought together security chiefs and their juniors in the devolved unit where the rise of criminal gangs disturbing the peace needs to be urgently addressed. Security operations in the past 1 week have seen the arrest and arraignment of 140 suspects.
Security is the prerequisite for purposes of development. Without security, you will not realize development. And therefore, for us to be able to talk about development, we must make sure that the security of the county is top-notch.
Now, the National Construction Authority, NCA, has challenged the construction workforce across the country to consistently demonstrate high standards of integrity and accountability in the industry. This was revealed during a capacity building for the construction workforce in Nairobi region and its environs. NCA General Manager Research and Capacity Building, Dr. Crispus Ndinyo, pledged to roll out similar capacity building targeting all cadres of the construction workforce across the 47 counties. He said the initiative will enhance safety protocols and ensure compliance within the National Building Code, ultimately reducing structural failures.
We are here for a very noble event in terms of building capacity. This is a continuous activity. We are having the first inaugural activity here in Nairobi, but we plan to do it next year.
Critically on call to the workers. If a building collapses when it's under construction, the number one victims are them, the construction workers. So they need to look into integrity. The work that you have been entrusted to do, are you doing it right?
These are the people who supervise all the works on site on a daily basis until they are over and handed over. As my predecessor has spoken about the integrity, we are all speaking about the safety, and we wish to make them become registered, because the moment they are registered, we are able to regulate them, and whenever we set them or they are sent or they get an opportunity to work in those construction sites, they are supervised by guys who are registered, and so we are able to safeguard the safety of our citizenship.
Now, as the 2027 general election approaches, technology and innovation experts have urged young people to embrace responsible use of artificial intelligence, AI, to prevent the spread of misleading or malicious information. Speaking to students at the Mount Kenya University who recently won various global innovation awards, innovation expert Donatas Njoroge said there has been a growing trend of individuals misusing AI to spread rumors and false information. He, however, encouraged young people, especially students, to harness technology for the benefit of the society, drive innovation, and also create employment.
AI can be very dangerous in terms of spreading rumors, propaganda. But used well, it can be used for the benefit to kill jobs, to kill employment, and to be able to improve our ratings globally as a country. Some repercussions of using AI negatively is that you're able not to differentiate between truth, half-truths, and even false. So by leveraging on using AI correctly, you're able to separate whatever is truthful, whatever is false.
Currently, we are living in the era of AI, and currently AI is being used for the bad. For example, you can be able to look on the aspect of image alteration, whereby a person is getting an image of a person, then being able to alter the looks and all that for it to appear like the person is somewhere else speaking another thing which was not intended by the original person of the photo.
Artificial intelligence is also very important in terms of air quality monitoring. It helps us to know which counties, which areas suffer the most when it comes to the quality of their air. And this is a really key problem, especially in the more industrialized counties of our country.
Very well, and from that AI story, we now cross over right here in Nairobi, where ODM party leader and Siaya Senator Oburu Odinga is meeting the Makau Mutua-led compensation panel at Power Center. He's currently addressing. Let's first of all listen in.
Well, Kenyans lost lives in the struggle for freedom. And I want to thank the President of Kenya for taking the responsibility and saying pole to all Kenyans who have suffered injustice since independence up to today. He is taking the burden on himself to say pole. Now, because a lot of Kenyans have died, those who did not live during the time of detention without trial might not know how many Kenyans died. Just in the dungeons of Nyayo House here, there was a hell there, where you sat there, you drank your own urine, you call it what? Defecated there, and you urinated there, and you drank your own urine, and people died under Nyayo House here. These were people who committed no criminal offense. They were fighting for independence, for freedom of our country. Some of them were detained without trial. Can you imagine you being taken to jail and thrown into dungeons there? You don't see light, and you don't even know when you will be released, because you don't know why you are detained. The only charge which is there is that for a long time, or over a long period of time, you have conspired with forces within and outside Kenya to overthrow the legally constituted government of Kenya. And you don't know how you are overthrowing the government of Kenya by simply saying that this is unjust. And you are there for years. A day turned into a month turned into a year, and a year turned into years. And you didn't know when you will come out of those dungeons of prison. And therefore, Kenyans have gone through the struggle. We bore our own brand. We took over, and we bore our own brand. The Chief Justice of the people has told you his part. He played a big part, and many, many Kenyans who are still alive played their part. One time I was in Eldoret, and we were opening an office, just opening an office in Eldoret. And when we started to talk, the late Moses Keino, who used to be a speaker of the National Assembly, stood up to speak. And then as he was giving the microphone to our...
Very well, those are live pictures from Power Center right here in Nairobi, where Dr. Oburu Odinga, the ODM leader, is currently meeting the Makau Mutua-led compensation panel. And among what he has talked about is that he has lauded the government in regards to the initiative of compensation, noting that this is something that has never happened in the country from the clamor for independence to in the 90s, where we were actually looking for our first constitution to date. But more in regards to that, we'll get that in our subsequent bulletin, but I've been able to get it that the names of the victims of protests listed to receive compensation will be made public and gazetted. Of course, Dr. Oburu Odinga there also had been rallying Kenyans to embrace this. Of course, a number of discussions that has emerged in regards to that compensation. More a little bit later. Moving on, the county government of Embu, in partnership with the Food and Agriculture Organization FAO, has rolled out a food security program equipping learners with practical agricultural skills. Mbeere South Sub-County County Chief Officer in charge of Agriculture, Njero Mwita, says the initiative will leverage the existing 4K clubs to teach best farm practices to boost productivity and nutrition in the county.
Katika umuradi, hii ni onyesho tu, ni kama model garden, but shule inaweza amua isichukue hii yote, bali ichague mmea ambayo ingependa kukuza chache, lakini ikuze kwa wingi. Tumezingatia pia mbinu za kisasa. Mnaona kuna climate change, so kwa hivyo ndio maana mbinu tofauti zimetumiwa kama zai beats, kuna mambo na planting basins, unaona hiyo multi-story, na pia mbinu tofauti za climate smart agriculture technologies.
Tunataka encourage even young children, kuna 4K young children kukulima, so that wakitoka ndio wakulima wa kesho, ili wakienda nyumbani wafunze pia wazazi jinsi ya kulima hivyo. Kwa sababu we encourage them from early. We want to train them kutoka mapema, wajue mambo ya kulima. Wanaone ukulima si kitu mbaya, ni kitu kizuri, kinaweza leta pesa.
Online cab company Little Cab has integrated its corporate invoicing platform with the Kenya Revenue Authority's electronic tax invoice management system, eTIMS. This will enable the automatic generation of eTIMS compliant invoices for all corporate clients, marking a significant step in the digitization of corporate mobility services in Kenya. KRA Assistant Commissioner eTIMS Tax Operations Caroline Washuka lauded the initiative, noting that increased adoption of eTIMS by the private sector players is critical to improving tax compliances and strengthening transparency across the economy. The tax agency rolled out the eTIMS in 2023 to stop tax evasion and make sure all business expenses are recorded correctly. This new system lets the KRA check transactions in real time.
I've plugged into their digital platform and had the eTIMS integration, so that when now they are able to invoice their clients, particularly corporate clients, the clients receive the eTIMS compliant invoice.
The conversation today is purely in reference to partnering with a mobility partner that is eTIMS compliant, and in this case is basically Little. Our business of corporate services carries across the multinationals to also the emerging and small businesses that are basically growing and upcoming in the market.
Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more news. Welcome back. Kenya has taken a major step towards addressing long-standing capacity constraints at Jomo Kenyatta International Airport following the signing of a $154.2 billion expansion agreement with China Road and Bridge Corporation. The project seeks to address growing passenger and cargo traffic at the country's busiest airport, which currently handles about 7.5 million passengers annually despite rising demand from tourism and regional travel. Trevor Ngendo with the details.
Merely an infrastructure project, it is a strategic national investment that will secure Kenya's competitiveness for generations to come.
Transport Cabinet Secretary Davis Chicho says the expansion is designed to strengthen Kenya's position as a regional aviation, trade and logistics hub. The contract was signed by Aviation and Aerospace Development Principal Secretary Teresa Mbaika and CRBC General Manager Yu Xiandong, with Transport Cabinet Secretary Davis Chicho witnessing the ceremony. This comes in the wake of renewed public scrutiny over procurement and financing arrangements. In response, the Ministry of Transport says the procurement process followed the completion of the JKIA master plan in February this year and included a competitive bidding process in which more than 40 firms participated in a pre-bid conference held in April, with evaluations conducted on both technical and financial criteria. The government says financing for the project is being structured through the Trade and Development Bank and the Africa Finance Corporation, with airport-generated revenues expected to play a key role in supporting the financing model. The planned modernization program is expected to be completed within 3 years. Trevor Ngendo for Lunchtime News.
And from JKIA, we are now crossing over to the South Sea, the DCI Academy, where Nairobi Regional Police Commander, that is Isa Mahamud, had addressed the press in regard to security and more specifically the Gen Z protest tomorrow. Let's listen.
Aware of anything. The alleged commemoration, because I'm not aware of anything. The alleged commemoration, we're told, is supposed to take place on 25th. Under the Constitution of Kenya, 2010, the citizens are allowed to assemble, to picket, and to protest. Yes, the same is guided by Public Order Act, which says that you give a notification within not less than 3 days and not more than 14 days. So that the purpose of this notification is that we agree on the date, time, and the route, and the purpose of the demonstration, and the guidelines we are going to give, so that we avoid any inconveniences, because that right is not absolute, and there's no need to, to violate the rights of others. Consequently, we don't expect tomorrow any gathering.
The Nairobi Regional Police Commander saying they do not expect any gathering tomorrow, and of course mentioning that he is not aware of any protest tomorrow. But we will be keeping tabs with that development, and especially when it comes to tomorrow, as the Gen Z commemorate the 2nd anniversary of their Gen Z protest. But now let's switch gears. China on Tuesday rolled out a package of new measures aimed at expanding automobile consumption across the industrial chain, with a particular focus on reforms in auto circulation and steps to boost the auto market. This plus much more in our international business roundup.
A circular jointly issued by 9 departments, including the Ministry of Commerce, rolled out 17 measures to boost the auto aftermarket, covering areas such as orderly regulation of vehicle modification, support for the recreational vehicles, camping sector, new business model for classic cars, and the promotion of motorsports, driven by a growing consumer preference for outdoor leisure and road trips. Demand for RVs has surged to recent years, transforming the sector into a burgeoning new growth engine for both the auto and tourism industries. However, this booming market has also exposed infrastructure bottlenecks, highlighting an urgent need to improve road access and parking facilities to support the rising number of RVs owners. At the same time, China will optimize service supply, encourage brand, chain, and scale development of car rental business, and promote diversified service models such as returning rental vehicles in different cities and long-term leasing. Meanwhile, on the New York Mercantile Exchange, gold futures for August delivery fell 1.27% to settle at $4,149.40 per ounce, while silver future for July delivery dropped 5.36% to close at $62.070 per ounce. Deutsche Bank cuts its forecast for international gold prices in a report released on Tuesday. The bank noted that if U.S. Federal Reserve holds interest rates steady, its gold price targets for the third quarter of its year stands at $4,300 per ounce, a downward revision of more than 1/5 of its prior estimates. It also said that if the Fed raises interest rates 3 to 4 times, gold prices could slump to $3,800 per ounce. Finally, the West Texas Intermediate for August delivery decreased by 65 cents to settle at $73.21 a barrel on a New York Mercantile Exchange. Brent crude for August delivery lost 82 cents to settle at $77.08 a barrel on London ICE Futures Exchange. Ezekiel Owino reporting.
Time for the sports. England were held to a goalless draw by Ghana in the 2026 FIFA World Cup Group L encounter at Boston Stadium. Ghana resolute defense frustrated England throughout the contest, restricting them to their first shot on target in the 57th minute while posing a constant threat on the counter. The result keeps England top of Group L on goal difference, but they must now wait until their